Muslims are doing, their holy months of, fasting and we break at night. And she started understanding very different things. And eventually happens the last step that happens naturally, making a true, real, genuine connection. And this is where friendships happen. This is where, that's it, you guys can go home now because it has been challenged with reality and understanding. And so for me, that is what I was after. And then, but then the world was just like, we don't want to be filled with private problems. So, but I still reckon that it is the type of mindfulness, type of practice that's going to happen, and it's one that's very integral to you. It is not, and it happens with everybody at their own pace. So all of this, I think, is back to the racism, the question you were asking me. Does racism exist? Yes, it does. Is it going to stop me from doing anything I want to do? No. Does it make it harder? No. But this is where, for anybody who is serious about making sure about fighting racism, I think the only job you have to do is to make sure that people keep their sense of self-agency, and B, can you help provide people with the tools to stand up? So this is why I have so much respect for Van Jones. People like Van Jones, or what is doing so many things, but people like Miss Alice Johnson, she was pardoned by President Trump through the work of people like Ben Jones and Kim Kardashian and others. They all joined forces. This is a case where people and those folks then went on to combine forces. Furthermore, no regard given to their political belongings. They said if the issue is criminal justice reform, then anybody who stands for it has to come together. And so what they did in this situation with what they're doing, criminal justice reform in my mind, is a valid action to fight um, racism in my mind. Because what are you doing there? You're trying to get people out of jail who really have no business being there. And also, when you have people like Bishop Omar and the people, he passed away unfortunately, but today we have Anton Lucky, who was in jail for having killed his cousin. He had started, I think he started the gang in South Dallas. So we're talking really, really the wrong side of the equation. And then in jail, literally, he completed the game. So today, these people, I'm like, why don't you know more about that? The urban specialists. Because these people, it's not about the anti-racism practice can be available, I'll say it again, and the people, but it is about we go where help is needed. We go in urban, black inner city neighborhoods, and block by block, we chant the culture. And they say that it's their words. These are African American people who have as many rights as anybody else to talk about their own culture. And they will tell you, we have changed the culture. I have some videos like that on my YouTube with Bishop Omar. What these people are doing is what we need to do. Bishop was said sometimes people are their faith is deep down in the truth. And what we have to do is to try to pull them up. And you cannot say you didn't pull them up because when I see their head out there. But how much progress have they made from the bottom to where they are now? And keep going. So when I see these people doing, you see, I have so much. I love and respect when Larry and company, and Ian Grove and all those guys. I love them. I love a lot of things that they say. Um, this whole concept of personal responsibility and all that. But I'm just like, at some point, it also needs to be matched up with real action. And that's what the people like Anton Lucky, urban specialist, Alice Johnson are doing. They're going where it's hard. Alice Johnson is getting people out of jail every single day, literally. And then people like Anton Lucky and his team are giving them the tools to leave the game to be better people, still for lack of redemption. This is happening right now. But what I find is they're not getting to both of the issues. But this is everybody who's serious about this is why how I would love to see anti-racism is help lift people up for real. apprenticeship program. You know, this Virginia, watch that movie. How could you not support black moms in this country to take their kids to safe school because they know why to come now? That's what I want to see happen. They're not like us. Yeah, classroom, everybody's white, you go over here, everybody's a Mexican, you go over here, quick, let us tell you about this. No, 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 no. As a black person, I don't want to see money like that. Let me grow my wings. If you want, I'll put some fuel behind them. Let me take my flight. That's all I'm asking for. That's the only way for you to do a force. That's the only way for you to be part of a race and battle. If that's what you think is the most important battle of your life. That's it. That's what I have to say about that. And so for me, I'm keeping my head very straight. It's about what unable black people thrive. I don't need for you to get my behalf. No, because when you're doing that, exactly what you've been doing to us black people in Africa our whole life. I don't need this white savior complex because that's what anti-racism is. White savior complex. That doesn't work. It only works to make you feel better about how superior you are to me. But it does nothing, absolutely nothing to change my everyday life. If it is not even in the African side, to actually even change my, turn me into somebody who's thinking for their life. So I would encourage people to really, those people who are really serious about wanting to be part of the solution. I know there are many out there. But the love of God and everything that's out there, they care about you. Stop. It's about think about what's gonna enable us. Maybe the word is wrong, Joseph. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's right there. Yes, be the person. Again, remember, teach the person how to fish and don't be the fish. When you're putting your stupid signs on the lawn, Black Lives Matter and all that crap, you're not helping. And when you're buying one more anti-racist book, or as a company, financing one more DEI, if it's not along those lines, I think we've got a problem.
So you do think that the efforts of diversity, equity, and inclusion are not effective?
Not only are they not effective, they're also much higher. They're reports from all this. And it makes sense. It makes sense. So for me, I am very, very glad that people have developed an enlightenment about this. Very happy about that. Very. But let us not keep going for the easy perceived solution to problems. Again, they've done this to us, the poor people of Africa. They thought the solution was
Hey, you know what? I have an idea. Why don't you leave right now?
and then they say, oh, we're going to do social entrepreneurship on you. Come shoes. Buy one pair of shoes and we give one pair of shoes to some people in 4 countries. Then guess what happened to us? In the town where we operate in Senegal, maybe in this country, it is easy, unless unfortunately because for anybody that you feel like is being trampled upon because of something, maybe it's because of economic circumstances or maybe race, disease, whatever, to have a heart for the left people living on this for whatever reason, that's easy. But to have a mind that's the challenge.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Just as if you were not already asking the question. The president of Senegal, Macky Sall, is also on the chair of the African Union. He met with President Vladimir Putin on June 3rd. I think primarily what we discussed food security. Africa seems to be split halfway on their perspective in the war in Ukraine. So, broadly speaking, first of all, the geopolitics of Africa and this geopolitical relationship of Africa with the rest of the world and its current conflict with the war in Ukraine. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you see that many countries, when it was time to vote, some of them abstained, pushed away, said something. I think for the Africans today, especially as represented by the African Union, because not all countries fall under the same lines, I think it is back. We're back. For the longest time, the West tries to tell us what to do. They decide for us. And here, there's trouble, meaning there's definitely a rift, major one, between most of the Western world, as represented by Europe and America primarily, Australia and all that. Um, and then they're saying, I think this is more or less an attempt to stand on their own as well. It's like don't tell us what to do as usual. You always focus in with when it makes sense for you to try to work us in, and then we're left hanging on our own. So this goes back to the sentiment you were talking about earlier. It's been challenging for me to watch this because remember, I have one foot also, like because there's what I get to see and hear from being in the Western world, but there's also what I get to see and hear from when I'm back home. So I wear all hats. And I think this is a situation where the African Union and African nations in general are saying, don't. This is a case where almost like, you guys are fighting. You guys are fighting. Maybe for once, we have to watch it for ourselves.
There's a sense in which this is the embodiment, sort of, abstaining from a vote on the war in Ukraine is the political embodiment of resistance to the influence of the West.
Right.
It's not about the war between whatever you guys are fighting.
Yeah.
It's saying we're not going to let this particular empire that seems to be at the top right now, which is the United States empire in Europe, to dominate our political discourse, our geopolitical considerations. It's almost like, no.
Yeah, especially that even usually, so when they need us, again, for influence, which means more power, oh, you guys vote the same way we do. And when it's all over and they go back to spreading, they go back to, how do you say that? They go back to exchanging and sharing between themselves the goodies of, their Halloween collection. We're not there when the goodies are being shared. So I think it's definitely one of those situations. But for me, it's hard because I watch everything that's going on, and it's going to be complicated for ramifications. I would like to see our African leaders also. What they're doing is clear, but this is a place where I'm almost tempted to say yes and. Yes, to the reasons you're advancing right now. We don't want to be always fighting because we're tired. We're tired of always being dragged around where, come on, guys, when you need us, we're great and everything is good. And then when it's time to go and share the goodies, we don't exist anymore. And you actually go for policies that go against us. But in this situation, though, I would like still see us do the right thing. In my case, I was not very happy to see us going and more or less begging for, you know, what do you call it, cereals. You know, oh, please let's the cereals make it so at least we get them and we don't starve. I can understand why a president would say something like that or try to negotiate something like that. So when it comes to an African president having to do that with a non-African president, I'm sorry, but for me, it's too close to begging.
Listen, it's hard to be a leader. It's such a difficult dance because, in some sense, sort of the the flip side of that is you're creating a market, a geopolitical market, and saying we're willing
I told
to
Dwight
sit down
that
at
there
the
is
table
honor
with
in
America,
leadership.
with European leaders, with Russian leaders,
It's,
with
however,
China,
honor in making a
and we're
leader,
going to let you guys
which is what I
convince
said.
us who we should
And I would
collaborate
rather
with.
be feared or loved.
That's what sort of great
He's a both. I want
nation
people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Do.
now there's a cynical or that dark perspective of that because what's in that game played by leaders, the people that hurt, people in Ukraine hurt, people of Africa can hurt,
People of Russia.
people of Russia can hurt, people of China, people of the United States. But it is the way of the world. And to earn you have to earn respect. And sometimes earning respect leads to the suffering of many.
Well, but except in this case, the Eskimo got in. The reason why I'm actually upset with going and being like, oh, can you let at least the boats that are supposed to come to Africa full of cereals come over, the wheat and all that? It's just like, look, Africa has the highest land that you can do agriculture on. You know, we have the largest subsurface in the world. Why is this not the time for us to try to wean ourselves off of cereals that we don't necessarily have on the ground? But no, wait, let's go and create.
Don't beg, create.
Right, instead, exactly. This should have been, just like how the rest of the world, when COVID happened and China had to close off for different reasons, this event has not, completely reopened, and people have started to realize, wow, we got too much, we're too dependent on China for a lot of what we need. So we're going to have to bring back some productions to the US, the Europeans are doing the same, all of that. This should have been enough a time for African leaders to be like, we need to be serious now about, food security. And maybe the stuff that we're getting on the road are climate necessarily, can we work on coming up with different things? Now, I understand it's going to take time, but it's like food that is happening at the same time that you said, well, let the zeros come in, maybe I would get easier with it. But right now, I'm just like, is it going to be the same business as usual? And in this case, I'm just like, are we going to go from one massa to another massa? I mean, really?
The interesting aspect of all of this is if we look at all of human history, it's possible the 21st century is defined by Africa. And the young people, there's a huge number of young people. Like the trajectory could be, there's so much possibility to find the future of human civilization in Africa. And I don't mean sort of in the next 10 years, I mean in the next 50 years. What some people are concerned about overpopulation, some people are concerned about us dying out of both of those people live.
I know. I know. I know who they are.
What's your in Africa at the center of this? Because there's a vibrant, huge number of over a billion.
Yeah, the 1.3 billion people and of those 1 billion blacks.
I mean that. Where do you
There's a reason, like why I say I'm hunted, but I'm obsessed. That I'm monomaniacal when it comes to free markets, and that I the growth and the rate at which it's growing, demographic wise, I am not willing to stay there and say it's a curse for humanity. But it will be a curse for humanity if we don't make sure that these people, our youth, gets to partake. And what it takes to partake is not much.
Okay.
So if the rest of the world thinks that getting to partake means you have to send more foreign aid, you have to have more charity businesses, charity organizations sending stuff away, of course, you're almost thinking parasites. I'm sorry to say it this way. If this is what you're thinking, you're seeing it as no more of a parasite. And if that's what it's going to be, I can see why some people might be worried about that. Although humans should never be seen.
Hey everybody, listen up.
No matter.
What we're gonna do? You sit tight until I return. Sound good?
Now,
Doesn't matter. It's an order.
people are here.
Follow it blindly.
What are we going to do? That's
All
not
right. Ciao.
So the only option we have left is to make sure that people partake. And what partaking means is that they will get included in this, and that are part of the system that allows for human flourishing. And it doesn't work in this case without we experience what it is. So we have free market zones, areas where the flourishing will start to take place.
Well, in case one of us gets in trouble, the other one can
That people that need to flourish, they don't need you to give it to them. And it's all about green light, let it fly. And you will make it happen for you and also for me. Every article I see today, I realize how stupid the rest of the world is if they're not supporting what I'm trying to talk about. Because even if you don't want to do it as the right thing to do, which I think it is the right thing to do, you're selfish. Maybe engage your selfishness. This person's right there. The marriage was 7 million Jews. Everybody is came to this world and we attain specifically to the problem. This person, that person holds something as a part of humanity. This person might have the cure. So cancer that might take my wife out. The wife I have is cancer. This kid right here has it inside. And I help this. I make sure that this kid gets a chance to flourish and to manifest his genius or her genius. That trickle down many years later comes straight back to serve me and the love of Christ. If we can't see it any other way, maybe let's try to think about it back, because it becomes a very good proposition at that point. So in this case, by 2050, Lagos, Nigeria will be the largest city in the world. The future is African, whether we want it or not. But it's going to be an African future where you have the youth being a tipping bomb because they have not, there's no hope. They stay in poverty because they belong to nations that don't even understand sometimes the importance of common law versus civil law. Because they're trapped in countries that don't understand that you need to make the legal framework to provide for better economic freedom, so you can unleash the genuineness, the awesomeness, the genuine ease, the industry side of your young people, especially of your women, so that they build all the wealth that your nation is going to continue to build, and with it, the respect that comes from that. See, we have a choice to make, and this is why I feel so restless about this at this point of my life. We just lost George Ayute. George Ayute is one of the few Africans that I knew who put this out. That's why I learned from. So he's gone. And I feel a strong sense of urgency to not only bring back to the table that which we have been working on, but to also make sure that it gets seen. That's why being here talking with you today, you have no idea. If people ask, if someone asks you to say, what can I do? You did more than you could ever imagine. By just allowing me to make a message to one more person. And because you speak to this,
and the third guy says, I got the most
it's going to happen somewhere down the line. So
Rotary Festival right on the Unlocking the True Potential of all the
it's
effort,
unbelievable.
children, stuff, amazing things.
Yes. It's not like it's so always going to work on the reform. So we're working on reforms, by the way. I'm the head of the Africa Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network, the largest organization in the world working on taking down barriers to entry for entrepreneurs around the world in their respective countries. So we're doing great work there. I basically I oversee all the think tanks we have in Africa right now, free market think tanks, and we want to promote more of them to come up. And these are local solutions by local people for their local problems. Always. That's where we draw the lines. And so so we're working on reforms primarily and making people understand the big markets and the importance of it. But it is piecemeal, it's efficient, it is tight, it is hard. Every time you accomplish something here, more crime has happened every year. More laws have been cleared up. Because you know how they fix a bad law most of the time. What they do is, well, put other laws to kind of undo the law before, but it keeps stacking up. And before you know it, where you should have one thing that's clear, you have 100 and they go against each other and then they go forth. So we have piecemeal legislation happening. Our teams are doing really amazing, fantastic work, especially the team in Iman in Ghana. We have a group in Burundi, in the Great Lakes. I mean, people are doing amazing work. Amazing work. But we need to run faster. So while we help run faster, we also have to unlock other things. And right now, we're working on one of my most crazy projects. Something bold, radical, crazy for some people. But I know we're not crazy because before us, Singapore has done it. Hong Kong has done it. The most recent China was the SECs, the special economic zones, some of the most radical free market zones in the world. They've done it. And oftentimes within a generation, meaningful change starts to happen, right? So here, what I'm working on is this concept of, some call it charter cities, Paul Romer. Others call it the free cities, and I like to call it startup cities. What these are, for us to think about, okay, these legislation takes forever. At the same while we have this demographic that's growing faster and faster in Africa, there is a discrepancy here between the progress we're making to set the right environment for business to crop up, and how many more people are coming to life. Literally every day on the continent. There's a discrepancy here. And so the tipping goal is way faster than the project we should make. This is a problem. So what some of us are working on is this concept of startup cities and to say, these new organizations take slow. How about we continue with that work that is essential and critical, but at the same time, can we think of zones, and I like to call them also common law zones, where we basically try to have within a country an area where for business, I'm not talking about Canada or any of that stuff, I want to especially culture or anything like that, I'm just saying business-wise, an enclave where you have best leading practices from around the world, including yours, in terms of what constitutes a great business environment, and allow people, again, like it's you get in freely, or nobody's forcing you to go, nobody's forcing you to so in these, so basically you're to think about this rather unoccupied plot of land within a country. Think Dubai, on 110 acres of land. Dubai is thinking that in their case, they're like, maybe they decided maybe to realize that the best for business in their case, and they said, in Toronto, they're like, wow, but common law, especially British common law, seems like a very good one. So at that point, we decided to do business only, not family or anything like that, or whatever. And so they said, we are going to bring in, so they hired British common law judges to educate the law and train the people under fair. And I'm oversimplifying, but at the end of the day, within a generation, Dubai became one of the top international financial centers in the world. It is what it is today. So
in the case of the African nations, that's all been spread.
It can not only spread, but maybe let's say Senegal. Senegal was good for it. Here you have this one, and then over there you have another zone. And then what they start to do is they're not all modeled the same way, because maybe this one is saying, hey, we want to attract more. I don't know. Maybe we want to attract more medical research, right? This one's going to be saying maybe we want to attract more crypto, or maybe it's going to be more like us. We want to be more like religious or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's really kind of more because of that. And just kind of give the basics, the ground, and then watch the magic happen on it, right? And so this is what you're working on. And the hope there, because sometimes some people are like, I know some people are like, you guys are crazy. But I'm like, no, it's just, it's more or less the story of, the Asian tigers. And most recently, most of China's progress, economically speaking, because some people might say, well, you don't want China way of developing, you see. Even then, I say, it's okay. We can always do better. But we cannot deny the magic that they have accomplished. What they have accomplished is nothing short of a miracle. 800 million people getting out of poverty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for the quality of life, the majority of the population.
Yes. Does something like that happen without problems? Of course not. And so the next person to do something just actually gets to learn from lessons. That's all.
And leapfrog.
Exactly. So for me, it's the promise. And people are like, oh, but you guys are crazy. But I'm like, just like with everything, do you know how many attempts it took before the first flight, the right rubbers cost? Do you know how many? And that's important. You try, you crash, but each time you're going higher, and you once you get up for one, then you stay up longer, and before you know it, you can walk up to space. So here's the same thing. I tell people, listen, all I need is one stick and then this big journey. People don't even wait for this. Everybody. But this is hard because it's the first time. So, but the good news is there are many groups on the continent. There's some groups in Zambia. There's a zone there. Folks are doing something like this in Nigeria. We're part of a project there in Nigeria. The one that I'm most excited about, I cannot disclose the name of the country yet, but my God, I'm so excited by it. And I just know that it's going to happen in our lifetime.
I hope so. It's a really powerful vision. And, it's not being dramatic. The future of humanity depends on that, your success, that success in Africa. It's such an important continent.
It is. It's the continent where everything started, and I think it's the continent where that continent has to finally thrive. We cannot all of us call ourselves um, an enlightened society as a whole. When you have this, it's a humongous continent. Have you seen the size of it? You know?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
Yeah, exactly. And it has such ingenious people. Sometimes I look at my people. I have to tell you, I'm so proud of them, and the young people especially. And you would look at them, and somebody said sometimes one day, and it was so true. I said, we've seen poverty all places, but here it is just maybe somebody doesn't have money, but they have dignity, and it's true. So everything else we can handle, and we will handle. You have to mark my word for this. This is going to happen. And our youth is amazing. You should see them. So full of creativity. And it doesn't matter. You were telling me what makes it different. Many things makes it all different. The Rwandans are very different from the West Africans that we are. Rwandans, for example, never dance with their hips. They dance more like, with part of the body. Us, it's all over the place all the time, and it's, more jumping, stuff like that. In Rwanda, you feel it's more like, I think they remind me more of a ballet thing.
That's great.
Rwandans have this, they don't eat in most of the public, it's nothing you do. Us, this is the West Africans, we like, we're almost like the Italians of the continent. And then they go to more like, sweet stuff, I mean, like that. I mean,
sit here and let you talk
We are,
about it that way
we
without
are the
me
manifestation of
defending
what
your
really
honor.
means.
I defend
And
your honor. Is that all?
so everything we need is there. Everything we need is there. I will say that there's nothing wrong with everything that's wrong with us is that thought that we put around us. So we're tired of being bonsai people. We, if you even call us crazy before, is that we were designed to be. And so
That could be
and that is the thing, and that's the beauty of it, and that's why I am so I'm almost dizzy with I get dizzy with folk. I know my history, I know my economics, my fellow humans, and all of that, and we know that there's an unfailing recipe. And when it comes to that recipe, we have the hardest part of it. What's the missing ingredient, which is our free markets? As we go around and talk, and people start to understand, and each country tries to figure out, okay, where do we go there from here? I I know that I will die with my continent having taken the right shift or turn. I don't have to see where it ends because I cannot in my wildest dreams imagine where it's going to end. But I know it's going to be, yeah. So all my only job is to get this message out and then let my people deal with it or what they want to do.
that's the scale of impact. It's just powerful. It's kind of cool. You have to think about individual problems, how to resolve them. We look up at certain individuals, like I don't know, Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. It's so much more powerful without knowing what they want to give the freedom to millions, to hundreds of millions of people to do whatever the hell they want to do.
Can you imagine? Can you just imagine?
It's truly, truly exciting. So in that sense, what we're doing, it's unimaginable the kind of impact that we have. Now, go back to that hard moment, the dark place in your mind, personal life story, you lost your husband. What gave you strength at that time? What were the places you went to your mind in terms of personal struggle, in terms of maybe even depression or these kinds of struggles?
I think for me, when my cousin passed away, I went to maybe my friend see what was going on, maybe they couldn't, I don't know. But on the surface, I looked like I was fine. But what happened is the only thing I think that kept me around, as I thought about it, was the job to be done. These women relied on me, and I was no longer free. I did not own myself, and they said it in those words: "You don't own yourself anymore." And it was true, but it helped me because I was able to, sometimes whatever it takes to keep you around, whatever it takes. And that's what I would tell people who feel like they can't just push one more push, and they think they need to end it. At that point, whatever it takes, just stick around for one more second because the next second, So I stuck around because of duty. I felt a very strong sense of duty. My duty was in this case,
Let's
I
see
think,
it.
stronger
I
than
love
my
when
leg.
fucking robots work
I don't know if it's possible.
perfectly.
I don't know how that was possible.
Just
But
the
it was.
fucking best. It's dead on.
And
Nuts.
and I
Just,
just
it's
pushed
the
my grief
tits.
under a rug for years. For years, I worked like a mad lady.
Beautiful.
I
Give
traveled.
it to
I
me,
would travel.
baby.
I would do 3 states,
Uh-huh,
3 days, landing at 2 in the morning, around 5 or 6, going to ride
You and
along
me,
with other
baby, ain't
critters,
nothing but
no
mammals,
beverage,
but let's
and
do
just
it
keep
like they
going.
do on the
And have all of this energy
Discovery
and look like
Channel.
everything is fine. But what happened
Keep
was, it's
holding
like I
it.
was focused on the job to be done, and sometimes it is okay to do that. At least for me, it was my safety. Like when you're in the water and you're about to sink, and they throw you that round thing. I don't know how you call it.
It keeps you afloat.
Yes, yes, over.
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever
it's between the two of us. We're still in your hair. Okay, it'll be nice if you make it.
Exactly right. So good. And I was hanging on to it. My life depended on this thing. So these women, they And with time, things are moving forward. And at some point, I went into really, really deep depression, and I went into a very dark place, even darker than the one I think I came from. Because by that time, I had worked for years on this company, and now some other things were happening. And around that time, it's also when I was discovering a lot of what we talked about today about what makes somebody rich. And for me to understand that um, my network, I was very much into left-oriented network, and to just start feel, I tried to address it to realize that many of these people who run for the hills, then except for a moment, that maybe capitalism might be part of the solution. When many of them were involved in capitalism. So that
last year,
at some point I was yeah, so many things were happening around that time.
and it ended
But
with
this
him telling me he could then
up
practically dress me
everything.
So I don't
One is hard to talk about because it's very personal, and the person that was but I was having a problem with passed away last year. And I'm one to always say, leave the dead alone. So because of that, I wouldn't think about it. But there too, you had a major fallout with somebody who was like a father figure for me. Somebody that I completely trusted. And so at some point, you just ask yourself, was my whole life built on a lie?
I think she'll be here this afternoon.
Right? And then you're confused. And then you become confused. And then at some point you lose 90% of your friends because of ideologically speaking, it doesn't work anymore. Um, then you just wonder, have I been a and then you start to wonder, what really has to do with life? At some point, I literally was like a candle in the wind. I felt like I was a candle in the wind. And it was very hard to come back from that. And people have a hard time. The few people I talk to about this, they have a hardest time understanding or even believing it. They're like, you? Yes, me. I used to be a candle in the wind.
What got you out? What made you overcome that?
My current husband. My current husband. Love. See, when I tell you love is the answer. But him, he came with love, but he also came
I
with
have one idea of what
really helping me figure out the world. So with Michael, because that's the two we're talking about Michael's film.
That must be special.
So special. So special. So you have no idea how special it is. But Michael, the reason why I have such love and respect and admiration for my husband, I'll never say it enough, is because actually it's one of those relationships that got built based on
together and it might be awkward.
intellect first. You see, at some point, I was in the position where I got a foundation after having built my first business. And all I wanted was an ability to power as many, especially women, African women entrepreneurs like me a few years ago, or men, to do something like I was able to do. Bring back to the world some really cool aspects of our culture, built into a really cool brand, 21st century type. That is what I wanted to do. Because the more I could promote women like that, and put steam behind them, and the more my dream and vision for a respected Africa, Western Africa would happen. Back then, that's what I wanted. And around me, this was also part of the whole crisis of ideology that I had back then. Everybody was like, well, we should be just doing grants. And I knew that my people didn't need grants. They didn't need like a handout. They don't want to carry. I didn't want charity. I wanted someone who could work with me on my accounting. I wanted somebody who could help me brainstorm marketing-wise. I wanted somebody, or I needed to raise money to pay my research and development guy to help me, take the juices from my grandma's recipe to something that could be shelf stable. I needed coaching. These are all the things that I needed to make my dreams happen. I didn't want proud about what I was doing because back in the days, they would write a lot about this. And
And I enjoyed that quite a
so
bit.
Michael, along with John Mackey, with other folks market, they had a nonprofit called
The
Flow,
scary world that you
and it's all about human flourishing. They want to people, everybody to get this choice, this ability to be able to get to a point in their life where they keep flow. It's Mikhail, Michael is the only one who can say that last name. But you know, the whole concept of flow, when you're in a state of flow, you're basically doing what you're supposed to do, the way you're supposed to do it, with the way you're supposed to do it.
Well, hello to you too. I was just,
You know, so I
I just
basically
wanted to
said,
get some closure on what
okay,
transpired.
so he find me, these people find me. And then there was a program where it was all about accelerating movement into freelance. So during this time that I'm starting now, actually, all this stuff that I heard, how come here you take all this time just like this, just over there 20 minutes, here, another $1,000, all this nonsense that I just do all the energy because we're not stuff with poor, that's why everything is so messed up. Whoa! This is what you like that. I'm like, first of all, I'm like, oh, weird. What is this? Twin pieces in there, right? What is that? You know, all of this stuff. And I'm starting to discover this whole body of work. But the free market, like this thing that I was sensing, this environment that I was sensing that it was different around me. And that they call it a free market of it. And other than that. And then I started to butt head those ideas with the ideas that I was set with before that. And the evidence won. And further, more than the evidence combined with my lived experience, it was so powerful. So I basically started understanding these ideas from the most visceral part of my body, you know, my being. And it makes sense. So Michael helped me find the solution, the answer to my lifelong little girl question of why do they have this and we don't, and how do some countries like mine be poor while others are rich. And with understanding all of that, the greatest, biggest sense of liberation came upon me. I have no other way to describe that. True liberation, the liberation that comes from the
Hello, everybody.
finally
Dan Levinson's coming
understand and
very
be
soon.
educated
And so we're going to
in
have
your
our
own,
suggestion box meeting.
you know,
So
understand in your own deep knowing or feeling that
what did I say?
they're not, what they're saying is not true. You're not the problem. It's not you. There's something else. And when I discovered that, the whole life changed. So and since then, I've been very curious about going deeper and deeper and deeper into my understanding of all of this, understanding the subtlety. At some point, I was very angry about the liberators of Africa because I was like, yes, you help liberate us, but just to keep us in this narrative, I was angry for a long time. And then eventually, you have to engage empathy and love to put yourself in their shoes and try to understand the time at which they were living. And that got me on the journey of trying to understand history for us. That's how I understood. I was able to go beyond just these liberators and try to understand and build a world around it at the micro and also at the macro level. Just really, you have to like walk in their shoes. And from there, finally separate the baby with the bathwater, that they were not able to do back then. That's why today, I'm sorry, but I have no patience with the BLM organizers, founders, especially the founders. I don't know what the organizers, the founders told us what they stand for, and I say, guys, don't make that same mistake again. If you're serious about this, you cannot make that same mistake. But the birds of Africa, they haven't explained that. We didn't know back then. It was so easy back then to think that.
We're just going to talk business.
But today,
And I may come down there and fire you for
life
your job.
cannot with a straight
But
face
what we're talking about
embrace our socialist ideas,
business.
especially when they're claiming that they want people to thrive. No, you can't. I'm sorry. And I will hold your feet up the fire. I will. That's what I'm doing. They will give me a lot of grief for this, but guess what? I could care less. You know why I could care less? Because we have an entire population to help rise out of poverty into prosperity, where they become, co-creators, global co-creators of innovation.
And those ideas you hold for the place you love, for Senegal or Africa.
They do. They do. I live the world I live in. The new centers of culture and fashion are in Dakar. The new centers of tech and crypto even is maybe Nigeria.
Do you see that future? You see that future? That's wonderful.
I do.
It's a beautiful thing, and it's also beautiful to see the space of these really powerful ideas where you also fall in love.
Right?
So at the intersection,
I mean, Mike and I would spend hours talking about all of these ideas. And I would be like, what about this? No, it doesn't make any sense. No, oh no. And then hours every single day for months. And then from there, I'm lost in thought. Because I tell people, for us, love is not about getting to India. It's like, we all think. But it's about we look in one direction, and in this case, this vision, what we know to be possible and true. Because I value you, different people. I know a lot of people think what we know to be true. We, all of us are miracles who walking around. Every time I get on the plane, miracle, area. So, how do you able to do this? Read some equation, okay? How they're able to put the pain down away. What should we do? You work with this much. This guy here.
humans are amazing.
I know. That's why and when it works in great tandem with this guy, what now? These two working together. Watch out, better. Nothing.
You're one of the incredible people I've ever talked to. I've ever met. Thank you so much. This is truly an honor. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for the fire that burns within you. And it's just the passion you have for a place that's going to, I think, define the future of humanity. So thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for talking.
Thank you to you. And sometimes I hope this fire doesn't consume you. That's how much it is. But I am grateful to you for this. Thank you for. I know you don't do a lot of these.
You need to do something about
Maybe I don't know, but I'm so happy.
fun, fighter, powerful interviews. Yes, do more. You're amazing.
I don't know because the first one was like next week was really.
How's this gonna go?
I would love to like the whole thing.
I think you need to work on your mental life.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. And now, when you use the word Nelson Mandela, money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you.
Okay. Now that we've learned this, let's continue. This is good. We're learning figures and stuff out. You need to do something about your coffee breath. You need to do something about it. Okay. I don't think people are grasping
Mossad will do
the concept.
Mossad has
Suggestion.
no law doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli.
Well,
Most other countries will stop at some point,
let's keep going.
but Mossad didn't. Following this conversation with Andrew Dussman, former CIA covert intelligence officer, and U.S. Air Force combat veteran, including the job of operational targeting, encrypted communications, and launch operations, with 200 nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles. Andrew's over 7 years as a CIA spy have given him a skill set and a perspective on the world that is fascinating to explore. This is Let Us Go podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Andrew. The Central Intelligence Agency was formed almost 75 years ago. What is the mission of the CIA? How does it work? The mission of the CIA is to collect intelligence from around the world and
domestic, and then department of law enforcement essentially handles all these things. Intelligence is not law enforcement. We technically cannot force
Okay, great.
FBI, CIA, FBI, and the other U.S. intelligence agencies like the DIA, Customs Agency, Department of Homeland Security, NSA, National Security.
There's a list of about 33 different
The Army and the Navy have all
Let me bring up one word. Dedication.
is there clear lines here? As long as or is the CIA like a giant integrator of all?
I never vote. Today, so yes, there are absolutely lines. Walking more so than the lines. The lines that divide what our primary mission. Everything's got to be prioritized. That's one of the benefits of superpowers of the United States. Is we prioritize very serious. So different intelligence organizations are prioritized to collect certain texts.
I'd also further like to talk about my merits
Within the confines of how they collect, they're also given unique authorities or terms that are directed by the executive.
God,
Different
it's
agencies
not
have different authorities to execute missions.
Well, you know what? It's an aphrodisiac.
FBI
So when
can't
we're done
execute.
here, you guys can go over the answer on the
CIA can't execute the same way NGA executes.
Okay,
But
here's
then
what we're gonna do.
again,
Step outside,
all collected, then yes, the CIA still acts as a final synthesized repository to create what's known as the president's field. The only way CIA creates PDB is by being the single source of all sources of intelligence from around the IC, entered the intelligence community, which are those 30 some odd and always changing organizations that are small for intelligence.
What is the IDP of the president? Look like?
So first of all, it looks like the most expensive book report you have ever. It's got its own binder. It's all very high end. Feels important. It looks important. It's not like a cheap trap sheet. It's somewhere between, I would give it probably between 15 and 125 pages a day. It's produced every day around 2 o'clock in the morning by a dedicated group of analysts. And each page is essentially a short paragraph to 2 paragraphs about a priority happening and expected national security around the world. The president rarely gets to the entire point.
Okay, so you're saying
He
that
relies
there's
on
a
the briefer
different
instead to prioritize what inside the briefing he wants to share with the
What
president.
never,
Some days
I
the
mean, never,
briefing is
never,
briefed in
or never,
10 minutes. Some days it will be briefed over the course of 2 hours. It depends on the president's schedule.
I just want to
How
know
much competition is there for the first
what
page?
is the deal.
So how much jockeying there is for attention? So I imagine for all the different intelligence agencies and within the CIA, there's probably different groups that are modular. They all care about different nations, different cases. Do you understand how much competition there is with the attention, for the attention of the president?
You're 100% correct in how the agency, how officers, managers, agencies handle the PDB. There's a ton of competition. Everybody wants to be the first on the radar. Everybody wants to be on the stage. The thing that we're not taking into the equation is the president. The president, he will tell them the day before, I want to see this on first. Bring this to me in advance. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Mozambique. I don't really care about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I want to see one future. And regardless of whether or not those are the 3 biggest things in the world, the president's the executive. He's the one. He's the ultimate customer. So we do what customer says. That has backfired in the past. If you haven't already started to see how that would go wrong, that is backfired in the past. But that is essentially what happens when you serve in the executive branch.
So what's the role of the director of the CIA versus the president? What's that dance like? So the president really leads the focus of the CIA.
The president is the commander-in-chief for the military, but the executive, the president is also the executive for the entirety of the intelligence. So he's the ultimate customer. If you look at it like a business, the customer, the person spending the money, is the president, and the director is the CEO. So if the director doesn't create what the president wants, there's going to be a new director. That's why the director of the CIA is a presidential appointed position. Sometimes they're extremely qualified intelligence professionals. Sometimes they're just exactly what our structure is built on. All presidential appointments are appointed on something that
So for an intelligence agency to be effective, it has to discover the truth and communicate that truth. And maybe if you're appointing the director of that agency, they're less likely to communicate the truth to you unless the truth aligns perfectly with your desired worldview.
well, not necessarily perfectly, because there are other steps, right? They have to go in front of Congress, and they have to have the support of multiple legislation or legislators. But the challenge is that the shortlist of people who even get the opportunity aren't a meritorious list. It's a shortlist based off of who the president is, or who would be president. Now, I think we've proven that an intelligence organization can be extremely effective, even within the fraud system. The challenge is how much more effective could we be if we improve? And I think that's the challenge that's facing a lot of the U.S. government. I think that's a challenge that has resulted in what we see today when it comes to the decline of American power and American influence, the rise of foreign influence, authoritarian power, and the U.S. economy is growing, Chinese economy is growing. We have questions, hard questions people have.
What aspects of that communication between the president and the CIA could be fixed to fix the problem that you're referring to in terms of the decline of American power?
So when you talk about the president wanting to prioritize what the president cares about, that immediately shows us a break between what actually matters to the long-term success of the United States versus what benefits the short-term success of the president.
Because then the president is a human being and has a very narrow focus. And narrow focus is not a long term.
Exactly. What's the maximum amount of years the president can serve? He has to be, he or she in the United States, according to us. But they're very limited in terms of what they have to prioritize. And then if you look at a 4-year cycle, 2 years of that is essentially very so that's only 2 years of really quality. Who's the chief executive? Oh, so the most important thing to them is not always the most important.
What do you think of the hostile relationship that immediately stands out of the president and Donald Trump to the CIA? Is that a very kind of personal bickering? I mean, is there something interesting to you about the dynamics between that particular thing and that particular association of the intelligence agency?
Man, there were lots of things fascinating about that relationship. So first,
What's the good and the bad?
so let's start with the good first. So the good thing is we saw that the president, who's the chief customer, the executive to the CIA, when the president doesn't want to hear what the CIA has to say, he's not going to listen. I think that's an important lesson for everyone. The president doesn't care what you have to say. He's going to take funding away. He will take funding away. They're going to take attention away. They're going to shut down your operation. They're going to kill the career of people working. Think about that. For the 4 years that President Trump was the president, basically everybody at CIA, their career was gone. Some people's careers were ended. Some people voluntarily left their career because they found themselves working for a single customer that didn't know what they had to do.
So, for people who don't know, Donald Trump did not display significant interest he was a disinterested.
Exactly right. And then what do? They go find someone else to create their product. And that's exactly what private intelligence world, funding private intelligence companies to run their own operations that brought him the information that he cared about when the CIA wouldn't. It also didn't help that CIA stepped outside of their confines. CIA is supposed to collect foreign intelligence and not comment on domestic matters. They went way outside of that when they started challenging the president, when they started questioning the results, when they started publicly claiming Russian influence. That's all something the FBI could have handled by itself, the Justice Department could have handled by itself. CIA had no place to contribute to that conversation. And when they did, all they did was underlying
like
what it's
squishing a spider under a book.
Let me
It's going to be really gross, but I have to look and make sure that it's really good.
President,
So,
the leader, and the
you guys
intelligence agencies, and look outside the United States. It
my
seems
friend
like
is
a
kind of
varying
interesting
regime
world
or
leader.
came across this piece with
One
scholars.
is tall for
Look at today, we got
is short,
the negative effects of power corrupting the mind of the leader manifests itself is that they start to get bad medical records and tests. So this kind of thing that you're talking about, over time, they start hearing information that they want to hear. The agency starts producing only the kind of information they want to hear, and the leader's worldview starts to become distorted, where the propaganda they generate is also a thing the intelligence agencies provide to them. So they start getting this, they start believing all propaganda, they start getting distorted views, start sort of walking through in a weird way. But I guess I want to ask, do you think, let's take the Bible, do you think he's getting accurate information about the world? Do you think he knows
Look at this move.
what is actually going on?
Well, that was very athletic, Mikey.
The other nations,
Wow.
oh,
Oh, man.
it's rare that I'll talk about
I'm tired, but I'm not.
I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess it, rather than just with my brain. In my assessment, Vladimir Putin is winning. Russia is winning. They're winning in Ukraine. They're also winning the battle of influence against the West. They're winning
Gasping.
economic sanctions. They're winning. Empirically, look at the map. So when you ask me whether or not Putin is getting good information,
Look at this west side.
overall assessment of
Motherfucker like the nutcracker. Argle. 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 I'm a nutcracker. I'm a pussy girl. I'm a push cracker. Argle. 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 Worst stream ever. Worst stream ever. Ever. Really?
Some people say there's a miscalculation of the way that happens. There's an assumption that we'll be able to successfully take you, we'll be able to successfully capture the east, the south, the north, and what now appears to be significantly insufficient troops spread way too thin
Ah,
across
there we go.
way too large of a front. So that seems to be a considerable failure. And that doesn't seem to be like very evolution. In another way, it doesn't seem like put aside the human cost of labor. It doesn't seem like winning because the hearts and minds of the West and completely inside Ukraine. This particular leader of the Zelensky captured the attention of the world. It's very in the hearts and minds of Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world, both financially, for the military equipment, and in terms of sort of social and cultural and emotional support for the independence by this nation.
Oh, man, I gotta take a shit.
And so, again, that pushback.
Look at this move. Y'all ready for this? Da-da-da. Oh, man. Oh, this move. Oh, man. Oh, man. This might be a bang bang breaker.
miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who's been to a military college, including the Army War College in Pennsylvania, where so many of our was brought up, when you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what an effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict, would and should look like for military conflict. Now, did Zelensky and did the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, miscalculated. The whole world miscalculated how the Ukrainians would do it. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had it tested. He had high likelihood of a certain outcome. That outcome did not happen. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, they were invaded, took Crimea, created an infiltration campaign that turned key leaders over the first few days of conflict. So essentially, there wasn't one. It worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. Nobody talks about it. He invaded Georgia the exact same way, and it worked. So in 2008 it worked. 2014 it worked. There was no reason to believe it wasn't going to work. So we just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something's different. That was a miscalculation, for sure, on the part of the man. And the reason that there was no support from the West is, let's not forget, there is no support. There is nothing other than the Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now to the West. That's the only form of support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. We can jump into that anytime we want to. But the whole world miscalculated. I said that they would win. That was a predominant calculation. Once the first invasion didn't work, then the military are done with professional military do, man. They reevaluate. Approaches. The first two did not work. The first two campaigns against Ukraine did not work the way they're supposed to work. The third has worked exactly. You don't need you don't need hearts and minds. What you need is control of natural resources. You're taking east. You need access to the hard the fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table with Russia and Turkey in order to get exports out of the Black Sea approved demonstrates just how much Ukraine is. The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation table to allow Ukraine the ability to even export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no, Russia has someone holding your throat, somebody holding your chest and saying, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to let you leave. I'm not going to let Putin leave. So do you think it would be possible that Russia would take south of Ukraine? So starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region, all the way to Odessa, and into I believe all that. Love it. Before winter hits Europe, NATO wants Germany to be able to have now leaving then. There's no way they can have those things pointing out to you. They would be able to see both bedrooms. And Russia also knows that all the NATO, I have to remind you also, people particularly prohibited and outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries because they're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they have supported American sanctions against Russia, their people feel pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the future? Russian gas. Okay? Their people are going to freeze. Ukrainian people all over NATO. Ukraine, everybody knows Ukraine. Everybody knows Ukraine. Okay, so the game of war isn't played just. It isn't even played with the words by the people who are fighting. The game of war is played by the economic. It's not a military. Global resources, energy, attention. I was on the front in the Kherson region, this very area that they're referring to, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the morale is incredibly high. And I don't think people from that region, the soldiers, volunteer soldiers, civilians, are going to give up that land without dying. I mean, if you go to Odessa, huge amount of water. They're not going to use us for Odessa. Russian culture. It's going to be that. It's going to be they're in the street, they're in the building, person by person, troop by troop. It'll be a lot like what it was before. Shooting. Because they can't afford to just do bombing raids.
soldiers are saying, the Russian soldiers are saying, I think the Russian soldiers really believe is that they're freeing, they're liberating the Ukrainian people
So that would make me
from
like
Nazis.
right here.
And they believe this.
And then life
Because
would
at this
be like
over 100, probably a couple hundred different walks of life. It feels like the Russian soldiers they're not operating a clear view of the whole world. And
you are so dorky.
given all that, I just don't see Russia taking this out without creating war time. And if Vladimir Putin is aware of what's happening with the treatment of civilians, I don't see him pushing forward on taking this out.
Ooh, I can see you walking out of the door eating.
Effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of people.
Autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic point. Hearts and minds do very little to people who understand core basic needs and true power. You don't see Xi Jinping worrying about hearts and minds in China. You don't see it in North Korea. You don't see it in Congo. You don't see it in most of the world. Hearts and minds are a luxury. In reality, what people need is food, water, power. They need income so they're able to secure a lifestyle. It is absolutely sad. I am not in any way, shape, or form saying that my assessment on this is enriching or enlightening or hopeful. It's just fact. It's just calculatable empirical evidence. If Putin loses in Ukraine, the losses, the influential losses, the economic losses, the lives lost, the power loss is too great. So it is better for him to push through war crimes, through everything else. War crimes are something defined by the international court system. The international court system has looked at Article 4. And the international court system is largely powerless outside when it comes to enforcing its own outcome. So the real risk-gain scenario here for is
political,
significantly in favor of gain over risk. The other thing that I think is important to talk about is everybody is trapped in the middle of a gigantic information problem. Yes, there's battlefield policing in Ukraine, but there's also a massive the same narrative that you see these ground troops in Ukraine, these Russian ground troops in Ukraine believing they're clearing the land of Nazis. That information is being fed to them from their own country. I don't know why people seem to think that the information has to be any more every piece of news coming out of the West,
People are hanging out
coming out in the English language is also a giant narrative. Being now and the faithfulness of these just the right amount of this information out there. Not because someone's trying to lie to America, because someone's trying to influence the way English-speaking Russians think. In that world, that's exactly why you see so many cited to anonymous sources. Government officials who do not want to be named. There's nothing that links back. I am a karaoke. That's enough to make Ukrainians believe that the United States is going to win, or that the West is going to help them. Enough to make Russians think that they're going to lose, and maybe they should just give up now and be the battlefield. We have to understand. We are in the middle of a giant.
Maybe when I met you, there was peace on the road.
Harder to
Try to get you and find you. Go out,
because
inside.
people say there's not really
There's something going on.
hard to control narratives. Guerrilla journalists that are able to just publish anything on Twitter or anything. It's just hard to control narratives.
So people don't understand freedom. That's the first major problem.
Hey,
And
Keenan,
it's
check
interesting.
your eyebrows.
You gotta
You need to work out.
So that aside, you're absolutely right. Fighting the information war
Oh, fuck. It's so strange.
anyone with a blog, anyone with a Twitter account, anyone
I live in the street. That is what we are. No one in between. How can we be wrong? They will let me free.
You mentioned the Lisa and the support of the United States. Support the United States. Are you skeptical that the level of support that the United States is providing provides over time?
The strategy the United States is taking to support Ukraine is similar to the strategy we took to support Great Britain during World War II. There was the enactment of the Lend-Lease Act, for example. The Lend-Lease Act means that we are lending or leasing equipment to the Ukrainian government in exchange for future payment. So every time a rocket is launched, every time a drone crashes into a tank, that's a bill that Ukraine is just racking up. Like when you go to a restaurant, you start drinking shots. Sometime the bill will come due. This is exactly what we did when Europe, Great Britain, was in the face of Nazi invasion. We signed the same thing in motion. Do you know that the UK did not pay off the debt from World War II until 2020? They've been paying that debt since the end of World War II. So what we're doing is we're indebting Ukraine against the promise that perhaps they will secure their freedom, which nobody seems to want to talk about their freedom. Like the Ukrainians, right? We're betraying a handful of outcomes of it, and which of those outcomes really looks like freedom, especially in the case of the fact that there's trillions of dollars of debt to the West for supplying them training, weapons, food, and everything else that we're giving, because none of it's free. It's all coming due. So we're a democracy, but we're also a capitalist country. We can't afford to just give things away for free. But we can give things away at discounts, we can give things away layaway, but the bill will come due. And unfortunately, that is not part of it.
So death is a way to establish someone's power. That said, having a very close relationship with Ukraine and the state does not seem to be a negative possibility. That's one thing. The other, there's some aspect of this war that I just noticed that one of the people I talked to said that all great nations have independence war. Have to have a war for them. In order, there's something dark. There's something about war being a catalyst for finding your own identity. So you can have leaders, you can have certain signed documents, you can have all this kind of stuff. But there's something about war that really brings your country together and actually trying to figure out what is at the core of the spirit of the people that defines this country. And they see this war as that, as the defense war that defines the heart of the country is. There's been before the war, before this invasion, there was a lot of factions in the country. There was a lot of influence from oligarchs and corruption and so on. A lot of that was the factions were brought together under one umbrella, effectively of one nation because of this division. So they see that as a positive direction for defining what a free democratic country looks like after in their perspective.
It's a difficult situation because I'm trying to make sure that you all, everybody listening, understands that what's happening in Ukraine, among Ukrainians, is noble and brave and courageous and beyond the expectations of anyone. The fact is, there is gain of economics. The economic benefit of Ukraine is crystal clear in favor of Russia, which is why Putin cannot let will not let short of something completely unexpected, right? And talking 60%, 70% probability Ukraine loses, but there's still 40%, 30% probability of the international happening. So that might be oligarchs assassinate Putin, or nuclear bomb goes off, or who knows, right? There's still a chance that something unexpected will happen and change the tide of the world. But when it comes down to the core calculus here, Ukraine is the agricultural bed to support future Russia. Russia knows, they know they have to have Ukraine. They know that they have to have it to protect themselves against military pressure, but they have to have it for agriculture. They have major oil and natural gas pipelines that flow through eastern Ukraine. They cannot let Ukraine fall outside of their sphere. They cannot. The United States doesn't really have any economic benefit. Ideological points of view and thoughts aside, there's no economic benefit. And the same thing goes for NATO. NATO has no economic investment in Ukraine. Ukrainian output, Ukrainian food goes to the Middle East and Africa. It doesn't go here. The whole, the west side of Ukraine is exclusively ideological and putting them in a place where they fight a war with Russia so the whole world can see Russia. Ukraine is as sad as it is to say, man, Ukraine is a pawn on a table for superpowers to calculate each other's death. Right now, we've only talked about Russia and the United States. We haven't even talked about Iran. We haven't even talked about China. Right? It is a pawn on a table. This is a chicken fight. So the people get to watch and see what the other traders are doing.
Well, a lot of people might have said the same thing about the United States back in the December study. So there is possibilities, as you said, not saying 0% chance, and it could be a reasonably high percent chance that this becomes one of the great democratic nations that the 21st century is remembered by. Absolutely. And so, you said American support, so ideologically, you don't assign much long-term power to that the U.S. could support Ukraine purely on ideological grounds.
Just look in the last 4 years. The last 3 years. Do you remember what happened? China swooped into Hong Kong violently, beating protesters, killing them in the streets, prisoning people without just cause. And Hong Kong was like a death play, and the whole world stood by and let it happen. And then what happened in Afghanistan? This was just a year ago. And the whole world stood by and let the Taliban take power again after 20 years of power. We are showing a repeatable point of view. We will talk. American politicians, American administration, we will say a lot of things. We will promise a lot of ideological, pro-democracy, rah-rah statements. We will say it. But when it comes down to putting our own people, our own economy, our own GDP at risk, we step away from it.
America is currently supplying military equipment to Ukraine. Absolutely. And a lot of that military equipment has actually been the thing that turned the tides of war a couple of times already. Currently, that's the HIMARS systems. You mentioned sort of the two can afford to lose, but winning can look in different ways. You can kind of define that. So on at this moment, the prediction is that winning looks like capturing not just the east, but the south, right? But we have narratives of winning that turn back to the beginning of this year before the invasion. Right? Crimea is still Russia. There's some kind of negotiated thing about Donbass, where it still stays in Ukraine, but there's some public government. Yeah.
Just like that's what we have in Georgia.
And that is still defining rule mechanisms. Russia winning for Russia, and then for Ukraine, and Ukraine winning. And for the West, as democracy winning and kind of negotiating. That seems to be how geopolitics works. Everybody
air quotes, a sovereign nation, it's not going to be truly sovereign because it will have to have new government put in place. Zelensky it's extremely unlikely he will be president because he has gone too far to demonstrate his power over the people and his ability to separate Ukrainian people from the autocratic power of Russia. So he would have to be unseated, whether he goes into exile or whether he is peacefully left alone and part of negotiations. But the thing to keep in mind also is that the negotiated peace is negotiated peace. North Korea and South Korea are technically still negotiating peace. What you end up having is Russia will allow Ukraine to operate independently to have their own debt to the United States. Russia, they don't have debt. And then in exchange for that, they will have firmer guidelines as to how NATO engages with it. And then that becomes an example for all the forces, which are all required economically by Russia, not required economically by the West. And then you end up seeing how it just see how the whole thing plays out once you realize that the keystone is Ukraine.
There's something about Ukraine, the deep support by the United people there, that is in contrast to that it seems like ideologically Ukraine could be a beacon of freedom used in narratives by the United States to fight geopolitical wars in that part of the world. That they would be a good partner for this idea of democracy, of freedom, of all the values that America stands for. They're a good partner. And this will be valuable if you sort of have a cynical, pragmatic view, sort of like Henry Kissinger. It's valuable to have them as a partner, so valuable that it makes sense to support them in achieving and negotiating a ceasefire that's outside of Ukraine. But because of this particular leader, this particular culture, this particular dynamics of how the war unfolds, and things like Twitter and the way that engagement really works, it just seems like this is a powerful symbol of freedom that's useful to the United States. Dramatic. Don't you think it's possible that the United States supports Ukraine financially, militarily enough to get an advanced chance for it?
I think they've already got there. In fact, the war is still going on. Demonstrates the asymmetrical advantage. The fact that Russia has stepped up to the negotiating table with them several times without just turning to without turning to Chechnya level line destruction, which was another coup war. To see that those things have been demonstrated, I think the true way to look at the benefit of Ukraine as a shining example of freedom in Europe for the West isn't to understand whether or not they could. They absolutely could. It's the question of how valuable is that to you and how valuable is Ukraine, which before January, before February, nobody even thought about Ukraine. The people who did know about Ukraine knew that it was an extremely corrupt former Soviet state with 20% of the ethnic population self-identified as Russian. There's a reason. There's a reason to promise he would go for the better part of a decade. Because the circumstances were aligned. It was a corrupt country that self-identified as Russian in many ways. It was supposed to be easier, multiple marks in terms of the Soviet to go out. That's all part of the miscalculation that the rest of the world saw too. When we thought it was false quickly. So to think that it could be a shining example of freedom is accurate. But is it as shining a star as Germany? Is it as shining a star as the UK? Is it as shining a star as Romania? Is it as shining a star as France? It's got a lot of democratic, freedom-based countries in Europe to compete against to be the shining stellar. In exchange, counterpoint to that, it has an extreme amount of strategic value to Russia, which has no interest in being a shining star. in democracies and capitalism. Yeah,
always serves as a counterweight to sort of authoritarian regimes. So for Putin, resources matter. The United States also resources matter, but the attention and the belief of people also matter because that's how you attain and maintain political power.
So going into that exact example, then I would highlight that our current administration has the lowest approval rating of any president in history. And so if people were very fond of the Lord, wouldn't that counterbalance some of our upset, some of the dissent coming from the economy, some of the dissent coming from the Great Recession or the second Great Resignation, whatever's happening with the drop down stock market? You would think that people would feel like they're sacrificing for something. If they really believe that Ukraine mattered, that they would stand next to the president who is so staunchly driving and leading the West against this conflict.
Well, I think the opposition to this particular president, I personally believe, has less to do with policies and more to do with a lot of the other human factors.
But again, empirical. I look at things through a very empirical, a very cold, fact-based lens. There are multiple data points to suggest that the American people ideologically sympathize with Ukraine, but they really just want their gas prices. They really just want to be able to pay less money at the grocery store to get food. And they most definitely don't want their sons and daughters to die in exchange for Ukraine.
Just for me to see the politicization of this war as well. I think that maybe has to do with the kind of calculation you're referring to. But it seems like it doesn't. It seems like there's a cynical, whatever it takes, attention of the media for the moment, the red team to one side, the blue team to another. And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Democrats went in full support of Ukraine on the ideological side, and then I guess Republicans are saying why we're wasting money on prices, the gas prices. That's a very clean kind of analogy. They basically pick whatever argument, whatever side, and now more and more this particular war in Ukraine, the kind of pawn and game of politics that's of course the midterm elections and also the presidential elections. Stop being philosophical and social, geopolitical aspects rather than just more about just like whatever the heck captivates Twitter.
You're right in the sense of the fact that I wouldn't say that the red team is here. What I would say is that we discovered that talking about Ukraine wasn't as problematic as talking about the people. People simply, the American people who read media and watch media, it simply became reading about things that didn't seem to be changing. And we've turned back into wanting to read about our own economy. We wanted to hear more about crypto. We wanted to hear more about the Kardashians. That's what we care about. And that's what media rights is. That's how capitalist, market-driven world works. That's how the United States works. That's why in both red papers and Putin, red sources and Putin, you don't see Ukraine being mentioned very much. If anything, I would say that your Republicans are probably more in support of what's happening in Ukraine because we're creating new weapon systems. Our military is getting stronger. We're sending these military. We get to test military systems in combat in Ukraine. That's priceless in the world of the military industrial complex. Being able to field test, combat test of weapons without having to sacrifice it is incredibly valuable. You get all the data, you get all the performance metrics, you don't have to put yourself at risk. That is one of the major benefits of what we're seeing from support of Ukraine with weapons. It's true. The long-term benefit of what will come of this for the United States, practically speaking, the lens of national security, military readiness, the geopolitical fight is essentially because Ukraine is not a Jew. It was not for 70 years. After the Constitution, think about the American steps. Ukraine conflict resulted from in either in any direction. How many years did you have? headline news for what a bigger and then you be like, just unfortunate reality of the world and staying captured. That nobody talks about. Still raising
It breaks my heart how much generational hatred is born. I happen to be from, my family is from Ukraine and from Russia, and so for me, just personally, it's a part of the world I care about in terms of its history. Because I speak the language, I can appreciate the beauty of the literature, the music, the art, the cultural history of the century, through all the dark times, through all the hell, the dark side of the regimes, destruction of war. There's still just the beauty that I'm able to appreciate that I can't appreciate about China, Brazil, other countries because I don't speak their language. This one I can appreciate. So in that way, this is personally painful for me to see so much of that history, the beauty in that history, suffocated by the hatred that is born into this kind of Chinese game, fought mostly by the politicians, the leaders. People are beautiful. That's what you're talking about. People are just, people are beautiful creatures. Culture, art, and science. It's beautiful things that come about because of human beings. And the thing that gives me hope is that no matter what conflict the world has seen, and we've seen some devastating, horrible tragedies already. We saw nuclear bombs go off in Japan. We saw genocide happen in Rwanda. We've seen horrible things happen. But people persevere. Language, culture, art, science, they all persevere. They all shine through. Some of the most, people don't even realize how gorgeous the architecture and the culture is inside Iran. People have no idea. Chinese people in the rural parts of China are some of the kindest, most amazing people you'll ever meet. And Korean art and Korean dance, Korean drumming, I know nobody has ever even heard of Korean drumming. Korean drumming is a magical, beautiful thing. And the North, and North Korea does it better than anybody in the world. Taekwondo in North Korea is just exceptional. In North Korea, nobody knows these. What do you know about Taekwondo in North Korea? I have questions. That's fascinating. Like people don't think about that, but the culture, the beauty of the people still flourish in the years to come.
And we always will. We always will be satisfied. That is just the truth of it. And it breaks my heart to see travesties that people commit against people. But whether you're looking at a micro level, like what happens with shootings here in the United States, or whether you look at a macro level, like geopolitical power exchanges and intra and interstate conflicts, like what you see in Syria and what you see in Ukraine. Those are disgusting, terrible things. War is a terrible thing. That is a famous quote. But people will persevere. People will come through.
I hope so. I hope so. And I hope we don't do something. I'll probably also ask you about later on the things that destroy the possibility of perseverance, which is things like nuclear war, things that do such tremendous damage that we will never recover. But yeah, amidst your pragmatic pessimism, I think both you and I have a kind of maybe small flame of optimism in there about the perseverance of the human species, etc. Let me ask you about intelligence agencies outside of the CIA. Can you illuminate what is the most powerful intelligence agency? CIA, the FSB, formerly the KGB, the MI6, Mossad. I've got a chance to interact with a lot of Israelis in Ukraine. Incredible people. Yeah, in terms of both training and skills. American military is impressive. I just, the confidence and skill the military. Israel that was Ukrainian as well. Just strength. I mean, I just love people like carpenters or people that are just extremely good at their jobs and then take pride in their craftsmanship. It's beautiful to see. And I imagine the same kind of thing happens inside of intelligence agencies as well that we don't get to appreciate because of the secrecy. Same thing with like Lockheed Martin. And he's the CTO of Lockheed Martin. It breaks my heart. The person who runs engineering because of the cover of secrecy, we never get to know some of the incredible engineering that happens inside of Lockheed Martin. There's kind of this idea that people have conspiracy theories and kind of assign evil to these companies in some part, but some people inside those companies, brilliant people,
What'd you say, Pimp?
some incredible.
Sorry, I was gone for so long.
You're good, Big Dog.
That's
Playing Xbox with my brother and I was kicking his ass on fucking COD. It was funny.
That's what
He
I
was
like.
crying, he fucking eyes out like he always is.
How old?
You cheater!
How
It
old
was
is he?
funny, like, he's 15. I was
And he
I
cries?
was running up to the house. No, he didn't cry. He was raging. I was running up to the house. On Newtown, he got the two houses. I chucked a grenade in the window. I left it to cock, so the grenade only had 2 seconds where it went bang. All I had was tink, tink, boom. He's dead. And then I run up. I hear him again. Jump out the window. Spin around. Bang. Headshot with something. And then I put in. Oh mate, he's just funny. I should have streamed it. You would have enjoyed it.
I agree.
Oh shit! Sorry about the music. I didn't realise my music was on.
You're good, Big Dog.
I've got loudspeakers, Rabbi. They're quite good.
There you go.
Integrated with Chinese culture.
Loud.
So that essentially every Chinese person,
Oh, I just smoked.
Amazing.
all that's their way of serving the Middle Kingdom.
I miss Caspian.
Chinese word of China.
Who's doing this thing? Coming
I
back.
miss Caspian. I miss Caspian.
Most powerful in terms of most assets, most
Right.
talking
100 miles an hour.
You know what a Chinese person, Chinese
She's more than worthless. Not just like a flower.
Living on the local economy, embracing the local culture.
If I go anywhere about.
By the way, if I may mention, I believe the way Assad operates is
What's wrong with right here on
Israel is living abroad, Jewish.
fucking everybody tricks everybody wants to be the sister, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster.
But the number of people
So when it comes to reach, China wins. When it comes to professional capability,
Let's get it, baby. Come on.
by far, because budget-wise, capability.
I'm feeling better now, so maybe I might kick ass.
CIA is the leader around the world, which is why every other
I done. Yeah.
They want.
Sorry if I'm being too loud, Rabbi. I know you're watching.
You're good, Big Dog.
They want to partner on.
No, I'm just respectful, innit?
Word, Johnson, buddy.
You name it.
Love you, man.
CIA is the most powerful capability. And then you've got.
Oh, bro, this AK is now nasty, mate. This AK, trust me, is nasty.
So tech alone, meaning corporate espionage, economic espionage, nothing beats.
Shit. Left and away, boy.
They've got massive budget that almost goes exclusively to stealing secret.
I don't care with a black thing left and a white one. I was just running on my kick. Oh, I didn't see this one.
But they're
Oh.
and then in terms of just terrifying, Mossad has no qualms in what it takes to ensure the survival of most other countries will stop it.
Hey, because inside, come on, mama, dad, I might come.
the lines you're running.
And the reason that you were across the CIA will let Americans stay in jail in Russia unlawfully and seek a diplomatic solution. If the gentlemen.
Oh, I didn't see him there, you bastard.
He do not kill.
Oh.
There's no, they spare no expense because of the demonstration to their own people. Going back to the whole idea, every intelligence operation that sees the light of day has two purposes. The first purpose is the intelligence operation. But if it's just the intelligence operation, you stay secret forever. The second purpose of every successful intelligence operation, when they become public, is to send a signal to the world. If you work against us, we will do this to you.
Oh shit.
If you work for us, we will take care of you.
Ah,
Massive information.
it becomes
So you think in that way, saying not doing a good job, because there's, the FSB, perhaps much less so during the KGB did stuff, which is to send a signal
you really fucking start.
this is a terrifying organization with a lot of power. So Mossad is doing a good job of that.
This might be a good gun.
The psychological information warfare, it seems like
And I hope you're not good gun.
also has a lot of kind of myths conspiracy theories about it, but much less so than the other agencies.
CIA does a good job of playing.
Why are you gonna stay there and come? Why are you gonna be there?
So I love the hate those.
Oh man.
Strong.
Let me take a tangent on that. Yes, he's coming to the podcast.
Oh, I give up with people who play like this. I really do.
Or if you think it's powerful and inspiring about the week season girl.
Damn bad all over.
Strong in the gym.
Yeah.
Or if you like anything like that.
So the first is that on our run, he runs fast. 6 miles.
I am
He talks openly about, I asked him, how do you keep this
Oh, really?
mystery, this epic mythology about your fitness and your strength? How do you keep all of this alive with the truth? He had this amazing answer. I don't talk about it. Then I was so warm, and I was not from somebody.
I just need a bigger magnet. It's gonna be,
The source of the specific.
and it shoots so wonky.
He's like, I never adopted it. I just do what I do. That's just how favor when it goes in favor of discipline and if it starts getting destructive or damaging, then I have my leadership team step in. But when it comes to the mythos,
You're a little bit of a
he
cheat.
lets it run. He's so lightning. When there's a myth that benefits you, you just let it go. You let it happen because it takes you further without doing any work. Custom investing.
So regardless of the virality of the myth,
Sometimes you have to take a break from
That's what
being the kind of boss that always trying to teach people
what the
things.
CIA do.
Sometimes you have to just be the boss standard.
Where the myth goes, the myth goes. Whether it's that they sold the drugs, child prostitutes, or whatever else, where does the myth go? They let it go. Because at the end of the day, everybody was there. Now, the second thing that I learned from Trey, I really, I know you don't get to be that powerful. But when I worked out with him, the one thing that my commanding officer told me not to ask, never ask the general about I'm a fan. But as soon as I say it, the first thing. Hey, come on,
And not your phone.
absentee father, missing birthdays, missing.
That's
We all
Get out my spawn, please. Don't fucking start.
Everybody else, even business. The actual pain that we're talking about is when you're not there to handle your 13-year-old question when a boy breaks up, or when you're not there to handle the bloody lip that your 9-year-old comes back with from their first encounter with the building. Those are the truly heartbreaking moments for a parent.
Why? Just. I want to know why.
Almost proud of him because he was fighting a war that we forgot and we gave up on. He's so honest about that, and it was really inspiring to me to be told not to ask that question. And when I wrote that guidance, he didn't recommend me. He just was an honest, and it was absolutely one of the big decisions to help me be CIA on my own.
And he was honest on the sacrifice he made.
The same man who just taught me a lesson about letting go. That same guy was going to be so authentic, personal.
What do you make of that calculation? Family versus job. You given a lot of your life and passion to the CIA, to that work. You spoke positively about that world, the good it does. And yet you're also a family man. You value that. What's that calculation?
Yeah, for me, the calculation is vulnerability. Captain Jack left to steer the ship because I took. And when my son was born, my wife and I found out that we were pregnant while we were still on the mission. We were a tandem couple. My wife was also, we were operating together overseas. We got the positive pregnancy test, like so many people do, and she cried. My wife was sad. I was like the accidental spider. My wife was really good.
This one is actually quite good. I'm not kidding.
What we always wanted as a child, but we're in this thing right now. There's no space for a child. So, long story short, we had our baby. CIA brought us back to have the baby, and when we started having conversations, hey,
How's the people that struggle every day?
Sit around, see domestics. What do we do next? But keep in mind,
Why? Why you got to push the phone? Why you got to be a little
into some sort of program?
Why you got to come?
We have we can both operate together during the day. Family is not served.
Pull up the landing guns, it's like boom.
When they didn't play with us, when they did nothing to help us.
Yo, that was sick. That was sick.
That's what we need to take everybody. Fear is always going to challenge you.
Sad song. Remember to let her into your heart. Stop to make it better. Hey Jude.
And they've done it even though it's made them use alcohol and use substances, and they've got permanent diseases and issues. They're living and working abroad.
Then you begin to make it better.
You said that you're very.
Hey Jude.
We listen to different reasons. For similar reasons, I guess, we listen to different ways. The people at CIA are just amazing. They're people that they're everyday people, like the guy in the gown next door. He's so smart, so dedicated, so courageous about what they do, how they do it. I mean, the sacrifices they make are more massive than the sacrifices I make.
White
inside, it's all. We had custody hits. We had TSSCI clearances at the time. I had a Cat 6, Cat 12. My wife had other clearances that allowed her to look into areas that were specialized. But there wasn't a headline that went out that we could fact check. But and she misses that. She loved that.
Now you're just one of us living in a cloud of mysteries. Exactly.
So for me, I've always been the
All I need.
you still get to do everything that you still get to operate. Operating is just working with people. It's understanding how people think, predicting their actions, driving their direction of their thoughts, persuading them, communication. You still get to do that every day.
Well, let me ask you on that.
It's nice that you said that.
CIA intelligence officer. Here's maybe can you tell me the story of how it began, how you recruited, and what is the job?
Feel free to direct me if I'm getting
Where's my name? Where's my name? Where's my name?
So I was leaving the United States Air Force.
Why are you there? Why?
I was a lieutenant, getting ready to become captain.
Fuck
My 5 years was up, and I was a very bad fit in the U.S. Air Force. I was an Air Force Academy graduate, not by choice, but by lack of options otherwise. So I forced myself through the academy. Barely graduated with a 2.4 GPA, and then went on to Air Force taught me how to fly, and then Air Force taught me about nuclear weapons, and I ended up as a nuclear missile commander in Montana, and I chose to leave the Air Force because I didn't like shaving my face, I didn't like having short hair, and I definitely didn't like shining my shoes, and I did not want to be one of the people in charge of nuclear weapons. So when I found myself as a person in charge of 200 nuclear weapons, I knew that I was going down the wrong road.
I have questions about this, and more importantly, about your hair.
Come on.
I have, yeah, you have to. Military.
Why are you going to be there waiting?
The beautiful hair you have now that came to be in the CIA or after?
So I discovered I had method hair in the CIA because I used to go rouge. We called it. I used to go rouge style, big burly beard and crazy wacky hair. Because the big goosey brown guy with a big beard and long hair.
You're joking. No one was there. You had no fucking idea.
Even notice. They either think that he's a janitor or they think that he's a forgotten part of history, but nobody ever thinks that that guy is a spy. So it was the perfect, for me, it was one of my favorite disguises. Which one was a level 2 disguise. One of my favorite disguises to don was just the dilapidated brown guy.
He actually would take a million tangents. What's the disguise? What are the different levels of disguise? What are the disguises?
Yeah, there's 3 levels of disguise by and large. Level 1 is what we also call light disguise. So that's essentially you put on sunglasses and ball cap, and that's a disguise. You look different than you normally look. So it's just different enough that someone who's never seen you before, someone who literally has to see you just from a picture on the internet, they may not recognize you. Why you see celebrities walk around with ball caps and oversized jackets and face masks? They just need to not look like they look in the tablet or not look like they look on TV. That's level 1. Then we jump from level 1 to level 3.
What is my aim? What is my...
Is all of your prosthetics. All the stuff you see in mission hospitals. Fake ears, your fake faces, your fat suits, your stilts inside your leg, your feet, all that's level 3. Whenever they make any kind of prosthetic disguise, that's a level 3 disguise. Because prosthetics are
pricks. Every single one of you are just pricks. Every single one of you are just fucking pricks. Yeah, all of you are just dickheads. Every single fucking one of you.
Nobody's going to say you're a spy. But when you're caught with a custom-made, nose prosthetic that changes the way your face looks,
Why won't
pops out a fake jaw, and they see that your top teeth don't look like they did in this prosthetic, then all of a sudden you got some very difficult questions.
Again, keep fucking camping him off.
Level 3 is extremely dangerous. Level 2 is long. Level 2 is all the things that you can do to permanently change the way you look for a long period of time. So that whether you're on the street or whether someone breaks into your hotel room
6 physical characteristics. What about like when I go to sleep, when I wake up, which is the method acting sort of then I wake up developing a backstory in your mind, and then you start. It's delicious. It's good for me. Good way to start today. Pretending that today I got up, I stepped, fell onto the floor, and I climbed down on my foot. That's it. I don't see what's so hard to see. You're not actually. What work is that part of it?
So yeah, disguise has to do with physical characteristics. That's what disguise. When you're talking about cover legends, when you go undercover, what you see
and I put my elbow against the wall.
every disguise will hear it. Even if it's just disguise flying around, it's all a cover. So the method acting, this is a fantastic point that I don't get to make very often. The difference between the CIA and is that method actors try to become, they try to shed all vestiges of fear and become the character. And that's part of what makes them so amazing, but it's also part of what makes them mentally unstable. It's part of what feeds their depression, their anxiety, their personal issues. They lose sight of it. Field officers don't get that much. We have to always we are over the CIA until this officer collects the field. We have to remember that. So we're taught a very specific skill to compartmentalize our true self, separate, but make that true self the true identity. So then we can still live, act, and effectively carry out cover legends without ever losing sight, without ever losing that compass true north of who we actually are. And then we can compartmentalize, secure all the information we need, retain it, remember it, and return to our true self. Get back to the position.
Is it possible to do that? I'm really trying to do the exact same person in all conditions, which makes it very easy. Like if you're not lying, it makes it very easy to, first of all, to exist, but also to communicate authenticity and genuineness, which I think is really important. Trust and integrity around trust is extremely important to me. It's the thing that opens doors and maintains relationships. And I tend to think, like, when I was in Ukraine, so many doors just opened with like very high security areas, and everywhere else too. Like I'm just interacting with people without any type of concerns. You know, who's this guy? Is he gonna spread it? You know, all that kind of stuff. And I tend to believe that you're able to communicate trustworthiness somehow if you just are who you are. And I think as those method actors try to achieve that by becoming something, I just feel like there is very subtle change. Extremely difficult. But you really have to become that person, be that person. But you're saying as a CIA agent, you have to remember that you are there to collect information. Do you think that gives you
So one of the flaws is that you keep referring to how you feel. I feel. That feeling is a predictable character trait. It's a pink matter. We call pink matter. It's a cognitive trait. You are not alone in trusting your feelings. All people trust their feelings. But because what CIA teaches us is how to systematically create artificial relationships, where we're the one in control of the source that's giving us intelligence. And the core element to being in control relationship is understanding the pink matter truth of feelings. What all people feel becomes their point of view on what reality is. So when you understand and you learn how to manipulate the feel, then you can essentially direct them to feel any way you want them to feel. So if you want them to feel like they can trust you, you can make them feel that way. They want to feel like you're a good guy and a bad guy. You want them to feel like they should give you secrets even though they're going to tell them not to. You can do that. There are men who make women feel like they love them, and so that women will sleep with them. There are women who make men feel like they love them just so that men will give them their money. Manipulation is a core behavioral trait of all human beings. into the right side, emotional side of the brain, so that we can quickly get past all the stuff you were just saying, all of the, well, don't you have to be convincing, and don't you have to really know your story, and don't you have to be able to defend it, don't you have to have authenticity, and don't you have to have genuine feelings? Yes, all those things are true if you're having a genuine relationship, but in an artificial relationship, there's ways to bypass all that and get right to the heart of things and get comfortable.
I guess the question I'm asking, the thing I was implying, is that creating an artificial relationship is an extremely difficult skill to accomplish the level of like how good I am at being there and creating a feeling in another person that I create. For you to do that artificially, that's got to be, you got, my sense is you got, I venture to say, I mean, yeah, I don't know how to measure how difficult that thing is, but especially when you're communicating with people whose job depends on forming trust in a relationship, they're gonna smell bullshit. And get past that bullshit. Get that bullshit. Tough skill.
Well, it's interesting. I would say that,
Well, maybe I'm wrong, actually.
I would say that once you understand the system, it makes a lot of sense. But I would also say that to your exact point, you are right that people smell bullshit. People smell bullshit. But here's the thing. If you come in smelling like goat shit, you still smell like shit, but you don't smell like bullshit. So they don't count you out right away. And if you come in smelling like rotten tomatoes, you come in smelling like lavender, you come in smelling like vanilla, or you come in without any smell at all. All that matters is that you don't smell like bullshit. Here's the thing that's one of the secret sauces of CIA. When you look and act like a spy, people think you're a spy. If you look and act in any other way, you know what they never ever think you are? A spy. They might think you're an idiot. They might think you're trailer trash. They might think that you're a migrant worker, but they never think you're a spy. And that's what that lesson in everyday life is immensely powerful. You're trying to take your boss's job. As long as you don't ever look like the boss, the employee is trying to take the boss's job. The boss is focused on all the employees who are trying to take his job. Everybody's prioritizing who they know they're not. The goal is to not be the one that they're targeting. Target them without any target.
So people just, when they meet you, they put you in a bin. And if you want to avoid being put in a particular bin, just don't act like what they know. And it just show some kind of characteristics that fit you.
Exactly right. You have to be in the bin. Just choose the bin.
Alright, so you know these guys, and you talk to people, like, how do you know who's lying to you?
That gets to be more into the training skill side of things. There's body cues, there's micro expressions. I'm not a big fan of. I don't believe in micro expressions alone. I also don't believe that micro expressions without effective baseline do anything. So don't for a second think that all the people out there pitching that you can tell someone's lying to you just by looking at their face, it's all baloney. In my world, that's baloney.
The way you move your eyes, something like that.
Without knowing the baseline, without knowing that individual, you actually don't know. And individual baseline is based on education, culture, life experience, you name it, right? So it's huge. But when you combine facial expressions with body language, nonverbal cues, and you add on top of that effective facial techniques that you are yourself, now you have a robust platform to call it.
So there is like a set of like interrogation trajectories to go down to help you figure out the person.
Technically, they're interviews. Correct. Because an interrogation is something very different. In the world of professional interrogation,
What's the difference? The nature of how they like it.
so in an interrogation, there's also there's no escape. You are there until the interrogator is done. Right? Anybody who's ever been reprimanded by mom and dad, anybody who's been holding prison well, you don't leave the boss. And you're there to say, to answer questions the boss asks. And
nature, as you've spoken about. My power is not the quiet one.
You're exactly right. Guess where this conversation goes? Because you're the one asking the question. Every time I answer a question, I see a pattern of obedience to you, which subliminally, subconsciously makes me that much more apt to answer your question.
Of course, you always turn that and start asking me questions. You know, so you're saying that there's through this conversation called into, you can start to see cracks in the story of the person and the degree to which they exaggerate or lie or deceive or push they can trust.
Yes. What I'm saying is that
I'm back with a new game.
Which is called
RX Drifting.
Amazing.
You've been able to create baseline knowledge.
It's so sick. It's so good at this game.
From those baselines, now we can push
Look at this.
more
Effortlessly.
questions to test whether or not the person is actually operating or if you are triggering.
And normally you can drift with people.
That's fascinating. Baseline is even like propel, right? The eye contact, like you probably like one based on that. I have trouble making eye contact. And so if you ask me difficult questions and I'm not making eye contact, make that not make the chunky line or whatever. This is real kind of trouble making eye contact.
You're right, my left, right, which is usually someone if you ask for close freshness, that's someone who's representing back. That's not necessarily what happens because you're pulling concept out of here, so it's also a place to something like that.
Oh, that's alright.
So if I just stop people lying, right?
It's very Japanese, isn't it?
And a lot of it has to do with like habits and forms and all this kind of thing. So maybe some right hand, left hand.
Oh shit.
Right eye down.
Yeah, right hand. Is this the science of art?
It's a bit of both. I would say that like all good art is taught from a foundation.
This guy's so fucking low power. Like, look, I'm full throttle.
Taught in a very structured manner. And then the way that you use the skills after
And then the turbo kicks in and it just goes insane.
So I always call espionage art. Spying is the art form for being able to hack human beings. But it's all based on a foundation of science. You still have to learn how to mix the color palette and use certain brushes.
Do you think of that as a kind of the study of human psychology? Is that what psychology does? Psychiatry? What from this process have you learned about human nature? I mean, I suppose the answer to that is you won't be able to do that. But is there things that surprise us? Surprises us civilization.
Yeah.
Watch this, Rabbi. I've got something to show you.
It's funny, but that's not the answer I'm going to say. The thing that's surprising about human nature
You can send your car in the air. Some people like glitch the watch. He's gonna do it. He's gonna.
Did it glitch?
No.
That was
No,
wild.
look, he's flying in the air.
independent, you all want to pretend
Watch him. Oh, look, fucking. Yeah.
I see.
Some people can go really, really far with it. The heavier your car, the more you fly.
My more practical answer about what I've learned to be the truth is that people, human nature is fickle, and that predictability is what gives people people. But that's not the surprising thing. Even when Sandy taught me that human nature is predictable, what I never, ever anticipated was no matter where I've been, where I'm talking about, socioeconomic bracket. Loneliness and togetherness feels bad. Even if you're together with someone who is
outside in from all walks of life, including people that others might identify or are. That's really whole part of research. It's the reason why World War One and World War Two, and combatants will share secrets.
Get the bottle, Michael. Get the bottle, Michael. Get the bottle or you're fired. You can't fire me. I don't work in this band. No. Give me the bottle. Give me the bottle. Give me the bottle. Stop. Give me the bottle. Stop raving. Give me the bottle.
People to teams that belong seek each other that basic bondage a lot of problems are solved. But of course it's different because it's a game of chicken. Because if you open yourself up to the zero that belongs to you, connection with others, people can hurt you. Well, I go so farther in conversation, taking penalizing people by refusing.
Oh, that was fucking sick. I think it was close.
And that's what we see. That's why we have people in jail. That's why we put evidence in things. That's why we ground our children. We are penalized, whether we know it or not, suspiciously using punitive damage by taking away that basic human connection. What was your recruitment process, training process, looking at this? As I was leaving, that's my joke. I don't know what you were like. I was total. I'm not much better now, 42. But I was like, I just wanted to be anything other than a military officer. So I was actually applying through this thing called the
Oh, I don't really be honest. The game.
I had a computer lab that we went to.
I don't even know what to do.
What is that? That circle thing? Is it a loading screen?
Yeah, it's when I quit the game.
I gotcha.
Oh, yeah. I don't really even want the game. I'm going to be honest with you.
Play Red Dead Redemption, dog.
I haven't got it installed.
Well, install it, dude.
No, I haven't got no room.
Okay, take one of your games. You don't have to do it right now, but I want to watch you play that game. That's a game I would really like to watch.
Fine. No, yeah, I'll do it.
You don't have to do it right now, but in the upcoming days, do it, and I will watch that. That's fascinating to me. I'll tell you to kill guys. I'll tell you to steal horses. Hey, are there Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption?
Wish. If there was, it'd be a little racist, wouldn't it?
Not at all. There were real Native Americans in the Old West. That's like half the people.
Yeah.
So there are not Native Americans in the game?
No, there is Native Americans in the game. Yeah.
Oh, there are?
No.
No, there aren't, or are there?
No.
There are no Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption 2.
I'll finish the game. I'll kill people for you. I'll show you the moonshine business.
I want all that. But wait. So you can't team up with Native Americans?
No.
There are none in the game?
Nope.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Are there any black people in the game?
Yeah.
So there are black people but no Native Americans?
Yeah.
Are there Asian people? Yes or no?
I haven't really paid attention.
Are there railroads?
Oh yeah, there's a train.
Okay.
Thinking of that, you just stepping on.
So they have
You can drive the train.
they have African American people, but no Native American people.
They hated the first few days.
Are you fucking with me? Are there Native American people in Red Dead Redemption?
No.
Wow, that's a big oversight.
What about the training process?
I gotta find out why.
For becoming court, say,
Yeah, so the interview process is
the interview process.
Sorry, I'm gonna watch that too, but yeah, sure, dude, I'll show you.
Please do.
everything up to the first.
I'm not as good on this kind of on my way to Xbox One account, but well, I'm only like level 50 on this one. I can still kick ass, so it's not as good.
But during the interview
I've
process,
got loads of money in there.
they do your psychological evaluation. They do personality assessment. They do skills assessment. They'll start sending you back to where you're living. With assignments, not intel assignments, but actual like homework assignments. Write an essay about 3 parts of the world that
There are Native Americans, but they're not very prominent.
5 years, or prioritize the top 3 strategic priorities for the United States. Put it into
There are some. There's a guy named
whatever else. Double space.
Rains Fall.
Oh no, in the campaign there is. Not online. In the campaign, you fight with someone. I can't remember if he started one of the first one. Putting it online, sorry.
And then you start meeting, say, and waiting there with other people, which were some of the coolest experiences that I remember still. One of my best friends today, who I don't get to talk to still, is a guy I say, Butter Desk, Butter Line, I say. So he was wearing this when I was wearing brown,
Really connected, like
clothes. More like we just we're all in train. So he looked at me and he was like, brown dude, crazy hair, and I was wearing Angela. I was dressed in like Oscar clubbing shirt. I don't know why, but we got an intro to CIA interview in a clubbing shirt with my buttons unbuttoned down here. And he was like, yeah, you're really, after we got in, you're always really cool talking about there's no way that is excuse me. And I remember looking at him and being like, you were just another white guy in a black suit. You're not looking at you. But here you are. So it was just those kinds of things. So he was totally wrong about what the CIA is. Until you're in, you have no idea what they're looking for. And you're just shooting the dark.
Did they have you do a live text test?
Yes. It's called a polygraph.
How effective, just interesting for our previous discussion, how effective is those?
Polygraphs are really interesting. So one of the things that people don't understand about polygraphs is that polygraphs aren't meant to detect a lie. Like they're called a lie detector, but they're not actually meant to detect a lie. They're built to detect variance from your physiological baseline. So they're essentially meant to identify sensitivity to certain types of questions. And then as they identify a sensitivity to a question, it gives the interviewer an additional piece of information to direct the next round of questions. Then from there, they can kind of see how sensitive you are to a certain level of question. And your sensitivity could be a sign of dishonesty, but it could also be a sign of vulnerability. So the interrogator themselves, the interviewer themselves, they're the one that has to make the judgment calls to which one it is, which is why you might see multiple interviewers over the course of multiple polygraphs. But that's really what they're all about. So, I mean, outside of, they're extremely uncomfortable. Like, they're mentally uncomfortable, but then there's also, you gotta sit on a pad, because the pad is supposed to be able to tell, like, your body movements, but also, like, your sphincter contractions or whatever. So you're sitting on this pad, you're plugged in, you're strapped in, you're tied up, and it takes so much time to get in there. And then they start asking you questions. Baseline questions at first, and then other questions from there. And you're just answering the best you can. And you never know what they're saying, and you don't know what they're doing. It's really hard not to get anxious about anyways. And
Are they the whole time monitoring the reading?
yeah, from like a big, they got multiple screens. They got, it's all information superiority.
Welcome
They
to the
have
Higher
information
History Podcast.
superiority. You're the idiot looking away from them or looking sideways from them and trying not to move because you're afraid that if you like have gas or if you move a little bit, it's going to scare you from your base. And the whole time you're worried, your heart's racing and your blood pressure's increasing, which is a very invasive. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting art for your business.
Yeah, maybe there's some people that are chilling. That's their business.
Right, right. But
That's what they're doing. They're establishing this. I mean, I guess that new holograph is a skill that you develop. Have to do it well.
so when people talk about eating a lie detector, it's not that they're telling an effective lie. It's not hard. It's not hard to tell a lie to interview. And the interview doesn't care if you're being honest or not honest about a topic. What they're looking for is sensitivity. If they see no sensitivity, that's a big sign for them. That's a big sign that you're probably a pathological liar. If you show sensitivity to many things, then that's a sign that you're probably an anxious person. And they can still reset their baseline because they can tell how your anxiety is increasing, in 15 minutes. It's a unique skill. It's a really good calligrapher. It's immensely valuable. But the misnomers and misconceptions about polygraphs.
You also mentioned personality tests. That's really interesting. So how effective is personality test? What's the hiring process for us when going into a meeting?
So personality is extremely important for understanding. I would say there's 1,000 different ways to look at personality. The only one that I count with any significance is the MBTI. And the MBTI is what all the leading societies around the world.
Well, that's kind of interesting to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So there's some criticism for that kind of stuff.
There have been criticisms for a long time.
Yeah, and you think there's value.
Absolutely. And there's a few reasons why, right? So first, MBTI makes the claim that your core personality doesn't change over time. And that's how calibrated. And one of the big arguments is that people say that your personality can change over time. Now, in my experience, the MBTI is exactly correct. Your core personality does not change because your core personality is defined as your personality when all resources are conserved. So essentially, your emergency mode, your dire condition, that is your core personality. We can all act a little more extroverted. You can all, be a little more empathetic when we have plenty of time and money and patience. When you strip away all that time, money, and patience, how empathetic are you? How much do you like being around other people? How much do you like being alone? Do you make judgments or do you analyze information? That's what's so powerful about MBTI is it's talking about what people like when you strip away resources. And then, because it's so consistent, it's also only 4 codes. It's super easy to be able to assess a human being through a dialogue, through a series of conversations, to be able to hone in with high accuracy what is their 4-letter code. There's only 16 options, and it becomes extremely valuable. Is it perfectly precise? Is everybody doing the same? Those things are the answers to those. No. But is it operationally useful in a short period of time? That is a resoundingly powerful thing.
Yeah, I only know, I think the first letter is introvert, extrovert, right? I've taken the test before, just like a crude version of the test, and that's the same problem you have with IQ tests. There's the right thorough way of doing it, and then there's a problem. And do you mind sharing what your personality?
My commitment.
Yes.
I'm an ENTP. That's an extrovert, intuitor, perceiver, thinker. ENT, thinker, P, perceiver. My wife is an ISFJ, which is the polar opposite of me. I'm extrovert, she's introverted. I'm an intuitor, she's a sensor. I'm a thinker, she's a feeler. I'm a perceiver, she's a judger.
Is there good science on long-term successful relationships in terms of the dynamics of that? The 16. I wonder if there's good data.
I don't think there's a lot of good data in personalities at large because there's not a lot of money to be made in personality testing. But I would say that with experience, with a good MBTI test, with understand your own code, and then you're taught how to accept the code of others. With those two things kind of combined, and then you have experience in learning it becomes very useful. You can have high topics about people's professions, about people's relationships with family, about people's professional, people's capabilities to deal with stress, how people will perform when pushed outside of their comfort zone. Really, really powerful stuff.
So in terms of compressed representation of another human being, you can't do much better than those 4 letters.
I don't believe it. In my experience, I have not.
Yeah, it is kind of, it's difficult to realize that there is a core personality where to the degree that's true, it seems to be true. It's even more difficult to realize that there is a stable, what is the science says so, a stable, consistent intelligence. Unfortunately, the G factor that they call that if you do a barrage by T-test, consistently represent that G factor problem that candidates never find so much as do that. It's sad.
I don't see it as that because for me, the faster you learn it, the faster you learn what your own sort of natural strengths and weaknesses are, the faster you get to stop wasting time on things that you're never going to be good at, and you get to double down on the things that you're already naturally skilled
I
at.
get 10 vacation days a year, and I try to hold on to them.
I know now that I will never be a ballerina.
Where I got to
I know that I'll never be an artist. I'll never be a musician. I'll never be anything. And when I was 18, that might have made me sad. But now at 42, I'm like, shit, awesome. Whoa, I can go be something else good instead of always being bad.
You've learned this for years. Well, I don't know if there's an MBTI equivalent of grace.
Oh, yeah, because a sensor is someone who's able to interact with your 5 senses very effectively. You talk to dancers can actually feel the great in all of them. They know what position their finger is in. And I don't know what position my feet is in. Actually, what is it?
Yeah, I definitely have. Oh, that's so I won't.
Tell me what it is.
But I do have that.
You're a musician.
But I don't think that's true. Yeah, that's true. That there is that. But I think there's a technical aspect to that. That's just like less about skill, but I do know jujitsu, grappling. I don't. There's some people that come in and drop stuff off and they run into stuff. I don't. First of all, I don't know how that happens. I just have an awareness of stuff. Like there's a little, yeah, like I know that there's a small object that's they have a good percent of that. So
My wife is brilliant. Still walking in doorways. She'll bang her knee on the same wall that's been there for the last 50 years.
it's for some reason really hilarious. You've been asked, I think, on Reddit, are there big secrets that you know that when you and our country terrible television came out in the public and you answered yes, I wish I could forget that. Let me ask you just about the secrets in general. Are these secrets or other secrets ones that the public will never know? Or will it come out in 10, 20, 50 years? I guess the deeper question is, what is the value of secrecy?
Yeah, so the standard classification for all human intelligence operations is something called 25x2, 25 by 2. So 50 here, 25 per times 2. So in essence, anything that I see has the first chance of becoming public domain declassified after 50 years, unless there's some congressional requirement that will take you. So by then, I'll be 80 something years old or potentially dead. Either way, that's when it can come out according to its typical classification. The value of secrets I have seen is Because your secrets are being kept on a large mass. They trust. Part of what all Americans need to trust in is that one of the trade-offs is like building a system of government that allows us to be first world and wealthy and very successful. And one of the trade-offs is that we have to give up a great deal of personal freedom. And one of the personal freedoms that we give up is the freedom of knowing what we want to know. You get to know what the government tells you. You get to know what you need to know and what you've done yourself. But you don't get to know people who do get to know secrets. Know them first. Like, it's surprising as technology. It's also surprising difficult as our culture becomes one where people want variety. People want to be the person who breaks the secret. 25 years ago, 40 years ago, that was the case. There was a time in the United States where if someone gave you a secret, it was a total personal, not a shared secret. Now we're in a place where someone tells you a secret, that could turn into a Twitter post that gets you a bunch of thumbs up, a bunch of likes, whatever. Right. So the value of secrets has changed, and now there's almost a greater value on exposure. That makes a difference, especially in technology.
Yeah, where is the line? By the way, I'm one of those people with secrets. I think it's a karma thing. Yes, actually, the trust. I think in the short term, it's benefit by sharing. But in the long term, people know that you're trusting. What you see as a secret, they can test it. If they know you can keep that secret, that means that you know you can trust it. You have to believe that not just effectiveness in this life, but happiness is important to certain people.
Right. We're taught that secrets and lies are similar in that they have a limited shelf life. If you treat them like food, secrets and lies have a very limited shelf life. So if you catch it on them while they're still fresh, you eat them before they spoil. You get to take advantage before they spoil. However, trust has no limit to its shelf life. So it's almost like you're trading a short-term victory and losing a long-term. It's always better to keep the secret. It's always better to let the lie live because it will eventually come to light from somebody else, not from you, because it already has a limited shelf life. But what you win in exchange for not being the one to cast into a secret is immense trust.
Let me ask you about lying. So I don't believe that's in the concept of lie compared to the CIA that was what I know about what your perspective,
You would know for sure you know. Absolutely, you got to file. You got to die.
why?
Because you're it's not necessarily that you are interested in someone asset, storing asset, or an intelligence collection source, but your network is extremely correct. If someone had access to, if someone was able to phone your phone, every time you cross the border, you go through some sort of security. If you've ever been told that everything is bad, that's exactly when how computers, phones, they make whatever photocopies of your old school planners, whatever it might be. But for sure, you are an intelligence target. It just may be that you're not suitable to be a person who reports foreign intelligence. You've got to understand that all people are protected sources of valuable information to the national security infrastructure of our host country and any country that we visit. Someone like you, with your public footprint, with your notoriety, with your educational background, with your national identification, becomes a viable, valuable target of information.
Yeah, to speak to that, I take security pretty seriously, but not to the degree that it runs my life. I'm very careful about it.
Good. I'm glad.
So, the you start to think about your, right? Like you start to freak out and you become so paralyzed by the stress of it. You have to balance those two things. If you think about all the things that can hurt you in this world and all the risks that you take, it can overwhelm your life. But that said, the cyber world is a weird world because it doesn't have the same. I know not to cross the street without looking each way. There's a physical intuition about it. I'm not sure. Besides that, I have so many things. The cyber world is really hard to put the physical intuition. I've seen a lot of people, just logging out of your device. Just like that physical access. That's just a lot of people that take. It's just like walking into the offices of a lot of CEOs. It's like wide open, everything's wide open for this whole physical access to the system. And it's very important. Some of the, that sounds really shady, but it's not. Written keyboard, like things that recorded type the mouse. And like, I did that for doing my PhD. I was recording everything on your device and everything on the computer. And people sign up for this study and I'm willing to do this and understand behavior. I was trying to use machine learning to identify why they sent different biometric and behavioral difference, which allows me to study human behavior and to see which is uniquely identifiable. And the goal there was to put passwords. But how easy it is to write things that logs everything you type, I was like, wait a minute. Like, I can probably get a lot of people in the world to run this. I can then get all of their passwords. You can do so much. Like, I can run the entirety of the day. Just myself, I imagine there's a lot of people out there. What the So I try to prevent myself from being all the different low-hanging fruits that you know what, guys? It's difficult to do that. But then I'm also aware that there's probably people that are five steps ahead.
You're doing the right thing. What I always advocate is the low-hanging fruit is what keeps people being a target of opportunity. Because you're half-assed hackers, lazy hackers, your unskilled hackers, they're looking for low-hanging fruit. They're looking for the person who gets the Nigeria email about how you could be getting $5 million if you just give me your bank account. That's what they're looking for. The thing that's scary is that if you're not the target of opportunity, if you become a intentional target, then there's almost nothing worse. Because once you become an intentional target, then your security apparatus they will create a dedicated way better of attacking your security. And because security is always after, there's always there's a leading advantage and a trailing advantage. When it comes to attacks, they always have to because they have to create the attack before anybody else can create the attack against you are always just leaning on this is the best security that I know of. Meanwhile, there's always somebody who can create a way of attacking the best security out there. And once they win, they have a monopoly. They have all that time until a new defensive countermeasure.
Yeah, I tend to think exactly as you said, that the low-hanging fruit protects against crap. And then I assume that people can just hack in if they really want.
Think about how much anxiety you would be able to solve except for that.
Well, there's several things. First of all, to be honest, it keeps me out of it. Not to be a douchebag, or like, not, to assume everything to be public. And so don't bring information that can hurt people in public. But I try to do that. And the thing I try to ensure is like Home Alone style, I really would like to know if I was hacked, right? So I try to assume that I will be hacked. And have a trip line. Yeah, trip line.
industry cutting edge standard for corporations in the entire West, and even intelligence is that we have to survive. It's better if you can't prevent from being hacked. The next step thing is to know as soon as you get hacked, because then you can essentially terminate all the hacking families. Right? If you know it fast enough, you can destroy the information. So what they have multiple phones. So as soon as one phone gets hacked, it requires it off the operating system code that gets lost on that phone, and the second phone is turned on. So it's a whole new separate set of metadata. And now for them, there's no great concern. It's just, this phone went black, it's got a warning on it that says it's hacked. So trash it, they don't care about the price of the phone, pick up the next phone, or move on. That's the best thing that you can do, essentially, outside of trying to out-hack the hacker. And then even in your intelligence or military world, with cyber warfare is happening, the people who are aggressing are not trying to create aggression that beats security. They're trying to find aggressive techniques, offensive techniques that have no security built in. Because it's too cost and time intensive to protect against what you know is coming. It's so much more efficient and cost effective to go out and do that. So it just becomes like it becomes almost a silly game of your neighbor gets a guard dog, so you get a big guard dog, and then your neighbor gets a fence. You just constantly outdoing each other. It's called security. People they just one up each other because it's never worked at the same level.
Yeah, and then maybe banks have to fight that fight, but yeah, no. So you're saying I operated state of the art with Surefire? No, absolutely. And also just not using anybody else's service, doing everything yourself. So that's harder to figure out. If I'm using somebody else's service, I did. It's QNAP. I have now they used to post going to unemployed things in the large videos. I don't know if you know the QNAP is a company that does storage. And they got hacked. And everybody that didn't update as of a week ago, according to what they had, everybody got hacked. Several thousand machines. You can get your data back if you pay. I forget what it was, but it was about $2,000. And to do that, you have to call the data back to their customers. But that came from me relying on systems of other security. I assumed this company would have their security handled, and those are very valuable. I now have layers of security and also an understanding which data is really important, which is somewhat important, which is not that important. Layering that all together.
But just so you know, the U.S. government and military will come to that exact same thing. It's still very good. They were sourcing, take night vision goggles, for instance. They were sourcing components and engineering and blueprints for night vision goggles from 3, 4, 5 different subcontractors all over the country. But they never asked themselves what the security status was of themselves with those subcontractors. So, fast forward a few years, and all of a sudden they start getting faulty components. They start having night vision goggles that don't work. They start having supply chain issues where they have to change their provider, and the Army doesn't know that the provider is changing. This is a strategy. The idea of going through third-party systems is identifying the vulnerability in the supply chain. That's a savvy offensive practice for more than just cyber hackers.
Let me ask you about physical hacking. So I'm now interested about all social interactions, but how much truth is there? Kind of a funny question. How suspicious should I be when I'm traveling to Ukraine with a partner? So when I practice email walks up to me and shows any kind of attention. Is that like this kind of James Bond spy movie stuff, or is that kind of stuff used by intelligence agencies?
I don't think it's absolutely. It's called sexting. That's the term that we jokingly call sexting. But yeah, the art of attraction, appeal, Chinese use it extremely well. The Russians use it extremely well. In the United States, we actively train our officers not to use it because in the end it leads to complications in how you professionally run a case. So we train our officers not to use it. However, you can't control what other people think. So if you're an attractive male or an attractive female officer, you're trying to talk to an older general who just happens to be gay or happens to be straight and is attracted to you, of course they're going to be that much more willing to talk to an American who is also attractive. So it's totally attract that back.
In all definitions, so it could be all elements of charisma. That's so, attractiveness in a dynamic sense of course. Visual attractiveness, the smile, the humor, the wit, the flirting, all that stuff that you to the art of conversation.
There's also elements of sexuality that people underestimate. So physical sexuality, physical attraction. One that everybody talks about. But then there's also thinking sexuality, which is being sexually attracted to thoughts, intelligence. And then you have all the various varieties of personal preference. Some people like people with a certain color skin, or they like big noses, they like small noses, they like big butts, they like small butts, they like tall guys, they like bald guys, whatever it may be. You can't ever predict what someone's preference for sexual arousal temperature is going to be. So then you end up walking into a situation where then you discover, imagine being unattractive, overweight, married guy, and you're walking into an asset target meeting with like a middle-aged female who is also not very attractive and also married. Then it turns out that person is basically sexual and you're extremely turned on by that kind of thing. That's exactly what you're here to do. Your mission is to have an intelligent conversation with this person to find out if they have access to secrets. And by virtue of you carrying out the mission, you can extremely aroused and attractive. That is very complicated.
Hard to know with trust. Like, how do you know your wife? How does your wife know that you're not looking at her?
There's a large element of experience, time that goes into that. She's also trained. I think my wife and I also have the benefit of being recruited young together, where when we're talking to figure out things together.
On baseline,
The most difficult thing in the world is discipline. It's the most difficult thing. Some people say it's discipline or self-discipline. What they're really talking about is terrible. When you have someone who performs consistently over long periods of time under various levels of stress, you have high loss, but that is the person you can trust. You can trust, again, you can trust them to behave within a certain pattern. You can trust an asshole to be an asshole without trusting the asshole to take care of the kid, right? So I don't ever want to mix up the idea of personal trust versus trusting the outcome. You can always trust a person to operate within their pattern. It takes time to get it. Right, and it's fascinating. The challenge is building that model quickly. So technology is one of those tools that will be able in the future very quickly create a model of behavior where technology can form in a very short period of time that the human brain is just pencil in.
that's actually what I did. The idea of what I did a visual representation across the entire world based on the behavior of the person. The specific task there is so that you don't have to type in the password. The idea is to use the password. But it also allows you to study human behavior. Think, all right, what is the unique representation of the person? How, because we have very specific patterns. A lot of humans are very similar in these patterns. Where is the unique identifier for the pattern? I think that's psychology perspective is super valuable question. And from a machine learning perspective, that's the system get better and better and better. And as you get more and more visual data about visuals, you start to be able to do that kind of thing.
And it's, when I think of the fact that you can create a dossier on fire them 2 days later. Right? Internet is being stopped through the dark world. How heavy are they walking? How much time do they sleep? How many times do they use the refrigerator? When they log into the computer, how do they do it? Which hand do they use when they log in? What's the most common swipe with the website? You could collect an enormous amount of data.
One of our warehouse
Otherwise, our stuff, the way that we do it now, once or twice a week, we go out for a coffee. 2 hours at a time, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. Coming up with a 50% assessment on how you work. What's that time frame?
Something you've also spoken about is private intelligence. The reach, scale, what private intelligence companies. We collaborate on the role of what is private intelligence and what's the role of private intelligence in the scope of all the intelligence that is gathered and used in the
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that so few people know of. And it became a more mainstream topic because Trump made it no secret that he was going to hire private intelligence for his dad to run it. And well, that really brought it home. But going all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to 2001, when the 9/11 attack happened, there was a commission that was formed to determine the reason that 9/11 happened. And among the lists that they determined, of course, they found out that the community wasn't coordinating well with each other. There were fights done, there was infighting, there wasn't good infrastructure. But more than that, they identified that we were operating at Cold War, even though we were living in a time when terrorism was the new biggest threat to national security. So the big recommendation coming out of the 9/11 commission was that the intelligence organization, the intelligence community, significantly increased the presence of intelligence officers overseas and in terms of analytical capacity here in the United States. When they made that decision, it completely destroyed, totally was incongruent with the existing hiring process. Because the existing hiring process with CIA and NSA was 6 to 9 month process. The only way they could plus up their sizes fast enough was to bypass their career hiring and instead go directly to private organizations. So naturally, the government contracted with the companies that they already had secure contracts with: Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Khaki, you name it. And then over time, from 2001 now, or I guess that started really in 2004 when it was significantly increased private, president of private intelligence. From then until now, it's become a budgetary thing, it's become a continuity of operation thing, and now the reason Northern Virginia has become one of the wealthiest zip codes in intelligence, incredible concentration of private intelligence that is supporting CIA, NSA, DIA, FBI.
By the way, the Palantir
Palantir is one of those organizations that was trying to pitch their product to the intelligence community because they have a fantastic product on paper. But the challenge was the proprietary services, proprietary systems currently we use in CIA prior to Palantir continue to outperform Palantir. So just like any other business decision, you've got homegrown systems that outperform external systems that's not working for the internal.
Michael wants us to go many topics of conversation.
People connection between Jill and Trump. That will play in
Hey, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Donald Trump.
I think that they're related, but only the last thing that they do.
What else are they gonna clean it up?
This network watching.
Yeah, listening.
think about their role, power, without public accountability.
Yeah.
So you would think directly the CIA perhaps has.
So this is where private intelligence has both its strengths and the ultimate law overriding overseeing private intelligence is not government. It's the law that Congress. If they produce a superior product, then they will have a bias. If they do not produce a superior product, they will not have a bias. And that's a very simple business. Whereas in the current national security infrastructure, you can create a crap product, but the taxpayer dollars are always going to spend. So it's putting certain things especially during the administration. And this is one of the things that I was always on the say I like this administration. It's shown, it's put a big blazing stripe through all the flaws in the system. One of those laws being this executive power over the intelligence organization and the lack of accountability for intelligence organizations. When that light got shown down, that's when you also saw Trump start to go after. If you remember, there was a period where he was taking security clearances away from retiring officers. That became a big hot issue. That became something that people were very opposed to when they didn't realize that process of taking security clearances away, that incentivized these senior officers to say so. Because with private intelligence paying a premium during the Trump administration, because Trump was paying a premium to private intelligence. When senior officers found it more profitable to hire early, keep their clearance, go work for radio, Trump saw that as bypassing he's made a career in CIA, he's made a career in CIA, you should stay with it. If you leave, you lose your clearance. No longer have anything. Yeah, and then they make you drive to church and negative narrative against Trump when in fact, yeah, I'm sorry. What do they expect? Take us out every weekend? You know what I mean? I'm a millionaire. Take away the intelligence of senior officials leading their service. Safe to say, you're compensated very
So
good.
that way you're
The same hours you just say we work a lot off.
CIA,
So we get paid a lot less.
making sure they're competent people.
No benefits. I know.
Experience.
What is that? Exactly. I think that there was definitely he understood. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been saying. So he was trying to incentivize them. You know what? It's not necessary because you already playing a safety want it's more than necessary tonight. We will not destroy it. You see that car, private authority, higher, only for them to have that underlying.
The dynamics and incentives of economics the private intelligence operates under. Is that more or less ethical than the foresight that government agencies operate under? What's your intuition? Capitalism, you mentioned if we see the optimization, the efficiency, the performance, is that correlated with ethical behavior? When we're talking about the hairy activities like collection.
The question of ethics is a great question. So let me explain both CIA hires people on a spectrum of our ability to be moral and all people at their heart are ethics. I would never punch somebody in the face. Right? Some people out there say, I would never hurt another human being. But as soon as a human being poses a direct threat to their daughter, son, mother, now we take their it's self-defense. Right? But at the end of the day, it's still hurting another hurting. So what CIA looks for is people who are able to swing across that spectrum for lesser offenses, right? More flexibility. I do not believe that private intelligence laws of economics lend themselves to increase ethical laws, to increase ethical behavior in the short term. But what I'm happening is that in the long run, in order to scale economic benefits, company tries to ostracize LGBTQ, or if they try to ostracize men or ostracize women, they're limiting their ability to grow economically. They have to adapt to whatever the prevailing ethical requirement of the business.
That's an interesting question because you look at big pharma and pharmaceutical companies, and they have a quick for reputation from the back, and some of it's really controversial. So you start to wonder, well, the intelligence agencies use some of the same techniques to manipulate the public, like what they believe about those agencies in order to maximize profit as well. They're finding shortcuts and unethical paths that allow you to not be responsible.
And I would go a step further to say that the over nature of intelligence operations is really trash when it comes to the private sector. Because now they have all the same money with none of the oversight. And all they have to do is listen. So without the oversight, what's holding back? And a lot of, for anybody who's ever run a business, anybody who's ever started a startup or tried to make something succeed, we all know that there come those times where you have to hurt the boundaries of propriety or morality or commitment to promises to other people, because at the end of the day, if your business fails, it's on you. So if you promise to deliver something to the client, you got to deliver it. Even if that means you stay up late or if you lie on your taxes, whatever it might be.
Yeah, I personally have much of an optimistic view that ultimately the best way is to be a company that's successful is win with confidence, not with cheating, because cheating won't, I believe, win in the long term. But in terms of being publicly responsible for the decisions being or even supposed to talk to PhD or twice, yes, it's complicated. If I were to put myself in their shoes, why do podcasts? The risks too high to be a public person at all. So I totally understand that. At the same time, I think you're doing good things and you're the best in the world at your job. You have nothing to worry about. And you can advertise that and you help recruit the message. That's the work of capitalism. You want to advertise that this is the place, the best people in the world.
I think that your point of view is right. I would also say that the complexities of what makes somebody successful can only really be properly calculated with a baseline. So because there isn't a baseline that you or I have on the field, it's difficult to really ascertain why he does or doesn't accept advice and why he doesn't accept it.
Well, let me ask you your opinion. The NSA, and then maybe you can mention about ball collection in general in the say, but let's look at what's your opinion? We're gonna do a mass
it means that there's a likelihood that my family will be safer from the area that is intent on hurting us. NSA doesn't care about your affair. NSA doesn't care if you're cheating on your taxes. NSA doesn't care if you talk shit about your boss or if you hate the U.S. president. Nobody cares about that. Your intelligence community is there to find threats and national security. That's what they're there to do. What Snowden did when he outed that whole program, the fact that the courts, the justice system, the civilian justice system, went back and essentially overruled the ruling of the intelligence courts before that, just goes to show how the general mass community really shouldn't have a say in what happens in the intelligence community. They really shouldn't. You have politicians and you have the opportunity to elect people to a position, and then you trust them. That's what a representative of the public is. You vote for people in, you trust them to work on your behalf. They make decisions without running them by you. They make decisions that they believe are in the best interest of their constituents. And that's how our form of democracy works. It works. We were safer. Now that we don't have that information, and now that there's a giant looming question whether or not NSA or other service people are electing mass surveillance against all Americans, that's not really a true accurate representation of what they were ever doing. They were looking for the needle in the haystack of a series of transactions in metadata that was going to lead to American death. We are now less secure because they can't secure it. That's how that is.
So you said a few really interesting things there. So because you are having an insight in work or having an insight meaning you have an equivalent intuition about the good, the bad, and the ugly of these institutions.
This is a business that
Specifically the good, but the good, and the bad, and the ugly, and further bad, and the ugly. You mentioned that there's one little thing there at the end saying the NSA doesn't care about whether you hate the president. Now that's what people really worry about is they're not sure that they trust the government to not go for dictatorial mode. Basically political preference or position. Basically one of the central powers the freedom of speech in the United States is really to criticize the government. And that is worried, well, can the government get a hold of the NSA because it has to display funds? These people that criticize the government.
Think about let's just walk through those exercises, right? It's a preponderance. It's a preponderance. It's ridiculous. Because you would have to tap on multiple elements of government.
There we go. On our way to New York.
Let's just say, somebody does say, can you give us an idea of all the people who are tweeting terrible stuff? Okay, cool. Here's your million views, whatever.
This year, I don't have to worry
Here's
about
all people saying negative stuff.
what we did.
Now they have it. What do they do next? Let's just make it simple. They stay with NSA. Surveil them even though they tap their phones, tap their computers. I want to know. So then they get to the preponderance of evidence. What do you do with evidence? You take it to a court. Well, guess what? No court is going to support anything that goes against the freedom of speech. So the court is not going to support what the executive is actually do. Even before you take somebody to court, you have to involve law enforcement. Essentially, you have to send some sort of police force to go apprehend the individual who's in question. Well, guess what doesn't meet criteria for any police force anywhere in the United States? Arresting people who say negative things about the president. Now, if somebody poses a threat to the life of a public figure, that's a life of a politician, that's a completely different case, which means the standards of evidence are much higher.
Right here.
So unless you create a secret police force, then your actual police force is never going to take action. So all these people who are afraid of this exact situation that you're outlining, they need the creation of a secret police force, the creation of a secret force that operates outside of the district, the creation of a secret intelligence service that operates outside of foreign intelligence collection, all so that handful of people who don't like the president get what? This way assassinated, put in prison? Who knows? Think about the sources that would be for selling. How hard would it be to keep that secret? Have all of those things in motion. The reason it worked in Russia over Germany, Russia and Germany, was because everybody knew there was a secret police. Everybody knew that there was a threat. I think that they're how to get that it's completely different.
Well, so there's a lot to say. So one,
There it is. Part of New York City, Times Square.
I wanted
Name
to
for the good time to have when you're in it. One picture when they come to New York.
one of the
They're
more
at the Empire State Building. Personally, I come here.
pick out a random
Great
person.
places to eat. You have bubblegum shrimp, red lobster down there. You know, this is the heart of civilization right here.
Opposing government, they vote or not. And fear, that sends a message from life.
That's exactly what you see happening in China. That makes the you just light out. And that is the
We don't need to sign it. But that said, they did use the
Everybody takes the subway in New York. It's fast.
the incentives on the line.
Get to there on
There's a lot of
time.
work to do for
You wait. Okay. Yeah, cardboard box.
you know, yes,
This is the world famous Rockefeller Center. That was for Theodore Rockefeller. This is the
taking
stadium.
that part could be
And I think the Rangers got practice there that time. And it's
just like you
that's
said.
beautiful. That's beautiful. Saturday Night Live.
With that, you can start to push a
Hello?
lot of data.
Hello?
Find ways to
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were okay.
not because of government, but because of
She looked a lot like you.
indicate
Hello,
tax.
hello. I thought that was you back.
Something about tax.
Are you
I
serious?
just haven't known. But
He was here? What? No talking to the fake Tina Bay? Come on. No,
knowing how the citizens do everything else, because especially in those countries, everybody is very secure. Because in a corrupt nation, you have to have the laws to operate. The number of people that pay taxes fully in those nations is just very low. Not very low. So they then use that regulatory law to come up with an excuse to actually put you in jail based on that. You know, so it's possible to imagine. But yeah, I think
I would love to live.
I think that's the ugly part. But I do think because
The Broadway shows, the hot dogs.
you really
Granted, great, but
don't need to get all
New York is like
all these kinds of organizations working.
no,
You have a charismatic, powerful leader that builds up a network of
okay.
control a lot of organizations with their level of
That's
authoritarian.
either the Hudson or the East, so we're back.
They're just doing that to do the usual thing. One, have propaganda machines to tell narratives.
There is a lot of pressure out there.
People that they can put in jail for coding mistakes.
Like standing war with
Loud,
this presentation.
it's like a playful. The surveillance, you know what is useful for the surveillance is to make a China, which is encourage everybody, citizens, to watch each other and say there's enemies of the state. And then you start having children reporting on their parents and that kind of stuff. Again, you don't need a surveillance system. Now the good of the surveillance system, if it's you're saying like the good,
They are.
given us your understanding, the good outweighs the bad.
absolutely. Let me give you an angle. So
Yeah.
people don't realize there's multiple
Writers.
One of those surveillance techniques so I lived in UAE from 2019.
Good.
Came back on a repatriation flight. But we were there for a full year. We were residents. We had IDs. We had everything. Now, when you get your national ID in the airport, you get a chip, and that chip connects you to everything. It connects you to cameras. It connects you to your license plate, your card, your passport, your credit card. Everything. Everything is intertwined. Everything is intertwined. When you drive, there are no police. There are no police on the road. Every 50 to 100 meters, you cross a camera that reads your license plate, measures your speed, and if you're breaking the speed limit, it just immediately charges your credit card. It's all tied together. Totally surveillance. senior ranking official of one of the it was caught on camera. And his idea was very clear, and my idea was very clear. Everything was tied back to our news. The proof and the evidence was crystal clear. Even still, I was not. When I went to the police station, I was like, yeah, it was something that nobody was comfortable with because generally speaking, Emiratis don't expect people to think against their own porn. The difference was that I was American and I was there on a contract supporting the Emirati government. So I had these different variants, right? Long story short, in the end, the surveillance state is what made sure that justice was played because it was incontrovertible. There was so much evidence collected because of the surveillance nature of the state. Now, why they have a surveillance state is not that people see it. It's because they're constantly afraid of extreme terrorist activity happening inside Abu Dhabi or inside the UAE because they're under constant threat from Islam or from extremists, and they're under constant threat from Iran. So that's what drives the people who want that in these states, who want the surveillance state. For them, their survival is paramount, and they need the surveillance to have that survival. For us, we haven't seen that level of desperation and fear yet, but that's what makes us feel like there's something wrong with surveillance. Surveillance is all about the purpose, it's all about the intent.
Well, and like you said, companies do surveillance to provide us with service. And we take for granted. For example, just one of the things, give props to the digital efforts of the Zelensky administration in Ukraine, if you're aware, that they have this digital transformation efforts where it's laughable to say in the United States. They actually do a good job at having documents to pass. It has the passport on it, all the digital information, the doctor, everything that you think of American you could do it. Like license and all that kind of stuff. You can have. You pay something for anything. And that's all public contracting, that's like under the flag of government. So that's an incredible technology. I didn't hear anything talk about surveillance and that content. It's just about they all love it. It's super easy. Frankly, already it's so easy and convenient that we're already taking it for granted that of course your passport is that installed.
Not everybody's a house. How's the server to do it the right way? They be hacked at any time by a third party.
They don't ask these kinds of questions. As we do for Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Microsoft, privacy.
Security and convenience are two opposite sides of the spectrum. The more convenient something is, the less secure. And the more secure something is, the less convenient. That's the battle that we're always working at individually, and then we're trying to outsource that battle to our politicians.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, people are really worried about giving anyone institution a large amount of power, especially when it's federal government institution, given some history, first of all, history of corruption, how corrupting institutions, and second of all, myth or reality of certain institutions like the CIA. Let me ask you about the Edward Snowden. So you, outside of the utility for NSA surveillance, do you think Edward Snowden
In terms of the eyes of the law, he's all the criminal. I hope that he broke the law, he broke the contract, he made a big security obligation, and then when he ran away to all of the worst government in the world from the U.S. basically a simple stop on by. You're accompanied by a big smile, and that's how you act in the face of accusations is in essence part of the case of guilty. So running away to China, Russia, Cuba, there's a lack. That's where the word is. That just paints a very negative picture. It does not suggest to me that anything that is going up right in favor of the American people. So comprised of a group of people who are largely ignorant to what they've lost. To them, he's a hero. To me, he's just kind of a sad case. I personally look at Snowden as a sad, unfortunate case. His life is ruined. His family name is tarnished. He's forever going to be a desperate monk. And that's all because of the decisions that he made and the order that he made.
I'm not sure his name is on it. I think the case you're making is difficult to make. And so I think his name represents fighting one man the Tiananmen Square thing with tanks. It's like one man fighting the government. And I think that there is some aspect which, taking that side of the case aside, that is the American spirit, which is hold so powerful accountable. Because whenever there's somebody in power, one individual can change, can
One thing can make a difference.
make a difference. Yeah.
Very nice, right?
Well, I mean, that's the American individual. So he represents that, and I think there's a huge skepticism against large federal institutions. And I think if you look at the long arc of history, that actually is a forcing function for institutions to behave their best. So basically hold them accountable.
So if what's nice about this is that we can agree to disagree, and history will be the one that decides. But once, like, there's a reason that Jared Snowden needs to do something. To remain relevant, right? Because if he didn't, he would just be a guy. Because he was not a maverick who changed history for the better. He was a man who broke the law, and now he's on the right. And to some people, he is a hero. To other people, he is a criminal. But to the vast majority, he's just lives on a radar of their everyday life and really makes no difference at all.
So actually, look at the window. So to clarify, you make an implicit case that the NSA master surveillance program was one ethical, two manufacturing.
I am making the case that at the time it was exactly what we needed to feel safe in our own home.
What about the be safe? Actually,
This is it. So this is what's difficult because any proof that they collected that actually prevented an attack from happening is proof we'll never know. This is the really unfortunate side of intelligence operations. And I've been at the front end of this. You work your ass off. You take personal risks. You make personal sacrifices to make sure that something terrible doesn't happen. Nobody knows that.
does that have to be that way? It has to remain secret every time the NSA or the CIA love a way it handles it, maybe a lot.
It does for two reasons. First, the same thing we were talking about with you can't brag about your victory if you want to let the myth shape itself. You can't do that. The second thing is, it's once a victory is claimed, the danger comes from letting your enemies know that you claimed victory. Because they can reverse engineer, they can start to change how they do things. If a terrorist attacks, if terrorists themselves tries to execute an operation, the operation fails. From their point of view, they don't know why it failed. But then if the U.S. the American government comes in and says, we took apart this amazing attack, now they have more information. Right? The whole power secret that we talked about, the whole power secret is in knowing that there's only a shelf life. To take advantage of stuff, there's a shelf life. You can't take, right? You got to keep it on. There's no tactical advantage from sharing a secret unless you are specifically trying to achieve a certain tactical advantage from sharing that secret, which is what we've seen so much of with U.S. and Russia sharing secrets. There's a tactical advantage from sharing a secret about Russian military movements or piece precision tanks or supply chain challenges, whatever.
Well, let me argue that there might be an advantage to share information from the American public. A terrorist attack
Absolutely. If the Austin PD started telling you every day about the crazy crimes that they committed, would that make you feel more safe? It would make you feel like they're doing their job.
That obviously would make us feel less safe because if we see confidence, that there is extremely confident defenders of this territory and these people. Would that
Human nature is not inside. So, empirically, humans overvalue losses and undervalue gains. That's something that we've seen from finance to betting and beyond. If the Austin Police Department starts telling you about all these heinous crimes that were avoided because of their hard work, the way that your brain is actually going to process it is you are going to say, if this is all the stuff that they stopped, how bad must this place be? How much more haven't they stopped?
I take your point, it's a powerful psychological point, but looking at the other picture of it, looking at the police force, looking at the CIA, the NSA, those people now with the police, they're seeing there's such a negative feeling amongst American soldiers. Who the hell wants to work for the CIA now and the police force? Like you're gonna be criticized, and that's really bad for the CIA. It's terrible. Like as opposed to being seen as a hero. Like for example, currently, soldiers are for the most part seen as heroes that are protecting this nation. Uh, that's not the case for the CIA.
Soldiers weren't seen as heroes, right? You've got to remember that so first of all, public service is a sacrifice. We oftentimes forget that. We start to think, oh, government jobs are cushy and they're easy, and it must be so easy to be a president because then you're basically a celebrity overnight. Public service is a sacrifice. It's a grind. For all the soldiers, the submariners, the missileers, the police officers, intelligence specialists, they don't know what it's like to get things done. To serve a public that can turn its opinion at any given time. And history is what defines it. The more important thing is to understand that if you want a true, open, and fair democracy, you cannot control narrative. And starting to share all of your victories, or starting to share your biggest victories, with the intent of shaping public opinion to be supportive of the police force, or supportive of CIA, or supportive of you name it, is shaping a narrative. That is intentional operational use of influence to drive public opinion. That is something nobody wants to get into. It is much more professional to be a silent servant, humbly carrying the burden of public service in the United States, where we are a fair and open democracy.
Why not celebrate the killing of Bin Laden?
We did.
The search, discovery, and the capture, and the killing of Bin Laden. Wasn't that actually the details of that? How much of the details of that? How he was discovered were made public. I think some of it was made public. Why not do that? Doesn't that make heroes out of the people that are servants? Do people who do service for this nation, do they always have to operate in the thankless manner in the shadows? I think that's a very good question.
The folks who I left behind, when I left CIA, who continue to serve as faceless, nameless heroes every day, I am grateful for them. The truth is that if they were motivated by something else, they wouldn't be as good as they are doing what they do. And I see your point about shouldn't we be celebrating our victories. But when celebrating our victories runs the risk of informing our enemies how we operate, giving away our informational advantage, giving away our tactical battlefield things, and running the risk of shaping a narrative intentionally among our own American people, now all of a sudden we're turning into exactly the thing that the American people trust us not to become.
Yeah, but then you're operating in secrecy, and then there's then it breeds conspiracy theories.
And sometimes those conspiracy theories turn out to be true, but most times they don't. That's just part of the risk of being him.
Can you speak to some of the myths? So MK Ultra. So not a myth. So this is a fascinating human experimentation program undertaken by the CIA to develop procedures for using drugs like LSD to interrogate people through, let's say, psychological manipulation and maybe even torture. The scale of the program is perhaps not known. How do you make sense that this program existed?
Again, you got to look through the lens of time. You got to look at where we were historically at that time. There was the peak of the Cold War. Our enemies were doing the same kind of experimentation. It was essentially another space race. What if they broke through a new weapon technology faster than we did? What would that mean for the safety and security of the American people? So, right decision or wrong decision, it was guided by, informed by a national security priority. So from this program that was designed to use drugs to drive interrogation and torture people, was born something very productive, Operation Stargate, which was a chance to use remote viewing and metaphysics to try to collect intelligence. Now, even though in the end, the outcome of MK Ultra and the outcome of Stargate were mixed, nobody really knows if they didn't do what they were supposed to do, we still know that to this day, there's still a demand in the U.S. government and in CIA for people who have sensitivities to ethereal energy.
By the way, is there any proof that that kind of stuff works, or it just shows that there's interest, it shows that there's openness to consider those type of things. But is there any evidence that that kind of stuff works?
If there's evidence, I haven't seen it. Speaking from a science-based point of view only, if energy and matter can always be exchanged, then a person who can understand and become sensitive to energy is a person who could become sensitive to what doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of the physics might be there, but a lot of people probably are skeptical.
I'm skeptical too,
But you should be open-minded. That's actually that's what science is about. Is being open-minded, even for the opinion a long shot, because those are the things that actually define scientific recognition. What about Operation Northfield? It was a proposed 1962 false flag operation by the DoD and the CIA to be carried out by the CIA to commit acts of terrorism on Americans and blame them on Cuba. So JFK, the president, rejected the proposal. What do you make that this was on the table, Operation Northfield?
So it's interesting. First, I'm glad I did hear skeptical. That's a good sign. So we have to understand that good ideas are oftentimes born from bad ideas. I had a really good friend of mine who actually went on to become a pastor. And he used to say all the time that he wanted all the bad ideas on table. Give me all your bad ideas every time we had any kind of conversation. And I was always one of those people that give us bad ideas just to wait for them. And he was like, no, the best ideas often come from bad ideas. So again, through the missile crisis, mass hysteria in the United States about nuclear war, through the missiles blowing up American cities faster than we could even see. It makes sense to me that a president would go to, especially the part of CIA, which is the Special Activities Division. It makes perfect sense to me that a president would go to a division called Special Activities, whose job it is to create crazy ideas that have presidential approval, but nobody knows they exist. So it makes sense that he would challenge a group like that to come up with any wacky idea, right? Come up with anything. Just, let's start with something. We can't bring nothing to the table. We have to do something about this Cuban issue. And then that's how an operation like that could reasonably be born. Not because anybody wants to do it, but because they were tasked by the president to come up with 5 ideas. And it was one of the ideas. That still happens to this day. The president will still come in, but he'll basically send out a notice to his covert action arm. And he will say, I need this. And I need it on Wednesday. And people have to come back with options to the thing he asked for. A finding. He will issue a presidential finding. And then his covert action arms have to come back and say, here's how we would do this.
gangsters that have JFK to reject it though. We follow it, right?
That's like that is my job. Nope, not doing that.
So
Yep, doing that.
you know, a thing that crosses an ethical line, even in a time where the entire human civilization hangs in balance, still forfeit that power. That's a beautiful thing about the American experience. A few times throughout its history that's happened, including with our first president. Was when we asked about JFK.
25 times 2, and they still keep that stuff.
So, do you think the CIA had a hand in the assassination of JFK?
I cannot imagine, in any reasonable point of view, that the organization of CIA had anything to do with that.
It was not a possibility to infiltrate CIA, a small part of the CIA, in order to attain political or criminal gains.
I think, yeah, absolutely it's possible to infiltrate CIA. There's a long history of foreign intelligence services infiltrating CIA, from Walter Gaines to Jerry Lee. So we know CIA can be, even if they are infiltrated, even if that interlocutor executes on their own agenda or the agenda as directed by their foreign adversary, their foreign handlers, that's different than organization support. So I do think it's possible they could have been infiltrated at the time, especially. It was a massive, major priority for the Cubans and the Russians. Infiltrate some aspect. Multiple moles or tribes that have been really solid. And it is not surprising. It's not really that they would be a priority. Like, let's just say that the organization of CIA has somehow recruited into anywhere that independently has its own possessions. That's a significant stretch. I've seen no evidence to support that, and it goes contrary to everything I know.
Well, let me ask you, do you think CIA played a part in England drug cartel, drug trafficking, which is another big kind of shadow that hangs over the CIA?
Beginning of the drug war, I would imagine that's bad. A division that's dedicated to fighting and preventing narcotics from coming in. So when you paint the picture for me, like you think the CIA when I say yes,
Want some bad big bad up there?
if the CIA basically set it up so that you could drug cartel distribution by assisting
Baby bad up?
Russia of sale to a third country, and then leaking of that sale happens with the cartel, that's just letting the cartel do what they do. That's not doing their work. So especially at the beginning of the drug war, I think there was tons of space, lots of room for CIA to get involved in the economics of drugs, and then let the inevitable happen. And that was way more efficient, way more productive than us trying to send our own troops in to kill a bunch of cartel warlords. So that makes a ton of sense. It just seems efficient. It seems very practical. I do not believe that CIA, I don't think all the activities about how they would buy drugs, sell drugs, and somehow make money on the side from it. That's not how it works.
But do you think there's on that point a connection to Barry Seal, the great governor and the president of Clinton, and Vice President from the think there's, and you said there's stats on 9/11 where changed a lot for us, for the United States of America, changed the way you see the world, and woke us up to the harsh of the world. I think there's, to my eyes at least, there's nothing that shows evidence that 9/11 was a quote unquote job. But is the CIA or the intelligence agency or U.S. government capable? I think that's the question. So there's a bunch of shadiness about how it was reported on. I just can't. That's the thing I struggle with. While there's no evidence that it was an inside job, it raises the question to me. Well, could something like this be an inside job? Sure, heck, now looking back 20 years, the amount of money that was spent on these wars, the military-industrial complex, the amount of interest in terms of power and money involved, organization can something like that happen?
You know, Hawker, so paranoid is that you can never prescribe to conspiracy what could be explained through incompetence. Take question, right? Yeah. That is one of those two fundamental guidelines that we follow. Right? The simplest answer is oftentimes the best, and never prescribe to conspiracy.
Can you collaborate with you, right?
We as intelligence professionals,
Do you think there's a deep truth to that section?
there is more than enough. There is ages of experience for me and for others. And
In
for
general, people are left to their own means. They're more confident than they are malevolent and a lot of organizations.
people are more incompetent of executing a conspiracy than they are of competent. Than they are competent of executing. That's really what it means. Is that it's so difficult to carry out a complex lie. And most people don't have a complex lie. So it doesn't make any sense to leave thinking of conspiracy. It makes no sense. Oh, you know what that is? Assume that it's complex. When you look at all the outcomes, all the findings, it speaks to incompetence. It speaks radically and openly to incompetence. And nobody likes talking about it. And CIA hate your The 9/11 Commission is going to go down in history as the painful example of the incompetence of the American public. And it's going to come back again and again. Every time there's an insult.
Little girl.
What are you seeing even right now? We missed the U.S. intelligence infrastructure. Misjudged Afghanistan. Misjudged Hong Kong. Misjudged Ukraine's and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Those were three massive misjudgments in a few years.
Excuse me, these are expensive collectibles.
That's
Embarrassing to me.
No, exactly right.
So all the sort of cover up the things around 9/11 being embarrassed.
If they're taking steps to cover anything up, it's just their own. It's a painful reminder of their lack of democracy. Now, I understand that conspiracy theorists want to take inklings of information and put them together in a way that is the most damning, but that goes back to our point about overvaluing losses and undervaluing gain. It's predictable.
Let me ask you about this because it comes up often. So I'm from MIT, and there's a guy that is an objective expert that still troubles me to this day. That some people I respect or interact with this individual and tell into his influence, charm, charisma, whatever it helps you to meet these people. He did so successfully. I'm very open-minded about this thing. I just want to learn more, but a lot of people tell me that there's intelligence behind the individuals and they were using objective or access to power. People intelligent people from people. The CIA, I believe, is not run up as often as Mossad. And so this goes back to the original aspect of our conversation individual intelligence agencies are willing to go to control, to manipulate, to achieve its goals. They think there's, when you educate me, obviously you don't know that what are the chances that intelligence agencies are involved with character objective.
In some way, shape, or form with the character investigation, it's 100% guaranteed that some intelligence organization was involved. Let's talk about why. Okay? There's multiple types of intelligence assets. Like we were talking earlier. There's foreign intelligence reporting. There's access to agents. And then there's agencies. Three different categories of intelligence, right? One is when we talk about foreign intelligence reporting, these are people with access to information. You do their secrets. You don't exchange for gold and money or alcohol or prostitution. Your job is to keep you secret. Access agents, their job is to give you physical access or digital access to something of interest to you. Or maybe they're the ones that open the door, that show their lock, and let you come in and pick up your items. Or maybe they're the ones that share a phone number with somebody, and then you just like the phone call, you got to their job is to do access. Then you have these agents of influence. An agent of influence's job is to be part of your effort to influence the outcome in some way that benefits your intelligence society, right? Of these three types of people, the least scrupulous and the most shady is your agent of influence. Because your agent of influence understands exactly what they're doing. They know they're working with one guy, and they know they're using the influence to manipulate one guy. But when it comes to powerful people, especially wealthy, powerful people, the only thing that interests them is power. Money is not a challenge anymore. Notoriety, none of those things are a challenge. The rest of us, we're just trying to make money. We're just trying to build wealth. We're just trying to build a family. At the highest level, they're poor. They don't need anything. The only thing that they care about is being able to be in power. So, a character like that is exactly the kind of character that the Chinese would want, the Russians would want, the Mossad would want, the French would want. Right? A man has access to a wide range of
No. Would you cut it out?
it doesn't make any sense. There's something interesting about it. I just with the black guy like this,
And whether they show called Bumble Bumble, and I was wrong. It's really what distinction is.
It's true. I can prove it. What's this? What? Can you come here a second?
Or once he's achieved
I would like to go to my mother's house in Dixon City, and she's cool, and the back kitchen window should be unlocked.
which state
In the basement of the state,
if they're effective in building a network when you start building a relationship where some of the job
no.
or do you literally agree?
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, so intelligence organizations are just threat.
All right, now.
In the United States, we never create. We don't have a budget cycle that allows us to create. I mean, the maximum budget cycle in the United States is 5 years. So even if we were to try to invest in some seedy operation, create some character, essentially every year justify why you and that's difficult to have. However, Russia and China are extremely aggressive at seed operations, long-term operations. They are willing to invest and develop, create an agent that serves that purpose. Now, to create someone from scratch like Jeffrey Epstein,
Yes. That is
probability they would have had to start with 1,000 different targets, then try to throw 1,000 different influencers, and then hope that one of them hits, kind of like a venture capital, right? That's the many hope that you hit. More likely, they observed Chen at some point that they don't have they identified his personal vulnerabilities, very classic espionage technique, and then they stepped in and introduced themselves. So you don't have this thing that you like that is really frowned upon by other people. U.S. Air Force, or the military, are very invested in knowing what's happening in the sky above the United States. And that's a primary interest. When they can rule out the direct national security of UFOs, then they become less interesting. That said, when you have unexplained aerial phenomenon that are unexplained, that can't directly be tied to anything that is known of the terrestrial world, then they're left without an answer to their question. They don't know if it's a threat or not a threat. But I think the scarier concern for the U.S. national government, or the U.S. federal government, the scarier concern that nobody talks about is what if the UFO isn't alien? What if it is actually a cutting edge war machine that we are eons behind?
Or the other concern is that it's a system of the machine from a foreign power that's doing intelligence collection.
Correct.
So it's not just military purposes, it's actually collecting data.
So they call a lot of times it's a hostile tool.
The collection of information is a hostile act.
Absolutely. That's why the FBI exists. That's why the criminal defense, if you're committing espionage in the United States, has a U.S. citizen as one.
So I guess they keep digging until they confirm it's not a threat. But it just, you're saying that there's not any understanding much evidence that they're doing so, it could be because they're currently compartmentalized. So you're saying private intelligence institutions are trying to really make progress on this. Yeah, it's really difficult to know.
There's an economic interest in the private intelligence. Because, for example, if you understand why certain aerial phenomena are happening over a location, then you can use that to inform investors, whether to invest in that location or avoid investing in that location. But that's not a national security. So that doesn't matter.
Get these UFOs behind. Now I'm going to the territory of the UFO being when they bought all the aliens and everything. The humbling question.
We are not.
You think we're not?
It's an improbability that we are not. If by virtue of the fact that sentient human life exists, intelligent human life exists, all the probabilities that have to be disclosed have to be true. Simply speak, over the galaxies that exist, that is impossible with it's a mathematical equation. It's a 1 or 0. For me, I am going to do it. It's impossible otherwise. Rationally, it could be true to the only intelligent life form in all of the universe. But to think that an alien life form is anything like us at all is equally as inconceivable. To think that there's carbon-based, bipedal, humanoid, alien species that just happen to fly around in metal machines and visit alien planets in a way that they become observed is it's just silly. It's the world of sci-fi.
Well, let me put
Every good scientist, because you always assume that there's intelligence. When any scientist carries out experiments, the whole objective of the experiment is to observe without being exposed to the experiment. So why on earth do you think of the superior species makes them so to speak?
push back on that idea. If we were to think about us in this trying to communicate with aliens, first we observe for a while. Because the is very small question. People just sort of collecting data, taking notes, and things you detect that seem to be a living thing. It's a very difficult thing to define from the alien perspective. From our perspective, we find a living life. Okay, so you observe for a while. So then, what you actually interact with it, how would you interact with it? If I would interact with it, I would try to portray. I would try to figure out what is the language they use to communicate with each other. I would try to operate at a physical scale, like in terms of the physics of their interactions, in terms of the information, the methods, mediums of information today, the pheromones, whatever. I would try to mimic winter, when that's and you said vegetables that they would eat the weakest of the birds. The object would see. You mentioned by feeling. Yes, of course, it's ridiculous that aliens would actually be very similar to us. Or maybe they create forms to like here, the humans will understand it, and this needs to be sufficiently different from humans to know the difference is weird. I don't know. I think that's an incredibly difficult problem of figuring out how to communicate with the things we've done with. If people assume like you're smart, you're from the dumb thing. So it's actually extremely difficult when the gap in intelligence is just working rapidly. So of course you observe, but once you notice the thing is sufficiently interesting, how do you communicate with that thing?
So this is where one of the things I always try to highlight is how conspiracies are born. Because many people don't understand how these things fall into the editorial cycle. So the first step to a conspiracy being born is to have a piece of evidence that is true. And then immediately following the true evidence is a gap in information. And then to fill in the gap of information, people create an idea, and then the next logical outcome is based on the idea that they just created, which is an idea that's based on something other than imagination. So the idea, the factual thing is now 2 steps away, and then 3 steps away, 4 steps away, as the thing's going. And then all of a sudden you have this kernel of truth that turned into this wild truth. So in our example, you talk about humans trying to kill ants. Ants are not powerful. There's no ants are not substance. They're drones on that. Somehow humanity, through whatever technology, whatever biological thing on the screen, right? But they're not. It's not a fair. This isn't real. Largely, we agree that there is some sort of right? It is a human thing who wants to observe and then communicate and integrate. That's a human thing, not an intelligent life. So for us to even think that it's all like an intelligent alien species would want to engage and communicate at all, again, is an extremely human assumption. And then from that assumption, then we start going, if they want to create, if they want to visit, if they want to work with it, they create devices like ours. So now we're 3 steps removed from the true fact of there's something unexplainable with that.
Yeah, so the fact is there's something else guys in other words, we're filling the gap with all of that, our basic human biases and stuff, all of that. But the thing is,
Now we're right back to Project Earth. You need some plan. I don't care how crazy the idea is, guys. Give me some plan. So that's what maybe it's dealing with a hostile threat that's trying to take over the world.
you have to come up with stuff that's not this giant pile is ridiculous, emerges perhaps for truth over a period of decades. And at first that truth was ridiculed and looking out there, setting what we ask questions about ourselves, about what is life outside of it. First of all, what is intelligence? How special is intelligence? And I think that's inspiring and challenging both on a scientific and engineering level, but also a philosophical level. All of those questions that we have before us, we start to think about.
So you want to do pretty much relationship. And he said something that I did really he said that he said that he realized at some point that the turn in his opinion about UFOs happened when he realized how desperately he wanted it to be true. This is the human condition. We are pink matter workers.
How are you, big dog? What's new?
You learn to not trust.
I'm well. How are you?
After all that goes out.
Excellent. Glad that you're here.
In that moment of time,
I came here before.
Excellent.
I
I think I'm gonna be on AFK again. I'm going back to sleep, my man.
you definitely one of the things that
You sleep for a little bit, not too much, I think.
That could be. That could be. Enjoy. Check me out tonight. We'll talk, my friend. Take care, baby. Shout out to Aiden or Adam. Shout out to Adam.
It actually represents what the best society is in childhood curiosity. But so it's good to balance with those and you have to wake up to it like is there a chance this is true or do I just really want it? And that's for a brief moment. There's actually a deeper explanation for it that I'll tell you off the mic. That perhaps a lot of people can kind of figure out. Anyway,
Just to take it one step further, because I love this stuff. Personally, I love think that stuff. In your interview with Jack Barton, Jack's a good friend of mine, a good dude. Yeah. In your conversation with Jack Barton, he started talking to you about how his recruiters were feeding back to him his own opinion about himself, how smart he was, how good he was, how uniquely qualified. That's all painful. Feeding right back to the person. What they already think is a way to get them to invest in trust and investment. Because obviously you value them for all the right reasons. Because that's how they see themselves. So that's the loop that the KGB was using with Jack. Jack did not wake up to that loop half the time. He woke up to it later. So it's happens for all of us. We're all in the loop. Whether it's about oatmeal, or whether it's about aliens, or whether it's about the Democrats trying to take your guns, whatever it is, everybody's in a loop. And we've got to wake up to ask ourselves, just like you said, is it true? Do we just really want it? And until you ask yourself that question, you're just one of the masses.
You don't know it's going to go.
yeah, that's really what Nietzsche is the abyss. It's a dangerous thing. That's the passage saying to ask that question. You want to be doing careful. That's also the place where you can truly discover something fundamental about this world that you don't understand. And that enslaved groundwork cultural stuff. What is one spy trick? What's one spy trick? You're full of a million spy tricks. People should follow you. You have an amazing podcast. You're just an amazing person. What is the one spy trick you teach everyone that they can use to improve their life instantly? Now, you already mentioned quite a few, but what else could you jump about?
My go-to answer for this is not to change much, but the most important factor to change everything immediately. All kids got to write is something called perception. We all look at the world through our own perspective. My dad separated me from the perception of reality. I was arguing with him when I was 14 years old. I told you so, Dad. It's still wrong. But perception is your interpretation of the world around you. But it's unique only to you. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own mindset. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead, the way that you outsell or outrage anybody is when you move off of perception into perspective is the act of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing you, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes and see the person opposite you. And you think to yourself, what is their life like?
how does that exactly lead to connection? I think
Okay, that
when you start to understand we don't make crazy as a person sees the world, you start to enjoy the world through their eyes, like you start to be able to share those intimacy, share the beauty that they see together. Because they understand love perspective. And somehow you converge as well. Of course that allows you to gather information better and all this stuff. And that allows you to work together better to share all together. And also for actually like people you really disagree with, people on the internet you disagree with people on that. I find empathy such a powerful way to resolve these sometimes people are cold. I don't rely on this kind of put myself in their shoes.
So I want to draw a pretty hard line between perspective and empathy. Because empathy is, frankly, when I was 16, I was supposed to go out on a date. I think you know what you're saying, but the vast majority of people listening are that. But there was another as soon as you say empathy, oh yeah, I've heard this 1,000 times. So she went over. Empathy is about feeling what, and she got him at the at the restaurant. And it wasn't even what I heard about understanding. So feeling, that was the worst. Not the same as sympathy. Feeling. Well, empathy is about recognizing how effectively worthy of American Pie 2. It's about his brain, it's about the brain pattern on the left side and the right side. Yes, I care about feeling. And this goes directly to your point about connection. Yes, I care about feeling. But I also care about objectives. What is your life? What is your aspirational goal? What is it like to grow up in? What is it like to experience this? How does it shape your opinion on that? What is it that you're going to do? More than just feeling, actual practical action. And that becomes extremely valuable for operational. Because if you can get into someone's head, left brain and right brain, feelings and logic, you start anticipating what actions are going to take next. You can direct the actions that they're going to take next because you're basically telling them the story that's in their own head. When it comes to relationships and personal connection, we talked about earlier, the thing that people want the most is unity. They want someone else who understands them. They want to be with people. They don't want to be alone. The more you practice this, empathy or no empathy, the more you just validate that person is there. I am in this time and space with you. Feelings aside, right? That is power. That is easy. Whether you're talking about love or business, collaborate with your client. I'm here with you. Right? That's power.
how much of would you love in your role at CIA? Transfer over to relationships, business relationships, or other aspects of life. Is this something you work closely with the office people to help them out? Whatever you learn.
Man, I would say about solid 95%. That 5% that doesn't is it would carry over into the data. Knowing how to choose what about target the first takeaway and haven't had a clue all day. Really only has one purpose. It's not going to happen day to day. Right? Knowing how to do a dead drop that isn't discoverable by the local police force isn't going to be useful right now, but it could be useful for that. But the 95% stuff that's useful, it's all tied to it's all tied to being able to understand someone's timing, understand their thoughts, direct their thoughts, direct their emotions, direct their thought process, win their war with people, win influence with them, grow your network, grow your own circle of influence. All of that is immensely valuable. As an example, the disguise from what we talked about earlier. The disguise in and of itself has mixed people. If you're Brad Pitt, you don't anybody know Brad Pitt, you don't level 1 disguise. Or maybe you call me and I walk into a level 2 disguise and you go to Aruba. Whatever. But even there, with the they read the faces, right? So they're paying a lot of attention to the first few basics, and then they're paying less attention to the behavior. The same slowness behavior you see on the internet, right? So when you understand that through the lens of the sky, well, how do you make a very of the sky? So one part of the sky, everybody here, if you're English speaking, right here, if you're speaking some sort of language, if you're Chinese, you know where to go here down, if you read left down. So it's still interesting.
So yeah, knowing that really helps you to figure some type of physical practice.
Correct. So when it comes to how to make a disguise, not so useful usually. But when it comes to how to read a face, or more importantly, how people are going to read your face, it's extremely important. Because now you know where to find the first signs of reception and baseline and the back.
To go to that, the idea of having privacy is one that kind of we think we can, but we really don't. Is it possible for maybe somebody like me or a regular person to feel happy?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's not hard to wait. It's not convenient. Yeah. Convenient? You can disappear for a while. Right? I can walk you down stuff right now. But none of them. Actually, there, it's really taken down. The first thing you do is every piece of digital technology you have that's connected to you in any way is now dead. Forever. You never touch it again. What you have to do is go out and acquire a new one. Realistically, you will not be able to acquire a new one for vegetation. Tie it to your credit card and tie it to a location. So you would have to acquire it. Really wrote so much. Didn't kind of spend it the way that you would want something. Because you're going to need it to advantage without it being go out and steal a phone, or steal a laptop, do whatever you have to do. More slippery to carry. But now you have next time you're on the shower, check yourself out. And then from there on, you're just doing whatever you have to do, whether you're stealing every step of the way, or whether you run a massive con. Keep in mind that we often talk about content. You know, the word content. Okay. That's what a con man is. They're content. Just somebody who says recently people around her living in their own perception.
Yeah, like that's
Their perception. They're like,
I got it.
do what he says. So you can run it half the time and take care of your financial whatever not. That's good. Cool. You are whoever you present yourself. If you want to go be pretty afternoon, that's how people do it.
So the intelligence, the natural web gathering systems we have in the United States and in the world are all going to believe along with your growth. Like how are they?
Until you do something that makes sense. If you are concerned, it's not convenient. It's quite difficult.
Does that like require training?
It does require training.
Why don't criminals get involved?
Because they stop being criminals.
Well, apparently in the medicine community, it's negatively.
I never hesitated to no sense, but people tell me.
The real world
No, I
community,
because of the guys that got hurt. I like criminals. I'm friendly with a number of them. Because the only people who get me, right away, who get me, are criminals.
okay,
Because we know what it's like to basically abandon all the rules, do our own shit our own way. And most people are so stuck in the traffic, normal That's how we do it. They train us from 100 years of experience in the best ways to carry out COVID operations, which are all different. We learn how to do it the right way. We learn how to do it. More importantly, we learn how to create an operation that has a limited lifespan. Because the longer it lives, the more it risks loss. So you want operations to be short, precise, on the X, off the X, limit your room for mistakes. Criminals want the default to wanting long-term operations because they don't want to have to recreate a new way to make money every 15 days.
You mentioned if anybody from the CIA is watching, so I've seen you talk about the fact that for the people that are currently working at the CIA, kind of look down on the people who left the CIA. They deride them, especially the public, especially for the book and all that kind of stuff. Do you feel the pressure of that to be quiet, to not just to not do something like this conversation that we're doing today?
I feel the silence, though. I feel it for myself and I feel it for my wife. They don't hear on camera very often. She's also a former skater. We both feel that we know that right now, 3 days after this is released, somebody's going to send an email on a closed network system inside CIA headquarters, and there's a bunch of people who are going to laugh at it, a bunch of people who are going to say that who knows what, it's not a bunch of people who a bunch of people who I'm trying to bring on. Whether I know them or respect them is irrelevant. These are people who are out there doing it every day. And I want to bring them on. And I want to do that in a way that I get to share what they can't share and what they won't share when they leave because they will also feel the silent pressure. The pressure, the shame, the judgment, right? But the truth is that I've done this now long enough. The first few times that I spoke out publicly, the response to being a positive force for what the sacrifice we just made. It's so refreshing to be honest stories that people don't normally hear. That it's too important. One day I'm going to be gone, and they're going to look back on all this, and they're going to see their dad trying to do the right thing for the right reason. Even if my son or daughter ends up in CIA, even if they get ridiculed for being, oh, the Bustamante kid is, your dad's a total sellout, whatever it might be. I want them to know that I was doing what he could to bring honor to the organization, even when he couldn't.
You said when you were 27, I think you didn't know what the hell you're doing. So now that you're a few years older and wiser, let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat and give advice to other 27-year-olds or even younger 17, 18-year-olds that are just out of high school, maybe go to college, trying to figure out this life, this career thing that they're on. What advice would you give them about how to have a career or how to have a life? It's a powerful question. Can you figure it out there?
No. I think I'm a grand total of 7 days smarter than him. Not a good have progress.
It's still time.
So for all the young people out there deciding what to do, I would just say the same thing that I do say, and I will say now. You only have one life. You only have one chance. If you spend it doing what other people expect you to do, you will wake up to your regret and suffering. I woke up when I was 38 years old. My wife, in many ways, is still waking up to it as she watches her grandparents pass. Older generation pass away. The folks that really have full-blown wisdom, and I know it's a little older than ours, but it's the charity. Their own life, their own way, and live every day as if it was the last day. Not necessarily to waste it, every year to wait till it's silly, but to recognize that today is a day to be productive and constructive for yourself. If you don't want a career, today's not the day to start pursuing a career just because someone else forced you to. If you want to learn a language, today's the day to find a way to buy a ticket to another country and learn to immerse. If you want a date, if you want to get married, if you want a business,
What do you think was this? I used to love little kid.
That's a fast answer. The story behind the story. There's a covert training base now.
It's just little things, you know, like shit,
Where elite tier 1 operators go to learn. That's ridiculous. You know what? There's bars.
Why don't you that?
And on the wall,
Excuse me, everyone. Attention in the office, please. Jimmy got to do this telekinetic power.
the question in the middle of the wall says what to do. What? All these elite operators over the last 25 or 30 years, they all go, they get drunk, and they scribble their answer. They circle their shirt. Right? Love, family, America, freedom, right? Whatever. And then the only thing they have to do is if they're going to write something on that, they have to connect it with something else on the wall. At least one other thing. So if they write love, they can't just leave it to a floating man. They have to write love in a little bubble, and that's the when you look at that wall, the word self-respect is get a circle, and then you can't see any other word. It's all the things that you know. So what's the meaning of life? My point of view, I've never seen a better answer. Results. You don't respect yourself, how can you do something? How can you let someone else? How can you build a business or product? How can you raise kids? How can you make a difference? How can you pioneer anything? How can you just wake up and have a good day if you don't have?
I try not to think of it as lagging behind.
All of the individuals that Goliath,
The fact of the matter is that you're going to be right number 4 of the 5 grams of how many percent?
especially in case of war,
You know that I'm very
coming back to the United
and
States,
listen, I promise I'll get picked up and out. Bam!
the better angels of this nation.
Oh, actually, while I have you, not
And
that
I'd like to thank you for serving
but we're having our
this
meeting
nation for time, humanity for time, and
you were there.
for being brave enough and bold enough
Leave a parole on my
inspire us to educate others, for having
I think you did.
opinion and
Oh, come on. You had to be fun. I can hear it in your voice. Need a break.
Thanks so much for coming.
Left side appreciate
Good night, my friend.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Sports podcast, who took our sponsor. Now, let me leave you with some words. Sun Tzu.
Okay, everybody. Tonight's event is
Let your plans be done. Impenetrable as the
every year. Well, they need our money. They don't have companies like Girl Scouts. It'd be nice to do something for people who are suffering from alcohol. If you don't like it, then you should concentrate on winning. Because the person at the end of the evening with the highest chip count will receive $500 to donate to the charity of their choice. And they will get a mini fridge to complement the refrigeration. I remember the reaction where he would draw these characters slowly moving around. People had no experience of 3D navigation. It was all still keyboard. We didn't have rights set up at that time. But slowly moving, going up, picked up a key, go to a wall, disappeared, a little animation. It was a fun for the right place. Practically fell out of the chair. And he just didn't do that. You know, the games were the God's eye. You were totally invested in your little guy, like, you know, happy or sad when things happen. But you just did not get that kind of startled reaction. Inside your face, something in the back of your brain, some reptile brain thing is just going, oh shit, something just happened. And that was one of those early points where, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to be powerful. Oh, and another fun thing. We, at the end of the night, are going to give the check to an actual greatest Boy Scout.
co-founder, it's also the lead program on several games that revolutionized gambling technology, experience.
interesting. You know what? And learning just enough to be able to do end print John Carter. And it's kind of interesting how, of course, Cardigan and Ritchie kind of standardized Hello World is the first thing that you do in every computer programming language and every computer, but not having any interaction with the cultures of Unix or any other standardized things. Just, well, what am I going to say? I'm going to say like, and then you learn how to do TokuCAN and have it scroll all off the screen. And that was definitely the first thing that I did.
They ask you for programming advice. I was always told in the beginning, you're not allowed to do anything. This is correction. Jumping around. So when we look at the philosophy and the technical aspects of go-to statements, it seems like
back in the day, in basic programming, you didn't have proper lists. You didn't have for while variables. That was the land of Pascal for those people that generally had access to it back then. So you had no choice. And as you made what were big programs back then, which were 1,000-line basic programs, they did tend to sort of degenerate into packages. They didn't have good editors or code exploration tools, so you would wind up fixing things in one place, add a little patch. And there's reasons why structured programs are generally down with the content, but those aren't sometimes they're the right fire to do. Usually in cases, language teachers it can sometimes be better to do a go-to cleanup or go-to error rather than having multiple flags, multiple distances throughout things. But it is, if you read through all of my code right now, I don't think any of my current code bases would actually have a go-to. Deep within sort of the technical underpinnings of major gaming, you're going to have a
yeah, the infrastructure on top of like the closer you get to machines, like the more go-to you get. The more is like hacks. Because the set of features available to you is so on combat. When is your first time you talk about love? You fell in love with combat. You said like this is really special.
It really was something that was on the first site where just really from the time that I understood what a computer was, even I remember looking through old encyclopedias at the black and white photos of the IBM mainframes with the reel-to-reel tape decks. And for people nowadays, it can be a little hard to understand what the world was like then for information gathering. Or I would go to the libraries and there would be a couple books on the shelf about computers. They would be very outdated even at that point. Just not a lot of information, but I would grab everything that I could find, devour everything. Whenever Time or Newsweek had some article about computers, I would cut it out with scissors and put it somewhere. It felt like this magical thing, this idea that the computer would just do exactly what you told it. And there's a little bit of the gene monkey paw sort of issues there where you better be really, really careful with what you're telling it to do. But it wasn't going to back off you. It wasn't going to have a different point of view. It was going to carry out what you told it to do. And if you had the right commands, you could make it do a pretty magical thing.
So what kind of
done in context with things. But new things that had moving graphics were only the most limited things you could possibly do. And they need to break out or offer that sort of low resolution graphics. And in fact, one of my first sort of major technical hacks that was kind of fun was on the Apple II computer. They had a mode called low resolution where all graphics were low resolution graphics, and the regular low resolution graphics was a grid of 40 by 40 pixels. Trying to get 16 different colors. And I wanted to make the game kind of like the arcade game Vanguard, the scrolling game. I wanted to just kind of have it scroll vertically up. And I could move a little ship around and just do that in basic. There's no way to redraw the whole screen. And I remember at the time just coming up with what felt like a brainstorm. I knew enough about the way the hardware was controlled. The text screen and the low resolution graphics were basically the same together. And all those computers could scroll their text screen reasonably listening and could scroll things up. And I figured out that I could kind of tweak just a couple of things that I barely understood. Put it into a graphics mode. I could draw graphics, and then I could just do a line feed at the very bottom of the screen. And then the system would scroll it all up using an assembly language with how to write your code. So that was like the first great hack that sort of had analog later on in my career for a lot of different things. I found out that I could draw a screen, I could do a line feed at the bottom, and scroll it up once. I could draw a couple more lines of stuff at the bottom. And that was my first way to scroll the screen.
To do efficient drawing.
That's how we do it at the paper.
Where you don't have to draw the whole screen. Where you draw on the bottom. Because the thing that was designed in the hardware.
We have so much of, until recently, game design was limited by what you could actually get the computer to do. Where it's easy to say, okay, I want to scroll the screen, just redraw the entire screen at slight offset. And nowadays, that works just fine. Computers are ludicrously fast. But up until a decade ago or so, there were all these things everybody wanted to do. But if they knew enough programming to be able to make it happen, it would happen too slow to be a good experience. Either just ridiculously slow or just slow enough that it wasn't fun to exploit. So much of the first couple decades of the programming work that I did was largely figuring out how to do something. Everybody knows how they want it to happen. It just has to happen again much faster than sort of the straightforward way of doing things to make it happen. And it's different now because at this point, lots of things you can just do in the most naive possible way and it still works out. You don't have nearly the creative limitations or the incentives for optimizing on that level. There's a lot of pros and cons, but I do generally, I'm not going to do the angry old man shaking my fist at the clouds did. Back in my day, programmers had to do real programming. It's amazing that you can just take an idea and go do it right there. You don't have to be some assembly language wizard or
I am no longer your mom.
to figure out how to
Lady Fortune is your mom.
That's true. Let me put out my own.
Lady Fortune be your mistress.
Say that
Only
probably
time
thing
will
that
tell, my
future
friend.
still requires
Leave all your preconceived notions about casinos at the door. Old friends, new lovers,
and building
and
VR
the disabled.
probably requires not
Drink,
go through
okay.
something or
Shuffle up and deal.
maybe not literally
Get it started.
spiritually to go to the limit.
And that really was why virtual reality was specifically interesting to me. Where it had all the ties that you could see that even back in the early days. I have some old magazine articles that's talking about Doom as a virtual reality experience. Back when just seeing anything so you could say that we've been trying to build those virtual experiences in the modern era of virtual reality, especially on the mobile side of things. Standalone, you're basically using a cell phone channel to be able to produce these very versatile experiences. It does require, it's not at the level of what an old console game programmer would have operated at, where you're looking at hardware registers and you're scheduling all the DNA accesses. But it is still definitely a different level than what a web developer or even PC game developer usually have to work at. And again, it's great. There's opportunities for people to want
gym, for instance, also seen throughout his career the names the greatest programmer ever. I mean, it's so difficult to place that label on anyone. But if you put on anyone's you, let me ask you these kind of ridiculous questions. What's the best band of all time? But in your case, what's the best program?
Everything has all the caveats about it. So what I use nowadays, I do program a reasonable amount of Python or AI that's I'm not a native Python programmer. It's something I came to very late in my career. I understand what it's doing. I do not. And it has some of those things where there's some amazing stats when you say you just start, if you make a loop, perfectly nested loop and start doing operations in Python, you can be thousands to potentially a million times more than a proper GPU tensor operation. And these are staggering. You can be much slower as we kind of got faster in our piece of progress, all this other miraculous stuff.
So your intuition about inefficiencies in the Python.
It keeps hitting me upside the face where it's got to the point now I understand, like, okay, you just can't do what you care about performance with Python. You have to figure out how you can reformat this into some big vector operation or something that's going to be done. On the other hand, it's immensely convenient, and you just see stuff that people are able to cobble together by just import a few different things, and you can do stuff that nobody on Earth could do 10 years ago. So that is really great. When I'm sitting down to do what I consider serious programming, it's still in C++, and it's really kind of a C flavored C++ at that, where I'm not big into the modern template meta programming sorts of things. I see a lot of train wrecks coming from that meta abstraction. I spent a few years really going kind of deep into the historical lists and Haskell and functional programming side of it. And there is a lot of value there in the way you think about things. And I changed a lot of the way I write the C and C++ code based on what I learned about the value that comes out of not having this random mutable state that you kind of lose track of. Because something that many people don't really appreciate is that it's not the writing of the program initially, it's the whole lifespan of the program. And that's when it's not necessarily just how fast you wrote it or how fast it operates, but it's how can it bend and adapt as situations change. And then the thing that I've really been learning in my time in Meta with Oculus and VR work is it's also how well it hands off between continuous revolving door programmers taking over maintenance and different things, how you get people up to speed in different areas, all these other different aspects. So
C++ is a good language for handover engineers.
probably not the best. And there's some really interesting aspects of it where in some cases languages that are not generally thought well of for many reasons, like C is derided pretty broadly that yes, obviously all of these security flaws that happen with memory and access and buffer overruns and things that we got there. But there is this underappreciated aspect to the language is so simple, anyone can go and C, you can generally jump into something and not have to learn what paradigms they're using because they're just hard to end available. I think there's some really well-written C. I find it great that if I'm messing around with something big and I can be walking around in the kernel. I understand everything that's going on. It's not hard for me to figure out what I need to do. Make whatever change that I need. While now, more significant the downside of lists, where I don't regret the time that I spent with lists. I think that it did help my thinking about programming in some ways. But the people that are the biggest defenders of lists are saying how malleable of a language it is. That if you write a huge list program, you basically invented your own kind of language and structure because it's not the primitives of the language you're using very much. It's all of the things you built on top of that. And then a language like Bracket, kind of one of the more modern list versions, is essentially touted as a language for building other languages. And I understand the value of that for tiny little projects, but the idea of that for one of these long-term supported by lots of people kind of horrifies me, where all of those abstractions that you're like, this language is just so simple and almost crude, and you can see the programming language people just looking down at it. But it does seem to be quite popular as basically saying, this is the good things about C. Everybody can just jump right in and use it. You don't need to restructure your brain to write good code in it. So I wish that I had more opportunity for doing some work in Go. Rust is the other modern language that everybody talks about, but I'm not been at judgment on. I've done a little bit beyond hello world. I wrote some video compression work in Rust just as an exercise, but that was a few years ago. I haven't used it since. The best programming language is the one that works generally concurrently. That's another trap. Almost every case I've seen with mixed languages on a project, that's a mistake. I would rather stay just in one language so that everybody can work across the entire thing. And we have, again, Meta, we have a lot of projects that use React frameworks. So you've got JavaScript here, and then you have C++ for real work, and then they have Java interfacing with some other part of the Android system. And those are all kind of horrible things. And that was one thing that I remember talking with Bob at Facebook about it, where I wish we could have just said, we're only hiring C++ programmers. And he just thought from the Facebook Meta perspective, well, we just wouldn't be able to find it. With thousands of programmers that job there, it is not necessarily a dying breed, but you can sure find a lot more Java or JavaScript programmers. And I kind of mentioned that to Elon one time, and he was kind of flabbergasted about that. Like, well, you just go out and you find those programmers that don't hire the other programmers that don't use languages that you use. But right now, I guess they're using JavaScript on like the SpaceX work or UI side of things. You have been find UI programmers or JavaScript programmers.
I do think the great programmers are rare. That it's not just looking statistics on how many people are using different programming languages. That doesn't tell you the story of what the great programmers are. So you have to really look at speaking to fundamentals of language. What's the first? How does it break distinct systems of well? There is something about C++ that has programming. And so it brings out more like our own creative systems and solutions, but at the same time, good software practices that lend themselves to real world systems. Let me ask you. So if we, aliens visit thousands of years and something tells me that most of this is what they find. I find this thing that we're living this relationship. For the longest time, even but and yet it runs so much more. Is it possible that everything will be with JavaScript?
So the engineering under JavaScript is really pretty powerful. The systems make JavaScript run as fast as it does right now are a miracle of modern engineering. It does feel like it is not an optimal language for all the things that it is used for, or an optimal distribution system to build huge apps in something like this without type systems and so on. But I think for a lot of people, it does reasonably the necessary things. It's still a C-flavored language. It's still a braces and semicolon language. It's not hard for people to be trained in JavaScript and then understand the roots of where it came from. I think garbage collection is unequivocally a good thing for most programming. It's funny that I still, just this morning, I was seeing a Twitter thread of a bunch of really senior game dev people arguing about the purchasing costs of garbage collection. You will run into some people that are top-notch programmers that just say, no, this is literally not a good thing. That it makes you lazy? Yes, that it makes you not think about things. Yeah. And I do disagree. I think that there is so much objective data on the vulnerabilities the very great things that the vast majority of programs. Only when you get into just a real time plans that you start saying it's like, no, the garbage collection has more costs than it has benefits. That's not 99+% of the software. So JavaScript is not terrible in those ways, and so much of programming is not the language itself, it's the infrastructure around everything that surrounds all the libraries that you get, different stuff that the ways you can deploy it, the portability that it gives you. And JavaScript is really strong on a lot of those things, where for a long time, and it still does if I look at it, but the web stack about everything that has to go when you do something really trivial in JavaScript and it shows up on the web browser, to kind of x-ray through that and see everything that has to happen for one little JavaScript statement and turn it into something visible in the web browser. It's very, very disappointing the depth of that stack and the fact that so few people can really comprehend all of the levels that are going on. But again, I have to caution myself to not be with the good old days, old man about it, because clearly there's enormous value. The world I don't know how well Java's fitting in here. Pretty good approximation. And it's not falling apart. There's a bunch of scary stuff where you look at console logs and you can see all of these bad things that are happening, but it's still kind of limping along and nobody really notices. But so much of my systems design and systems analysis goes around, you understand what the speed of light is, like what would be the best you could possibly do. And it sounds horrible, but in a lot of cases, you could be 1,000 times off your speed of light velocity per second, and it still be okay. And in fact, it can even sometimes still be the optimal thing in a larger system standpoint, where there's a lot of things that you don't want to have to parachute in someone like me to go in and say, make this web page run 1,000 times faster, make this web app into a hardcore native application that starts up in 37 milliseconds and everything responds in less than 1 frame latency. That's just not necessary. If somebody wants to go pay me millions of dollars for software like that, where they can take somebody right out of a boot camp and say, spin up an application for this, often being efficient is not really the best. That applies in a lot of areas. It's kind of interesting how a lot of our appliances and everything are all built around energy efficiency. Sometimes at the expense of robustness in some other ways, or higher cost where there's interesting things where energy or electricity could become much cheaper in a future world, and that could change our engineering trade-offs for the way we build things, where you could throw away efficiency and actually get more benefits than actually matter. That's one of the directions I was considering swerving into was nuclear energy. I was kind of like, what do I want to do next? It was either going to be cost-effective nuclear fission or artificial general intelligence. And one of my pet ideas there is like, people don't understand how cheap nuclear fuel is, and there would be ways that you could be a quarter the efficiency or less, but if you wound up making the plant 10 times cheaper, that could be a radical innovation.
I can't really explain it.
So there's some of these thoughts around like direct fission, energy conversion, fission fragment conversion that maybe you build something that doesn't require all the steam turbines and everything,
I
even
have
if
my
it winds
own
up being
apartment,
less efficient.
and
That applies a lot in programming, where
I have
there's
lunch.
it's always good to know what you could do if you really sat down and took it far. Because sometimes there's just continuity, like around user reaction. There are some points where the difference between operating in 1 second and 750 milliseconds not that huge. You'll see it in web page statistics, but most usability stuff not that great. But if you get down to 50 milliseconds, then all of a sudden this just feels amazing. It's just like
adapt and through the process of adaptation, building more and more complex systems that are more and more intelligent about it. Kind of pretty interesting.
Put my calculator.
So like take a job thing. It's like this giant mess that things naturally die off if they don't work. And if they're becoming useful to people, they kind of naturally live. And you build this community, large community of people that are generating. Some code is sticky, some is not. Nobody knows the inefficiencies and efficiencies of making code, how code is, and kind of just run it, assume it works, and then get unpleasantly surprised, and then that's kind of the evolutionary process.
So that's a really good analogy. It's a lot of places. This day and age where in the earliest days of programming, you had finite time, you had to work on it. You had the kind of hackers playing code golf with you one less instruction than the other person is multiply with you to get through it. And it was so perfectly crafted that it was a personal piece of art system you had a program. Because there just were not that many. You couldn't afford to be lazy in different ways. And in many ways, I see that as into the symbolic AI, where again, you did not have the resources to just say, well, we're going to do billions and billions of programmable weights over. You have to turn it down into something that is symbolic and practical. But that's definitely not the way fair. Like biological evolution. I know. So on the one hand, it's almost humbling how little programming code is in our bodies. We've got a couple billion base pairs. It's like it's on some drive for years now. And then our brains are even smaller sections. It's megabytes. And this is not like Shannon limit perfectly information dense conveyances here. But these are messy codes broken up into amino acids. A lot of them don't do important things or they do things in very awkward ways. But it is this process of accumulation on top of it. And you need scale. Both the scale for the population for that to work out. And in the early days, in the 50s and 60s, the ancient era of computers, where you could count when the internet started in the 70s, there were 18 hosts or something on it. It was this small finite number, and you were still optimizing everything to be as good as you possibly could. But now, billions and billions of devices, everything going on, big form, very much natural evolution going on. Where lots of things are tried, lots of things are blowing up, venture capitalists lose their money all the time. And actually, startup investing in the wrong tech stack, I think completely failed to scale. But good things do come out of it. And it's interesting to see the beginning evolution of the way different things happen. It's funny, also a thing like that. I don't care if you are gay, straight, or lesbian, or overweight. It just came out of the dominance of Unix and C and early examples of things like that. So millions of experiments are going on all the time, but some things do kind of rise to the top and in the fitness for sure. Was the line stage of programming techniques.
We're all stack exchange. These aren't necessarily where the short programs and all the different kinds of languages. And it's really interesting to see hairdressers kind of their masters of their craft really play the limit programming. Across all the different programming languages, you get to see some of these weird programming languages, the mainstream ones, Python different between Python 2 and 3. There's actually different in C and C++. I did plan on sharing that part of my life with you today. So, whatever. It's fine to see how much depth possibility there is in the programming languages that code gone kind of cash the idea. Most of us who do any kind of programming kind of going kind of very vanilla type of code. That's the way to build our system. But it's nice to see the possibility of creating is still languages. Yes. That's a good point. So given that you are once again one of the greatest programmers ever, what do you think makes maybe a good modern
And if you spend ridiculous amounts of money, I am on is yay or good. Maybe not feel so good about what I'm doing. So I'm being proud about my specific architecture or specific technology or specific code secrets that we've done. It's going to get a little smile and I feel even that for that, but the top level metric is something that building things about. Now, you can get into the argument about how you what is user value, how you actually quantify that. There could be big arguments about that, but it's easy to be able to say, okay, this user there is not getting value from what you're doing. This user over there with a big smile on their face, the moment of delight when something happens, they're the value that happens. You have to at least accept that there is a constant user value, even if you have problems exactly quantifying. And I can usually make relative arguments about it. Maybe this was better than this. Improve things. So, being a servant to the user is your job. When you're developing, you want to be producing something that other people are going to find valuable. And if you are technically inclined, then finding the right levers to be able to pull, to be able to make a design that's going to produce the most value for the least amount of evidence. And it always has to be kind of divided over the ratio there, where it's a problem at the big tech companies, whether it's Meta, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, companies that have almost infinite money. And I know their CFO will complain that it's not infinite money, but from most developer standpoint, it really does feel like it. And it's almost counterintuitive that if you're working hard as a developer on something, there's always this thought, if only I had more resources, more people, more RAM, more megahertz, then my product will be better. And that sense that at certain points, it's certainly true that if you are really hamstrung by this, removing an obstacle will make your product make more value. But if you're not making your core design decisions in this fiercely competitive kind of way, where you're saying feature A or feature B, you can't just say let's do both, because then you're not making a value judgment. You're just saying, well, they both seem good. I don't want to necessarily have to pick out which one is better or how much better, and tell team B that sorry, we're not going to do this because A is more important. But that notion of always having to really critically value what you're doing, your time, the resources you spend, the opportunity cost of doing something else, that's super important.
Well, let me ask you about the debate you mentioned of how to measure that. Come on, man! Is it possible to measure it kind of numerical, or do you think it's sort of Johnny Eye design around? I would imagine sort of somebody using the thing and imagining a flower, or imagining the experience of love that has that's what the Bible says before. People do more like lower level things for the Linux. You imagine a developer that might go process and use it and become happy and better off because of it. So where do you land on this? Measurable, but I imagine like Meta, Google will probably try to measure this, try to optimize engagement or something. Measure engagement. Yeah, I think there is a kind of I admire the designer ethic of like thinking of a future that's immeasurable, and you try to make something in that future that's different.
So I do usually favor if you can get any kind of a metric to take, by all means listen to the car. But go some farther. We've had problems where, hey, we had a performance regression because our fancy new telemetry system is doing a bazillion file writes to kind of archive this stuff. We needed to collect information to determine if we were doing, if our plans were good. So when information is available, you should never ignore it.
Well, actually, users using the thing, human beings using the thing, large number of human beings, and you get the secret to actually.
So there's the 0 to 1 problem of when you're doing something really new, you do kind of have to make a guess. But one of the points that I've been making at Meta is we have more than enough users now that anything somebody wants to try in VR, we have users that will be interested in that. You do not get to make a completely greenfield, blue sky pitch and say, I'm going to do this because I think it might be interesting. I challenge everyone, there are going to be people, whether it's working in VR on your like on your desktop replacement, or communicating with people in different ways, or playing the games. There are going to be probably millions of people, or at least if you pick some tiny niche that we're not in right now, there's still going to be thousands of people out there that have the headsets that would be your target market. And I tell people, pay attention to them. Don't invent fictional users. Don't make an Alice, Bob, Charlie that fits whatever matrix of tendencies that you want to break the market down to. Because it's a mistake to think about imaginary users when you've got real users that you could be working on. But on the other hand, there is value to having a kind of fullness of vision for a product, and companies like Meta have, they understand the trade-offs. Where you can have a company like SpaceX or Apple in the Steve Jobs era, where you have a very powerful leading personality that they can micromanage at a very low level. Let's say it's like, no, that handle needs to be different, or that icon needs to change the tint there, and they clearly get a lot of value. They also burn through a lot of employees that have horror stories to tell about working there afterwards. My position is that you're at your best when you got a leader that is at their limit of what they can kind of comprehend of everything below them, and they can't have an informed opinion about everything that's going on. And you take somebody, you've got to believe that somebody that has 30, 40 years of experience, you would hope that they've got wisdom that the just out of boot camp person contributing doesn't have, and that if they're like, well, that's wrong there, you probably shouldn't do it that way, or even just don't do it that way, do it another way. So there's value there, but it can't go beyond a certain level. I have Steve Jobs stories of him saying things that are just wrong right in front of me about technical things because he was not operating at that level. But when it does work, and you do get that kind of passionate leader that's thinking about the entire product and really deeply cares about not letting anything slip through the cracks, I think that's got a lot of value. But the other side of that is just people saying that, well, we want to have these independent teams that are bubbling up the ideas because, like, it's almost anti-capitalist or anti-free market to say it's like I want my great leader to go ahead and dictate all these points there. Where clearly free market for enough things that you don't expect. In VR, we saw a bunch of things. Like, it didn't turn out at all the way the early people thought were going to be the key applications, and things that would not have been approved by the dark cabal making the decisions about what gets into the store turn out in some cases to be extremely successful. So yeah, I definitely kind of wanted to be there at the point where I did make a pitch. It's like, hey, make me VR dictator, and I'll go in and get shit done. Yeah, that's just, it's not in the culture. They understand the trade-offs. And that's just not the way. That's not the company that they want to be. That they
It's fascinating because VR, and we'll talk about it more, it's still unclear to me in what way VR will change the world. Because it does seem clear that VR will somehow fundamentally transform the world, and it's unclear to me how. And it's
when you want to get into that.
But hold on a second. So, to stick to you being the best programmer ever. Okay, in the early days when you didn't have the self-responsibilities of leading teams and all that kind of stuff, and you could focus on just being a programmer. What did the productive days in the life of John Conrad think like? How many hours of keyboard? How much sleep? What was the source of calories that fueled the brain? What was it like? What time did you wake up?
So I was able to be remarkably consistent about what was good working conditions for me for a very long time. I was never one of the programmers that would do all-nighters going through work for 20 hours straight. It's like my brain generally starts turning to mush after 12 hours or so. But the hard work is really important. And I would work for decades. I would work 60 hours a week. I would work a 10-hour day, 6 days a week, and try to be productive at that. Now, my schedule shifted around a fair amount when I was young without any kids and any other responsibilities. I was on one of those cycling schedules where I kind of get in an hour later each day and roll around through the entire time. And I'd wind up kind of pulling in at 2 or 3 in the afternoon sometimes, and then work again past midnight or 2 in the morning. And that was when it was just me trying to make things happen. And I was usually isolated off in my office. People generally didn't bother me much, and I could get a lot of programming work done that way. I did settle into a more normal schedule when I was taking kids to school and things like that.
So kids were the forcing function that got you to wake up at the same time.
It's not clear to me that there was much of a difference in the productivity with that, where I kind of feel if I just get up when I feel like it, it's usually a little later each day. But I just recently made the focusing decision to try to push my schedule back a little bit earlier to getting up at 8 in the morning and trying to shift things around. Like I'm often doing experiments with myself about what should I be doing to be more productive. And one of the things that I did realize was happening in recent months, where I would go for a walk or a run. I cover like 4 miles a day, and I would usually do that just as the sun's going down. And here in Texas now, and it's still really damn hot, but I'd go out at 8:30 or something and cover the time there, and then the showering, and it was putting a hole in my day where I would have still a couple hours after that. Sometimes my best hours were at night when nobody else was around, nobody was bothering me. But that hole in the day was a problem. So just a couple weeks ago, I made the change to go ahead and say, all right, get up a little earlier, I'm going to walk or get out there first so I can have more uninterrupted time. So I'm still playing with factors like this as I kind of optimize my work efforts. But it's always been, it was 60 hours a week for a very long time. To some degree, I had a little thing in the back of my head where I was almost jealous of some of the programmers that would do these marathon sessions. And I had like Dave Taylor, one of the guys that he would be one of those people that would fall asleep under his desk sometimes, all the kind of classic hacker tropes about things. And a part of me was like always a little bothered that wasn't, that I would go program 20 hours straight, because I'm falling apart, not being very effective after 12 hours. Yeah, 12-hour programming, that's fine when you're doing that, but you're not doing smart work like that, but at least I'm not. But there's a range of people, and that's something that a lot of people don't really get in their gut, where there are people that work on 4 hours of sleep and are smart and continue to do good work, but then there's a lot of people that just fall apart. So I do tell people that I always try to get, it's not this, push yourself harder, get up earlier. I just do work where, you can work 100 hours a week and still get 8 hours of sleep if you just prioritize things correctly. But I do believe in working hard, working a lot. There was a comment that Game Dev made that I know there's a backlash against really hard work in a lot of cases, and I get into online arguments about this all the time. But it was basically saying, yeah, 40 hours a week, that's kind of a part-time job. And if you are really in it, you're doing what you think is important, what you're passionate about, working more, get more done. And it's just really not possible to argue with that if you've been around the people that work with that level of intensity and just say, like, no, they should just stop. And I kind of came back around to that a couple of years ago, where I was using the fictional example of, all right, some people they'll say with a straight face, they think, no, you are less productive if you work more than 40 hours a week. And they're generally misinterpreting things, where your marginal productivity for an hour after 8 hours is less than in one of your peak hours, but you're not literally getting less done. There's a point where you start breaking things and getting worse behavior and everything out of it, where you're literally going backwards, but it's not at 8 or 10 or 12 hours. And the fictional example I would use was, imagine there's asteroids coming to impact, to crash into Earth, destroy all of human life. Do you want Elon Musk or the people working at SpaceX that are building the interceptor that's going to deflect the asteroid? You want them to clock out at 5 because, damn it, they're just going to go do worse work if they work another couple hours. And, it seems absurd. And that's a hypothetical, though, and everyone can dismiss that. But then when coronavirus was hitting, and you have all of these medical personnel that are clearly pushing themselves really, really hard, and I'd say it's like, okay, you want all of these scientists working on treatments and vaccines and caring for all of these people, are they really screwing everything up by working more than 8 hours a day? And of course, people say I'm just an asshole to say something like that, but it's the truth. Working longer gets more best.
But the that's kind of layer one. But I'd like to also say that at least I believe, depending on the person, depending on the task, working more, harder, will make you better for the next week in those peak hours. There's something about a deep dedication to a thing that kind of gets deep in you. So the hard work isn't just about the raw hours of productivity. It's the thing it does to you in the weeks and months after too.
It's temporary.
And I think, if you're a sushi, you're really dedicating yourself completely to making the sushi next week. You're really putting in the long hours, day after day after day. You become a true craftsman of the things you're doing. Now, there's of course discussions about, are you sacrificing a lot of personal relationships? Are you sacrificing a lot of other things you can do with that time? But if you're talking about purely being a master or a craftsman of your art, that more hours isn't just about doing more, it's about becoming better at the thing.
Yeah, I don't gainsay anybody that wants to work the minimum amount. They've got other priorities in their life. My only argument that I make is not that everybody should work hard. It's that if you want to accomplish something, working longer and harder is the path to getting it accomplished.
Well, let me ask you about this then. The mythical work-life balance. For an engineer, it seems like that's one of the professions, a programmer, where working hard does lead to greater productivity. But it also raises the question of personal relationships and all that kind of stuff, family. How are you able to find good advice you can give, maybe even outside of yourself? Have you been able to arrive at any wisdom on this part?
So I do think that there's a wide range of people where different people have different needs. It's not a one size fits all. Certainly what works for me. I can tell enough that I'm different than a typical average person in the way things impact me, the things that I want to do. My goals are different, and sort of the levers to impact things are different. Where I have literally never felt burnout, and I know there's lots of brilliant, smart people that do world-leading work that get burned out, and it's never hit me. I've never been at a point where I'm like, I just don't care about this. I don't want to do this anymore. But I've always had the flexibility to work on lots of interesting things. I can always just turn my gaze to something else and have a great time working on that. And so much of the ability to actually work hard is the ability to have multiple things to choose from and to use your time on the most appropriate thing. There are time periods where it's the best time for me to read a new research paper that I need to really be thinking hard about it. Then there's a time that maybe I should just scan and organize my own notes because I'm just not on top of things. And there's the time that, all right, let's go bang out a few hundred lines of code for something. So switching between them has been real valuable.
You always have kind of joy in your heart for all the things you're doing, and that is a kind of work-life balance as the first step.
Yeah,
So you're always happy. Happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a lot of people would say that often I look like kind of a grim person, with just sitting there with a neutral expression or even like knitted brows and a frown on my face as I'm staring at something.
That's what happens when it's good for you.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Where that's like, okay, I'm pushing through this, I'm making progress here. I know that doesn't work for me. I know it doesn't work for most people. But what I'm always trying to do in those cases is I don't want to let somebody that might be a person like that be told by someone else that no, don't try it. Don't even try that out. As a where work-life balance versus kind of your life where there's a small subset of the people that can be very happy, be obsessive about things, and obsession can often get things done that just practical, prudent, pedestrian work won't, or at least won't for a very long.
There wasn't your nutritional intake in the early days. What can you say about as a being a programmer as a kind of athlete? So what nutrition of pizza?
I have never been that great on diet. I'm really paying attention to it where I'm good enough that I don't eat a lot. I've never been like a big heavy guy, but it was interesting where one of the things that I can remember being an unhappy teenager, not having enough money, and like one of the things that bothered me about not having enough money is I couldn't buy pizza whenever I wanted to. So I got rich, and then I bought a whole lot of pizza.
That
It was
was defining, like that's what made your
there was
like
a lot of
buy
little
pizza.
things, like I could buy all the pizza and comic books and video games that I wanted to, and it really didn't take that much. But the pizza was one of those things that is absolutely true that for a long time in its software, I had a pizza delivered every single day. The delivery guy gave me my name, and I didn't find out until years later that apparently I was such a good customer that they just never raised the price on me. And I was using this 6-year-old price for the pizza that they were still kind of sending my way every day.
So you were doing you watched it, or were you?
It would be spread out. You know, you have 2 pieces of pizza, you have some more later on, and maybe have something at home. It was one of the nice things that Facebook Meta is they feed you quite well. You get a different, I guess now it's DoorDash sorts of things delivered, but they take care of making sure that everybody does get well fed. I probably had better food those 6 years that I was working in the Meta office there than I used to before. But it worked out okay for me. My health has always been good. I get a pretty good amount of exercise, and I don't eat to excess, and I avoid a lot of other kind of not so good for you things. So I'm still doing quite well.
Did you have a kind of spiritual experience with food or coffee or any of that kind of stuff? I mean, the programming experience, with music or like I listen to Brown Noise or program or like creating an environment and the things you take into your body, just everything you construct, you become a kind of ritual that empowers the whole process. Do you have that relationship with pizza or?
It was really new with Diet Coke. There still is that sense of, drop the can down, crack open the can of Diet Coke. All right, now I'm in business. We're getting to work.
Still, to this day,
Yeah.
Diet Coke is still a part of
Yeah, probably 8 or 9 a day.
Nice. Okay. What about your setup? How many screens? What kind of keyboard is there? Something interesting? What kind of IDE? Emacs Vim or something modern? Linux or operating system, laptop, or any interesting things that didn't.
So I kind of migrated cultures where early on through all of game dev, there was sort of one culture there, which was really quite distinct from the more the Silicon Valley venture culture for things. They're different groups and they have pretty different ways in the way they think about things. And I still do think a lot of the big companies can learn things from the hardcore game development side of things. Where it still boggles my mind how hostile to debuggers and IDEs that so much of the kind of big money, get billions of dollars, Silicon Valley venture-backed funds are.
And this is, I'm sorry, so you're saying like big companies like Google and Meta are hostile to.
They are not big on debuggers and IDEs. Like, so much of it is like Emacs Vim for things, and we just assume that debuggers don't work most of the time for the systems, and a lot of this comes from a sort of Linux bias on a lot of things, where I did come up through the personal computers and then the DOS and then Windows, and it was Borland tools and then Visual Studio, and
Do you appreciate the buggers?
very much so. I mean, a debugger is how you get a view into the system that's too complicated to understand. I mean, anybody that thinks you can read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement. You can't even read all the code on a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding log statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. And yes, you can always get things done, even if you're working with stone knives and bear skills. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you will figure out a way to get it done. But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old list direction of like you've got a REPL and you're working interactively and doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger has a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all the different things in your program, set all these different breakpoints. And of course, you can do that with GDB or whatever somebody that grew up in game dev, it's like they were running into the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem. And you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before even before you did one compile cycle. You could be in the debugger and you say, well, I'm just going to change this right here. And yep, that did the job. And it didn't go on.
And for people who don't know, GDB is a popular, I guess, Linux debugger, primarily for C++.
They handle most languages, but it's it's based on C as the original computer.
But and it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for big visualizations. You're exactly right. So you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're with end and there's a problem. You can figure out why by just looking at the code. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process. Just a normal programming process, but to understand the code deeper.
When I'm working on my C, code, I'm always running it from the debugger. I type in the code, I run it. Many times the first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. And other people say, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there, and I've written brand new code. I want to step in there, and I'm going to single step through that, examine lots of things, and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to do.
It is a kind of companion to the debugger. Like if you're now coding and interacting with another being, the debugger is a kind of dumb being, but it's a reliable being. That is an interesting question of what goes with AI. The codex is kind of ability to generate code. Might be you might start having tools that understand the code in interesting, deep ways that can work with you.
There's a whole spectrum there from static code analyzers and various kind of dynamic tools there up to AI that can conceivably grok these programs that literally no human can understand. They're too big, too intertwined, too interconnected, but it's not beyond the possibility of understanding. It's just beyond what we can hold in our heads as a mutable state while we're working on things. And I'm a big proponent, again, of things like static analyzers and some of that stuff, where you'll find some people that don't like being scolded by a program for how they've written something. Where it's like, oh, I know better. And sometimes you do, but that was something that it was very, very valuable for me when not too many people get an opportunity like this to have. This is almost one of those spiritual experiences as a programmer, an awakening to be it software code bases were a couple million lines of code. And at one point, I used a few of the different analysis tools, but I made a point to really go through and scrub the code base using every tool that I could find. And it was eye-opening, where we had a reputation for having some of the most robust, strongest code, where there were some great things that I remember hearing from Microsoft telling us about crashes on Xbox, and we had this tiny number that they said were probably literally hardware errors. And then you have other significant titles that just have millions of faults that are getting recorded all the time. So I was proud of our code on a lot of levels, but when I took this code analysis squeegee through everything, it was shocking in how many errors there were in there. Things that you could say, okay, this was a copy paste, not changing something right here. Lots of things that were the most common problem was something in a printf format string that was elongated type that could cause crashes there. And you really want the warnings for things like that. And the next most common was missing a check for null that would actually happen that could blow things up. And those are obviously like top C, C++ things. Everybody has those problems. But the long tail of all of the different little things that could go wrong there, we had good programs. My own code, that's what I'd be looking at. It's like, oh, I wrote that code. That's definitely wrong. We've been using this for a year, and it's this submarine, this mine sitting there waiting for us to step on. And it was humbling. It was, and I reached the conclusion that anything that can be syntactically allowed in your language, if it's going to show up eventually in large enough code base. You're not going to, good intentions aren't going to keep it from happening. You need automated tools and guardrails for things. And those start with things like static types, where you type things in more dynamic languages. But the people that rebel against that basically say that slows me down doing that, there's something to that. I get that. I've written, the analysis and the stuff that just like you can't run your program until you fix this, rather than just running and hopefully unit testing it.
Yeah, in my private code, I have a search everywhere.
Yeah.
My name is Matt.
There's something
Thank you for listening.
pleasant.
We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured. And before long, all of them were going hungry. Some of them even starving. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill, even a few of them dying. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stunk after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and an English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins, named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report of what had happened in the Caribbean. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayal. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with the fleet later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to be dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in Elizabeth's reign. However, we're going to wait on this story. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, in an event that has been called by historians Drake's War. This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the World. After his meeting with the Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history for a little while. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage. If he was not imprisoned, then it still might have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until the heat died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake went on a couple of legitimate and pretty small trading voyages, either to Africa or back to the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions, because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen to be and recorded as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and potentially a family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest egg, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean.
3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by the elder Hawkins brother, William, and one of them was actually captained by William Hawkins. The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods or African goods. Then the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west, across the Atlantic, back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep any official record of it, and the Spanish records of the time record no English abuses in the Caribbean, at least none that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Luteranos Corsarios, but it's thought that these were probably French Huguenot pirates. The Spanish would have made mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another simple trading voyage, or it may have been, for Francis Drake, a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could for his coming plans. He harbored a lot of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage or hatred for what they had done to him in the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid for it. If this wasn't intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap nonetheless. The Spanish had organized a defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval convoys that would accompany any Spanish merchant ships traveling around the Caribbean. These were heavily gunned ships that would deter any pirates in the region hoping to take these Spanish merchant vessels. If Francis Drake had intended a little piracy against some Spanish ships while on this voyage, he would quickly have realized that he had no hope of success against this convoy system. At first, the French pirates in the region had the same problem, but quickly they learned to adapt and evolve to the situation. While even the best of these French pirate ships couldn't hope to go toe-to-toe with these Spanish warships, they were just hopelessly outgunned, they decided to use a different tactic. They just attacked using rowboats. They had what was called the mothership, the primary pirate vessel, but they usually towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller vessels that weren't suited for long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean Sea, they were small, they were fast, and they had a shallow draft, so along the coast they could get into certain inlets and rivers that larger vessels would be unable to. Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came equipped with oars so that they could move very quickly and despite the wind. They usually had a single cannon at the fore. Now, of course, a small vessel with a single cannon couldn't hope to stand up against the Spanish warship, but this wasn't intended for long, drawn-out sea battle. It took time for a ship at sea to move into position to fire on another ship, and these small rowboats could move in quickly, get alongside a ship, and board her. They were bristling with men, armed with muskets, swords, pikes, and axes. They could sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was happening. If they did so at night, when most of the crew was sleeping, they could subdue the ship within minutes. At that point, they could loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel, and sail away before any of the Spanish ships could respond. Even if these Spanish warships gave chase, they were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft. They had the element of surprise and stealth. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they were able to loot the ship and be away before any of the other ships in the convoy knew that anything was happening. This was proving extremely successful for the French pirates. And once Francis Drake saw just how successful they were, he wanted in. It's even possible that on this reconnaissance voyage, Francis Drake took part in some of this French piracy. There's no record of it, but we do know that he did know quite a few of the French pirates operating in the region, so he might have seen firsthand just how successful these smaller craft were at taking larger prizes. But we do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth, England, and he commissioned 2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard his ship, the Swan. Then he sailed back to the New World in the year 1571. It was around this time that the Spanish published a list of the most notorious English pirates. Most of these pirates are the people that we've talked about so far. The Winter brothers, Hopkins, George and William Winter, were, while naval officials in England, seen as notorious pirates to the Spanish. The Hawkins brothers, of course, were on there as well. William and John Hawkins came next. Francis Drake and his brothers filled out the rest of the list, along with a few other pirates. However, his 1571 voyage began a plan that would see Francis Drake's name begin to rise. He would move past his brothers, past William and John Hawkins, even past the Winter brothers, to become the most notorious pirate in the Caribbean and Spain's most wanted criminal. One of Drake's first actions upon returning to the Caribbean was to join a group of French pirates who were operating on the Caribbean coast of modern-day Panama. It was called then Terra Firma. This kind of lends credence to the theory that Drake was operating with the pirates on his previous voyage, but now we have confirmation. The French were not alone, however. They were in contact with a large group of escaped slaves known collectively as the Cimarrones. Today, they're called the Cimarrones, but the original English documents refer to them as Cameroons, and I'm going to use that terminology. If that's somehow a slur or derogatory, I'm unaware of it, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm just going off the pronunciation in the original historical English documents, so my apologies ahead of time if my ignorance is involved. The Cameroons were a thorn in the side of the Spanish. They were building communities all throughout the Spanish New World that launched attacks on the Spanish, raiding and harassing them, and also offering safe haven to any escaped slaves. They were in contact with many of the natives of the area who also didn't like the Spanish in their land, so they were able to work together. The Bishop of Panama around this time complained of the Cameroons, quote, "The human tongue cannot relate the ignominies which both the French and the Cimarrones have this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons. And of 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the wilds." End quote. These were men and women who had been brought forcefully into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam, well, not freely, obviously, they were property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies, learning the day-to-day activities of the Spanish, both their merchant activities and their military activities. They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved a powerful ally to the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce Francis Drake, the Cameroons. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels, such as the Jesus of Lubbock, Francis Drake didn't look down on these escaped slaves. In fact, in many ways, he really respected them. They had escaped the clutches of the Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strange meeting. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting to ally together for a common cause. They had two basic things in common. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no monarch, they were African slaves, they had previously belonged to Spanish overlords, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish law in the New World. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal vendetta that he was seeing followed through. And secondly, most importantly to this meeting, all three of these groups desperately hated the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his Englishmen and several French pirates. The Cameroons sent the help of a man who was to guide them, a man who knew the area extremely well, named Pedro Mandela. He was going to lead them secretly and quietly up the rivers of Panama to reach the Spanish settlements there. Their plan was to row a small galley up the Rio Cargues. The Rio Cargues was an extremely important river. It still is today. It's the basis for the modern Panama Canal. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama in the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire that is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. They were all ships to Panama. These were goods such as furs and spices and pearls and dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs and spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train over land to Nombre de Dios. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their voyage, was not that time of year. This was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels in the Rio Cargues were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. Now, these were all larger river vessels than Francis Drake's small galley, which could move freely along the river at this time of year. While these ships waited haplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods in a large quantity. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around it. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother's ship. It was anchored at the Cabo Cachivo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure fleet wasn't there, but Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre de Dios, learn the ins and outs of the village and her defenses. After dropping off his share of goods back at his mother's ship, Drake was out just a couple of days later on his galley, looking for new Spanish prizes. It was in late February that he attacked a Spanish trading frigate. The Spanish account records a group of men armed to the teeth, led by two men wearing war paint, one black and one red, and they were said to be highly menacing. While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and women, and were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only name we have was a nobleman named Diego Azevedo, who was said to have taken, quote, an arrow through the brows. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and waded to shore, where they ran away into the wilderness. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then, when another ship happened along this scene, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish a message. This message was translated into Spanish and handed down to posterity. It really shows the audacity of Francis Drake, better than anything up to this point. It reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion, and later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without evil or damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag, and whoever does not come will bear the blame. I do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. By the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate you had not the value of 4 silver reals, done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargues, where they headed back upriver and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was at a small town called the Venta de Cruces, which literally translates to the Crossroads Warehouse, and they stole there goods worth an estimated 100,000 pesos. On their voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Cargues, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along terra firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring in any of the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargues and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these Luteranos, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and the French. However, the English realized that they needed a base of operation. Their fleet was growing. The English had taken a number of ships, mostly because they had to have more space to hold all of the goods that they were taking from them.
Settled down there, moved in, and started working on more little projects. The first kind of big change that happened down there was the company wanted to make a gaming-focused, PC gaming-focused subscription. Just like all their other same formula that they use for everything. Pay a monthly fee and you'll get a disc with 1 or 2 games just every month. No choice in what you get, but we think it'll be fun. And that was the model they were comfortable with. And said, all right, we're going to start this gamers edge department. And all of us that were interested in that, the Romero, Tom Hall was kind of helping us from his side of things. They would peek in, and we had a few other programmers working with us at the time. And we were going to just start making games, just the same model. And we dived in, it was fantastic.
You have to make new games
every month.
Every month.
Yeah. And this, in retrospect, looking back at it, that sense that I had done all this contract programming, and John Romero had done like far more of this, where he had done one of his teaching himself efforts was made a game for every letter of the alphabet. That sense of like, I'm just going to go make 26 different games, give them a different theme, and you learn so much when you go through and crank these things out on a bi-weekly, monthly basis, something like that.
Finish. So it's not like an idea, it's not from the very beginning to the very end. It's done. It has to be done. There's no delaying. It's done.
Got deadlines. And that kind of rapid iteration, pressure cooker environment was super important for all of us developing the skills that brought us to where we eventually went to. I mean, people would say, like in the history of the Beatles, like it wasn't them being the Beatles, it was them playing all of these other early works, but that opportunity to craft all of their skills before they were famous, that was very critical to their later successes. I think there's a lot of that here where we did these games that nobody remembers, lots of little things that contributed to building up the skill set of the things that eventually did make us famous.
Yeah, the CS we wrote, the Gambler, I had to write it in a month just to make money. And nobody remembers that probably because he had to figure out, literally, he didn't have enough time to write it fast enough to come up with packs. It literally,
it comes down to that point where pressure and limitation of resources is surprisingly important. And it's counterintuitive in a lot of ways where you just think that if you've got all the time in the world and you've got all the resources in the world, of course you're going to get something better. But sometimes it really does work out that innovation or necessity and resource constraints, you have to do things when you don't have a choice. It's surprising what you can do.
Is there any good games written in that time? Would you say?
Some of them are still fun to go back and play, where you get they were all about kind of the more modern sort of game feel, about how just the exact feel of things. It's not the grand strategy of the design, but how running and jumping and shooting and those things feel in the moment. And some of those are still, if you sat down on them, you kind of go, it's a little bit different. It doesn't have the same movement feel, but you move over and like bang, jump, bang. Hey, that's kind of cool.
So you can get lost in the rhythm of the game, like this. Is that what you mean by feel? It's just like there's something about it that pulls you in.
Nowadays, again, people talk about but there are better and worse ways to do all of them. And we did so many of these games that it was, we got a lot of practice. So one of the kind of weird things that was happening at this time is John Romero was getting some strange fan mail. And back in the days, this is before email, so we literally got letters sometimes and telling him, oh, I want to talk to you about your games, I want to reach out, different things. And eventually it turned out that these were all coming from Scott Miller at Apogee Software. And he was reaching out through, he didn't think he could contact John directly, that he would get intercepted, so he was trying to get him to contact him through like back channel fan mail, because he basically was saying, hey, I'm making all this money on shareware games. I want you to make shareware games, because he had seen some of the games that Romero had done. And, you know, we looked at Scott Miller's games, and we didn't think they were very good. We were like, that can't be making the kind of money that he's saying he's making 10 grand or something off of this game. And we really thought that he was full of shit, that it was a lie trying to get him into this. But so that was kind of going on at one level. And it was funny the moment when Romero realized that he had some of these letters pinned up on his wall, like all of his fans. And then we noticed that they all had the same return address with different names on them, which was a little bit of a two-edged sword there.
Trying to figure out the puzzle late on how before.
Yeah, what happened after I kind of coincident with that was I was working on a lot of the new technologies where I was now full on the IBM for the first time, where I was really a long holdout on Apple II forever, and I loved my Apple II. It was a computer I was wished I had when I was growing up, and when I finally did have one, I was kind of clinging on to that well past it sort of good use.
Is it the best computer ever made?
I wouldn't make judgments like that about it, but it was positioned in such a way, especially in school systems, that it impacted a whole lot of American programmers in this, where there was programs that the Apple IIs got into schools, and they had enough capability that lots of interesting things happened with them. In Europe, it was different. You had your Amigas and Ataris and Acorns in the UK and things that had different things. But in the United States, it was probably the Apple II made the most impact for a lot of programmers of my generation. But so I was really digging into the IBM, and this was even more so with the total focus, because I moved to another city where I didn't know anybody that I wasn't working with. I had a little apartment, and then at Softdisk, again, the things that drew me to it, I had a couple programmers that knew more than I did, and they had a library. They had a set of books, and a set of magazines. They had a couple years of magazines, Dr. Dobbs Journal, and all of these magazines that had information about things. And so I was just in total immersion mode. It was eat, breathe, sleep, computer programming, particularly the IBM, everything that I was doing. And I was digging into a lot of these low-level hardware details that people weren't usually paying attention to, the ways that the IBM EGA cards worked, which was fun for me. I hadn't had experience with things at that level, and back then, you could get hardware documentation down at the register level. This is where the CRTC register is. This is how the color registers work and how different things are applied. And they were designed for a certain reason. They were designed for an application. They had an intended use in mind. But I was starting to look at other ways that they could perhaps be exploited that they weren't initially intended for.
Could you comment on first of all, what operating system is there? What instruction set was it? Like what are we talking about?
So this was DOS and x86, 16-bit 8086. The 286s were there. 386s existed. They were rare. We had a couple for our development systems, but we were still targeting more broad. It was all DOS 16-bit. None of this was kind of DOS extenders and things.
How different is it from the systems of today? Is it kind of the precursor that's similar?
Very little. If you open up command.e on Windows, you see some of the remnants of all of that, but it was a different world. It was the 640K is enough world, and nothing was protected, crashed all the time. You had TSRs or terminate and stay resident hacks on top of things that would cause configuration problems. All the hardware was manually configured in your auto-exec. So it was a very different world. But
the code is still the same, similar.
You could still write it. My earliest code there was written in Pascal. That was what I had learned.
Pascal. So between BASIC and C++, there was back.
Yeah, my intermediate stuff was, well, you had to for performance, basically just too slow. So most of the work that I was doing as a contract programmer in my teenage years was assembly language.
Wait,
And I
you wrote
complete games in assembly language. And it's thousands and thousands of lines of three-letter acronyms for the instructions.
that's if you don't burn the once again greatest programmer ever label without being eradicated to something. Okay.
That's it. Everybody serious wrote their games in assembly language. It was kind of a
Serious. You said everybody's serious.
It was an outlier to use Pascal a little bit, where there was one famous program called Wizardry. It was one of the great early role-playing games that was written in Pascal, but it was almost nothing using Pascal. But I did learn Pascal, and I remember doing all of my, to this day, I sketch in data structures. When I'm thinking about something, I'll open up a file and I'll start writing struct definitions for how data is going to be laid out. And Pascal was kind of formative to that, because I remember designing my RPGs in Pascal record structures and things like that. And so I had got the Pascal compiler for the Apple IIgs that I could work on. And the first IBM game that I developed, I did in Pascal. And that's actually kind of an interesting story, again, talking about the constraints of resources, where I had an Apple IIgs. I didn't have an IBM PC. I wanted to port my applications to IBM because I thought I could make more money on it. So what I wound up doing is I rented a PC for a week and bought a copy of Turbo Pascal. And so I had a hard 1 week, and this was cutting into what minimal profit margin I had there. When I had this computer for a week, I had to get my program ported before I had to return the PC.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the first thing that I had done on the IBM PC, and what led me to taking the job at Softness.
And Turbo Pascal, how's it different from regular Pascal? Is it different compiler or something like that?
So it was a product of Borland, which before Microsoft kind of killed them, they were the hot stuff developer tools company. Yeah, Borland, Turbo Pascal, Turbo C, and Prolog. I mean, all the different things. But what they did was they took an extremely pragmatic approach to making something useful. It was one of these great examples where Pascal was an academic language. You had things like the UCSB system. That Wizardry was actually written in. That they did manage to make a game with that, but it was not the super practical system. While Turbo Pascal was called Turbo because it was blazingly fast to compile. It was really ridiculously 10 to 20 times faster than most other compilers at the time. But it also has very pragmatic access to, look, you can just go get the hardware in these different ways. We have libraries that let you do things. And it was a perfectly good way to write games. This is one of those things where people have talked about different paths that computer development could have taken, where C took over the world for reasons that came out of Unix and eventually Linux. And if that was not a foregone conclusion at all, people can make real reasoned, rational arguments that the world might have been better if it had gone a Pascal route. I'm somewhat agnostic on that, where I do know from experience it was perfectly good enough to do that. And it had fundamental improvements, like it had range check arrays as an option there, which could avoid many of C's real hazards that happen in the security space. But C1, they were basically operating at about the same level of abstraction. It was a systems programming language.
But we said Pascal had more data structures. Actually, in the tree of languages, did Pascal come before C? Did it
They were
inspire
pretty
a lot?
contemporaneous. So Pascal's lineage went to Modulo 2 and eventually Oberon, which was another sort of kind of experimental language. But they were all good enough at that level. Now, some of the classic academic-oriented Pascals were just missing fundamental things like, oh, you can't access this core system thing because we're just using it to teach students. But Turbo Pascal showed that only modest changes to it really did make it a completely capable language. And it had some reasons why they implemented a single pass compiler, so it could be way, way faster, although less scope for optimization if you do it that way. And it did have some range checking options. It had a little bit better typing capability, and properly typing these sorts of things, and other stuff that C lacked. But C was also clearly good enough, and it wound up with a huge inertia from the Unix ecosystem. And everything did with that.
Garbage collection.
No, it was not garbage collected.
Same kind of
Yeah,
thing as
same manual. So you could still have your use after freeze and all those other problems. But just getting rid of array of programs that we could compile with that debugging option certainly would have avoided a lot of problems and could have a lot of that. But so anyways, that was the next thing I had to learn because C was where it seemed like most of the things were going. So I abandoned Pascal and I started working in C. I started hacking all these hardware things, with the graphics controllers, with EGA systems. And what we both wanted to do, so at that time we were sitting in our darkened office playing all the different console video games, and we were figuring out what what games do we want to make for our Gamer's Edge product. And so we had one of the first Super Nintendos sitting there, and we had an older Nintendo looking at all those games. And the core thing that those consoles did that you just didn't get on the PC game was this ability to have a massive scrolling mode, where most of the games that would make on a PC and earlier personal computers would be a static screen, move little things around on it, and you interact like that. Maybe you go to additional screens as you move. But arcade games and consoles had this wonderful ability to just have a big world that was slowly moving you into through. And that was, for those types of games, that an action explosion adventure games, that was a super, super important thing. And PC games just didn't do that. And what I had come across was a couple of different techniques for implementing that on the PC. And they're not hard, complicated things. I'll explain them now. They're pretty straightforward, but nobody was doing it.
You sound like Einstein describing his 5 papers. It's pretty straightforward. I understand. But there are nevertheless revolutions. Besides scrolling, it's a genius invention.
Vertical, and some of the consoles had different limitations about you could use one but not the other. And there were similar things going on as examples, even in the console space. So you have the original Mario game was just horizontal scrolling, and then later Mario games added vertical aspects to it, different things that you were doing to explore, kind of expand the capabilities. And so much of the early game design, the decades, was removing limitations, letting you do things that you envisioned as a designer, you wanted to play the experience, but the hardware just couldn't really, or you didn't know how to make it happen. It felt impossible.
You can imagine you want to create like this big world through which you can side scroll, like through which you can walk, and then you ask yourself the question: how do I build that in a way that's like the latency is low enough, the hardware can actually deliver that perpetuated.
Yeah, and we knew what we wanted to do because we were playing all of these console games, playing all these Nintendo games and arcade games. Clearly, there was a whole world of awesome things there that we just couldn't do on a PC, at least initially. Because every programmer can tell, it's like if you want to scroll, you can redraw the whole screen. But then it turns out, well, you're going 5 frames per second. That's not an interactive, fun experience. You want to be going 30 or 60 frames per second or something. And it just didn't feel like that was possible. It felt like the PCs had to get 5 times faster for you to make a playable game there. And interestingly, I wound up with 2 completely different solutions for the scrolling problem. And this is a theme that runs through everything, where all of these big technical advancements, it turns out there's always a couple of different ways of doing it. And it's not like you found the one true way of doing it. And we'll see this as we go into 3D games and things later. But so the scrolling, the first set of scrolling tricks that I got was the hardware has this ability to you could shift like inside the window of memory. So the ETA cards at the time had 256 kilobytes of memory, and it was awkwardly set up in this planar format where instead of having 256 or 24 million colors, you had 16 colors, 4 bits. So you had 4 bit plates, 64K. 64K is a nice round number for 16-bit addressing. So your graphics card had a 16-bit window that you could look at, and you could tell it to start the video scan out anywhere inside it. So there were a couple games that had taken this approach of you could make a 2x2 screen or a 1x4 screen, and you could do scrolling really easily like that. You could just lay it all out and just pan around there, but you just couldn't make it any bigger because that's all the memory that was there. The first insight to the scrolling that I had was, well, if we make a screen that's just one tile larger, we usually had tiles that were 16 pixels by 16 pixels, a little classic Mario block that you run into. Lots of artists go on that way. and your screen is a certain number of tiles. But if you had one little buffer region outside of that, you can easily pan around inside that 16 pixel region. That can be perfectly smooth. But then what happens is you get to the edge and you want to keep going. The first way we did scrolling was what I called adaptive tile, which was really just a matter of you get to the edge and then you go back to the original point and then only change the tiles that are different between where it was. In most of the games at the time, if you think about sort of your classic Super Mario Brothers game, you've got big fields of blue sky, long rows of zinc brick texture, and there's a lot of commonality. It's kind of like a data compression thing. If you take the screen and you set it down on top of each other, in general, only about 10% of the tiles were actually different. So this was a way to go ahead and say, well, I'm going to move it back, and I'm only going to change those 10, 20, whatever percent tiles there. And that meant that it was essentially 5 times faster than if you were redrawing all of the tiles. And that worked well enough for us to do a bunch of these games for Gamer's Edge. We had a lot of these scrolling games like Stormax and Shadow Knights and things like that we were cranking out at this high rate that had this scrolling effect on it. And it worked well enough. There were design challenges there where if you made, the worst case, you made a checkerboard over the entire screen. You scroll over one and every single tile changes and your frame rate down 5 frames per second because it had to redraw everything. So the designers had a little bit that they had to worry about. They had to make these relatively strange looking levels, but it was still pretty magical. It was something that we hadn't seen before. And the first thing that we wound up doing with that was I had just gotten this working. Tom Hall was sitting there with me, and we were looking over at our Super Nintendo on the side there with Super Mario 3. And we had the technology, we had the tools set up there, and we stayed up all night, and we basically cloned the first level of Super Mario.
Performance live as well.
Yeah. So and we had our little character running and jumping in there. It was, it wasn't. It was close to pixel accurate as far as all of the backgrounds and everything, but the gaming was just stuff we cobbled together from previous games that I had written. I just kind of really kit bashed the whole thing together to make this demo. And that was one of the rare cases when I said I don't usually do these all-night programming things. There's probably only 2 memorable ones that I can think about. One was the all-nighter to go ahead and get our Dangerous David copyright infringement is how we titled it, because we had a game called Dangerous David, running around with a shotgun shooting things, and we were just taking our most beloved game at the time there, the Super Mario 3, and sort of sticking Dave inside that with this new scrolling technology that was going perfectly smooth for as it ran. And Tom and I just kind of clearly the next morning, kind of left the disc on the desk for John Romero and Jay Wilbur to see this and run this. And we eventually made it back in later in the day. And Apogee innovation was to take something, call it shareware, split it into three pieces. You always made a trilogy. And you would put the first piece out, but then you buy the whole trilogy for some shareware amount. Which in reality it meant that the first part was a demo, where you kind of like the demo went everywhere for free, paid money to get the whole set. But it was still played as shareware. We were happy to have the first one go everywhere. And it wasn't a crippled demo, where the first episode of all these trilogies, it was a real complete game. And probably 20 times as many people played that part of it, thought they had a great game, had found fond memories of it, but never paid us a dime. But enough people were happy with that, where it was really quite successful. And these early games that we didn't think very much of compared to commercial quality games, but they were doing really good business from fairly crude things, and people, it was good business. People enjoyed it, and it wasn't like you were taking a crapshoot on what you were getting. You just played a third of the experience, and you loved it enough to hand write out a check, put it in an envelope, and address it and send it out to Apogee to get the rest of it. So it was a really pretty feel-good business prospect there because everybody was happy. You know, they knew what they were getting. When they sent it in, they would send in fan mail. If you go to the trouble of addressing a letter and filling out an envelope, you write something in it, and there were just the literal bags of fan mail for the shareware games. So people loved them.
I should mention that for you, the definition of wealth is being able to have pizza whenever you want. For me, there was a dream that I would play shareware games over and over. The part of free over and over. It was very deeply fulfilling experience. But you know, I dreamed of a time when I could actually afford the full experience. And this is kind of the dream that I had beyond the horizon. And we find out what else is there. In some sense, even just playing with shareware was it's a limitation of that. You know, life is limited. Eventually we'll die. In that way, shareware was somehow really fulfilling to have this kind of mysterious thing beyond what's free. What was there? It's kind of, I don't know. That maybe it's because of part of my childhood. Shareware games. Those are really fulfilling experience. So interesting how that model still brought joy to so many people.
Yeah,
There's plenty of people that play it.
I felt very good about that. I would run into people, it's like, they would say, oh, I loved that game that you had early on, Commander Team, whatever, and no, they meant just the first episode that they got to see everywhere.
That's me, I played the crap out of Commander Team.
That was all good.
Yeah.
But so we were in this position where Scott Miller was just running us cash and said, yeah, make a game. But we did not properly pull the trigger and say, all right, we're quitting our job. We were like, we're going to do both. We're going to keep working at Softness, working on this. And then we're going to go ahead and make a new game for Apogee at the same time. And this eventually did lead to some legal problems. And we had trouble. It all got worked out in the end, but it was not a good call at the time.
And your legal mind at the time was not stellar. You were not thinking in terms of legal.
Yeah, I definitely know that none of us were. In hindsight, yeah, like how did we think we were going to get away with like using our work computers to write software for our breakaway news company? It was not a good plan.
How did Commander Team play?
So the design process, we would start from, we had some idea of what we wanted to do. We wanted to do a Mario-like game. It was going to be side-scroller. We could use the technology. We had some sense of what it would have to look like because of the limitations of this adaptive tile refresh where we had an interesting division of business. Tom was all creative and design. I was all programming.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on the piece of 8, which represented the pillars of Hercules, being the 2 dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe, represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of Funkmon pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the single slash dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer than that. There was a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line running through it. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I'd just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything that I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at thepiratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all of your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues any of you might have. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, and even in England. And we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not like talked about around the dinner table. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person and every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of what would become Germany, you could be safe. But if you were to just move over into parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe were you a Protestant, but you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted your head because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even on to people like Benjamin Barnacle. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict started. I'd like to introduce that conflict with a quote from Winston Churchill. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from volume 2 of that work, subtitled The New World. Quote, "We have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period in time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. The popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rulers, with the lusts and pomps of other potentates, yet they claimed to carry with them the spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences to remit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their credulity. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they went uncorrected. End quote. What an excellent quote. It really gives just a perfect introduction to everything that we're going to be talking about today, and sums up almost every point that I'm going to be trying to touch on. However, there is one key thing that I think it lacks. It doesn't go into any detail about the key role that the church played in Europe during the Middle Ages, which I think is kind of important to understand today's story to its fullest. The Catholic Church was, during the time of the Roman Empire, part of a tripod of the empire. There was, of course, the Roman Church. There was the Roman imperial bureaucracy, and then there were the legions. But when the fall of Rome came, really, those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away. The church was left all throughout Europe, trying to tend to the spiritual needs of its flock, without any support at all. So it had to work from scratch to build that support. It did so by allying itself with various tribes who were vying for control of the European continent. There were some very big alliances, such as the one between the Franks and the Catholic Church, that wound up creating what we know today as the Holy Roman Empire. It even managed to hold on, and quite strongly in some places, but in Gaul and the former province of Hispania, which would have been the Iberian Peninsula, even in Britannia, which was the farthest flung part of the empire to the north, and that was subsequently invaded by pagan barbarians, the Anglo-Saxon invasions, which threatened to wipe out the Catholic Church there entirely, but they managed to hold on and ally themselves with people who were likely to come out on top, and somehow all of these people did. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer. It had really the only schools that were left in Europe. If you were going to get any sort of formal health care anywhere in Europe, it was going to be a church facility. They also had a massive communications network between dioceses that if any of these strongmen who intended to be king were to actually rule, they were going to need to make use of that communications network. Perhaps even the most important point was the Roman Church had on their side the Roman God. Many of these barbarians were, before this, pagans, following perhaps the Norse religion. They would have made sacrifices to Odin and Thor. But their enemies, the people they were fighting, were frequently people making sacrifices to the same two gods. So if they could ingratiate themselves with the church, then they would have the ear of the god of Rome, the god who had helped build the most powerful empire in the world that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer. And it seemed to work out, because people who had allied themselves with the church usually wound up on top. And in many cases, these kingdoms that they began are the foundations for many of Europe's modern countries even today. The church was central in their birth. However, the church had to ingrain itself into the civilization of Europe. They had to make themselves indispensable to the European way of life. And they did so fantastically. The church was there at every major life event you had. When you were born, the church was there to baptize you. When you were married, the church was there to marry you. When your children were born, they were there to baptize your children. And when you died, the church was there to bury you. Not only was the church central to the lives of the people in Europe, they were central to the aristocracy as well. See, people in Spain and the Holy Roman Empire didn't speak the same language. However, they were able to communicate by using Latin. They used Latin, the language of Rome, because that was what was taught in the church schools. So really, they had recreated those three pillars of the Roman Empire. The church still existed, but they had recreated government, and through the armies of these different nations, they had recreated the legions, which they could call upon at any time if they needed to defend themselves or go fight the Muslims in a crusade. That's not to say that there wasn't conflict, though. There definitely was. Even at the outset of the Holy Roman Empire, their first major alliance, the leader of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome, vying for control. The Holy Roman Empire has had a great tradition of conflict with Rome. One of their later Holy Roman emperors, Frederick Barbarossa, he even went so far as to elevate a personally chosen pope of his own in defiance of the one in Rome. He didn't like the way that the Roman Pope was doing business, which was exactly what the Roman Church had become, a business. You could go so far as to consider all the nations of Europe subsidiary companies to their parent company, the Catholic Church, and the Pope was its CEO. And the Church had thusly become extremely wealthy. They owned massive tracts of land from which they collected rent. They collected forced tithes from every citizen in Europe. Now, you might picture them passing the hat and giving whatever they could. However, a tithe was a forced tax. You had to give a certain amount of money. And if you weren't able to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't just your soul that was in peril. The secular authorities would get involved. Your life could very well be in peril. Due to how well the church was doing, the church and its popes had developed really expensive tastes. Throughout the Middle Ages, popes were growing wealthier and wealthier, and they even started fighting to keep the papacy a familial dynastic tradition. They had palaces that these families owned. They had extraordinarily large quantities of gold. Popes had mistresses, and they even threw parties that would make even the most decadent Roman emperor blush. Despite the fact that they were making huge amounts of money, they needed to raise revenues somehow. And they decided to do that through the sale of indulgences. I imagine most of you know all about this stuff. However, for the uninitiated, an indulgence was a papal decree that allowed your soul to move past purgatory and on to heaven. Purgatory was a place where, well, when you died, according to the church, your soul was bound either for hell or heaven, either to burn or live in paradise forever. However, to get to hell, you had to commit a pretty grievous sin, what was known as a mortal sin, something defiantly against God. For the rest of us who hadn't committed a mortal sin, we were going to go to heaven. But first, we had to have our earthly sins purged. And that was done in that place called purgatory. My favorite description of purgatory, I think, is probably the one in the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. He envisions purgatory as a mountain spiraling up towards heaven. After death, your soul went to that mountain of purgatory, and while it ascended that mountain to get to heaven, it underwent several trials, 7 of them in fact, that were intended to purge away the 7 deadly sins, so that when you got to the top and were able to enter heaven, your soul would be clean enough to bask in the glory of God. So purgatory wasn't a particularly nice place. It wasn't as bad as hell, but it wasn't a place that you necessarily wanted to be. So the church had these indulgences that the Pope could grant to you that would allow your soul to skip over that unpleasant step known as purgatory. At certain times, the church was known to sell these indulgences for money. This was the Rome, a Rome of lavish luxury and extreme decadence, a Rome that was seen by many to be swindling its parishioners by lying to them about being able to get them into heaven for money. This was the Rome that at the end of a very long journey was first encountered by Martin Luther. Martin Luther was one of tens of thousands of people that would make a pilgrimage to Rome every year, many of them members of the clergy, in an effort to find themselves closer to God. Martin Luther was taking this journey on the advice of a higher up of his order who had suggested he do so because Martin Luther was a very troubled young monk. He always found himself somewhat distant from the presence of God that he hoped to feel. In fact, Martin Luther had a very troubled youth in general. His father was a member of a growing middle class in Germany who, by all accounts, was not a very kind man. However, he did send his son Martin off to the university, a fairly respected university, where he was supposed to train to become a lawyer. And for a while he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there would wind up serving him well later on in life. But after a run-in with the plague, in which many of his friends died, and then a near-death experience on a lonesome road during a very violent thunderstorm, Martin Luther decided to dedicate himself to God. However, after becoming a monk and going through all of those ordeals, he never felt himself truly in the presence of God. He never felt God's love fill him. The church taught him that to feel God's love, there were 2 ways about it. One was doing good works, which were good works according to the church, things that the church decreed you should do. The other was through suffering and penance. And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but also undertook suffering and penance on a level that was dangerous. He would wear those horsehair shirts with the hair on the inside that would become extremely uncomfortable all the time. He would flagellate himself until he had nearly bled to death. More than once, his brothers had to pull him in from the cold where he was outside, nearly nude, freezing to death, trying with all of his might to feel the presence of God through suffering. And yet, Martin Luther never did feel the presence of God, not in his heart. So it was suggested that he take this pilgrimage to Rome, and he did. It took about 2 months to get from his monastery to Rome. But upon arriving in Rome, well, this was the height of the Italian Renaissance. When he arrived in Rome, literally, Michelangelo was painting the roof of the Sistine Chapel. Raphael was painting the Pope's apartments and decorating them in lavish ways. There were some of the greatest artists and thinkers and architects of all time living and working in Italy, especially in Rome, at this time when Martin Luther got there. Not only was Rome culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the center of church power. This was the center of God's house. This was where God was closest to earth and spoke directly to the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, to which Martin Luther had dedicated himself. At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty and grandeur around him, as I imagine anybody would be arriving in Italy at about the time of the height of the Italian Renaissance. But soon, that veneer and that awe began to fade. One of Martin Luther's first destinations, as a man who saw suffering as the best way to get closer to God, was a crypt in which the remains of thousands of martyrs were kept. However, when he arrived at this crypt, he learned that he would have to pay a fee to enter and see the remains of these martyrs, which he did, and that earned him an indulgence, a token that would let him lessen his time in purgatory. And that was just the beginning. At a sermon that an understandably timid Martin Luther was giving in Rome in front of many very august members of the clergy, he overheard one of them say, "Just get on with it." This was Martin Luther's experience time after time at nearly every site he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome. And so he returned to Germany, even more disillusioned than he had gone to Rome. He began to feel that there was something wrong with him. In his writings, he would frequently ask, "What's wrong with me? Why can't I feel God's love?" And so in 1511, not having shown any improvement after Rome, he was sent to Wittenberg, a town in Germany that had just built a new university and had a couple of small churches attached to the castle. There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who knew how to handle Martin Luther. After getting to know him a bit, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university there. At first, Martin Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons why he couldn't do it. One of them being that the amount of work added to his schedule would kill him, to which this leader replied, "That's okay. God has much use for clever men in heaven." He always knew just what to say to Martin Luther. And so Martin Luther became a teacher, forced to leave his world of meditation and suffering and penance and interact with them. He had to look these students in the eye and tell them with authority what the Word of God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was while studying these texts that he began to see discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught and what the church was preaching in the year 1511. He realized, digging through these ancient texts, that well, to him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love in. But in the years that passed, between the time that he went to Rome and the time that he started teaching, the old pope had died, and they had chosen a new pope, a man named Leo the Tenth. If I were to picture a movie about Martin Luther, I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever curious. And if I were to picture Leo the Tenth, I would picture a man who was cold-eyed and stern beyond belief, and at the same time enjoyed his earthly delights to a sensuous extent. I would also imagine that every time he were on screen, there would be dark, ominous music accompanying his arrival, something that lets you know that an evil presence had arrived. Now, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship between Martin Luther and Leo the Tenth actually was, but that's definitely how it's been recorded and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo was not exactly careful with money. He went on these extravagant boar hunts. He threw these huge dinner parties at which it was reported at the time by people who, it should be said, were not pro the papacy, but they reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of pies to entertain all of the guests at the Pope's dinner parties. It was said even, and this is not necessarily proven to be true, but that he vetoed a decree that a bishop had made that said that there should be a limit on the number of young boys that the clergy could keep for their comfort. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive proof of it, but this was something that was believed at the time. More to the point, something that can be proven is that within 2 years of having been raised to the papacy, the coffers of the church were empty. And this was due not just to his lavish parties and boar hunts, but to the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. You see, all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1517, in order to raise some more money to complete the work on St. Peter's Basilica, Leo X began a campaign for new indulgences. These indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had been before. They were also made much more available than any other indulgences. Before, you would have to prove that you had done good works to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins that even people who believed in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these indulgences, it should be noted, that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for raping the Virgin Mary. However, these indulgences of the 1517 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions of dollars. There was a man, a bishop known as Johann Tetzel, that was put in charge of the campaign of these indulgences. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, "When the coin in his coffer rings, and the soul heavenward wings." And that was all it took. Just a little bit of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory after death, would be able to skip over that nasty little step and go right into heaven, no matter what you had done, according to these indulgences. Beyond that, one of the big problems that many people had with this 1517 indulgence campaign was that before, you had to earn an indulgence during your life. But now, if you wanted to buy an indulgence for somebody who had died, say your mother had passed away, and you didn't want her to suffer in purgatory, you could just give the church just a little bit of money, and all of a sudden she would go straight to heaven. These indulgences were widely hated all throughout Europe, no more so than in Germany, which had become the prime market to sell these indulgences. Martin Luther himself had noted that many in his congregation, including his students, had stopped coming to his services and stopped coming to class because they had been told that all they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the church a little bit of coin. This, understandably, enraged Martin Luther. The story of what's to come is really a turning point in the history of Western civilization. Because of the importance of it, the crux of that story, the thing that really set this fire off, is usually told in very melodramatic ways. It's told as if it's an epic tale, almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, this scene would have to begin with very dark, brooding, and epic music. October 31st, 1517, All Hallows Eve. In the small town of Wittenberg, a young monk by the name of Martin Luther has learned that the church is interfering with his flock. They are being lied to, told that for a small amount of coin they can earn an indulgence, which is putting their immortal souls in danger of eternal damnation. In a rage, Martin Luther flies to his study where he grabs ink, pen, and paper and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope, Leo X. Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people. He grabs his hammer and nail and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 theses upon it, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down. Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God. Again he raises his hammer and brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of Christian church forever. But, of course, that's not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome, I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple of minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble. Martin Luther was an academic, an educated man. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer. And even more so, he was a monk, so not exactly a rash person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 Theses and put them on the church door where the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 Theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that easily, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss them. Now, that doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out there, which Martin Luther did, in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and the power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. But his writings caught on in a way that I don't think he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the Catholic Church was doing, problems that they had that he thought needed to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of them that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their lives. So they took what Luther had said and really kind of ran with it. At first, it was the students. Young people and students are frequently the people in history and our modern world that will take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it. They would pass around copies of the 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther and read them and discuss them in ways that people who were parts of the aristocracy and the respectable members of society probably weren't yet. And this spread throughout all of his region of Saxony and then further out into Germany and then into what would be called the Netherlands and all throughout that northern central region of Europe very quickly. It didn't take long before a copy of the 95 Theses appeared on the desk of Leo X. As you can imagine, the Pope was not too happy. His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther heresies. And then he sent a bishop to interrogate Martin Luther about what he was doing out there. During the interrogation, Martin Luther was uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was sent to interrogate him. These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Catholic Church had no right to undertake. With Martin Luther being so unresponsive to the bishop that they sent to interrogate him, the next action they took was to label Martin Luther himself a heretic, which is a pretty big deal. When you're labeled a heretic, you're told to come back to Rome so that they can discuss your crimes, which, for somebody who was a heretic on the level of Martin Luther, well, that wouldn't have ended well for him. There was another priest about 100 years before named Jan Hus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church, and when labeled a heretic and told to come to Rome to discuss his crimes, he did so. He was subsequently burned at the stake. Martin Luther knew that it was a bad idea for him to go there. However, in most places, that wouldn't have been up to him. If the church and the Pope requested your presence, then you'd better go, and if you didn't of your own volition, then the local authorities would collect you, arrest you, and send you down to Rome. However, in the town of Wittenberg, things were a little bit different. There was a noble who's known today as Friedrich the Wise. He enjoyed the publicity that Martin Luther's writings were bringing to his small town, as well as the university. Friedrich was the one who founded that university, and he saw this as not only good advertisement and good press, but also something that would make the town of Wittenberg remembered forever, which, frankly, it kind of has been. he decided to protect Martin Luther and not order his men to collect and arrest him. This was, of course, very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to print up more and more copies of his 95 Theses, as well as new pamphlets that were becoming less and less the writings of a good Catholic priest, and more the writings of someone who was in open protest against the church. Some of these writings would get subsequently dirtier and dirtier, painting the Pope in a light that was almost evil. There are woodcuts from some of Martin Luther's publications, painting the Pope as a pig. There is a woodcut, which I'm very fond of, that has on the left side a picture of Christ washing a beggar's feet, above it labeled Christus, and next to it the Pope, Leo X, having his feet kissed, above it labeled Antichristus. This had gone beyond simply some complaints about the church to really open rebellion. If this was a rebellion, Martin Luther had a lot on his side. Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility, he had things that many people that had come before him didn't have. Most notably, the printing press. He was able to publish not just copies of his 95 Theses, but pamphlets that amounted to just propaganda against the church frequently and distribute them all over Europe. This made it impossible for the church to quash any of his writings, no matter how many of them they collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in European society that was new to the European experience. They were really, for the first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had plenty of money and a fair amount of power without being connected to either the nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had really had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something inside him, an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds that faced him. Despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in the Western world. Luther knew just how unstable his footing was, so he took steps, necessary steps, to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the power of the Catholic Church. He wrote a pamphlet to the Christian nobility of the German people. This pamphlet argued, quote, German money, in defiance of nature, flies over the Alps. This argument held a lot of weight to the German nobility. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people. Even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy, long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way that the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility and the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people and not the Pope in Rome. Now, it seems to me that a friend in a high place like Frederick the Wise, he may have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what arguments would work best to motivate the German nobility to protect this burgeoning Lutheran movement. And it seemed to work. Many other nobles took part from this and really joined arms with Frederick the Wise and the Lutheran cause. However, the man that they really had to convince was Charles V, a young 19-year-old, newly raised Holy Roman Emperor who was staunchly Catholic. But in 1520, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's case, which was just in time, because in Rome, the Pope had issued an order of excommunication for Martin Luther. Excommunication was the most powerful weapon the Pope had in his arsenal to fight a heretic like Martin Luther. And he sent a bishop north with the bull of excommunication, stopping at every town he passed to read the excommunication of Martin Luther, to let anybody who might have any sympathy for the Lutheran cause know that this is going to be nipped in the bud shortly. For the further north you got, across the Alps and into the Holy Roman Empire and into the region known as Germany, the less and less sympathy the bishop found. He would find that every time he would pass around copies of the bull of excommunication, they would be torn or burned or even thrown into the river. Martin Luther's movement was growing. and it was going even beyond Lutheranism. This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument, and had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had religious control over the people of Germany, to whether or not the Romans had any right to the political control over the people of Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the peasantry, began to revolt. Some of these revolts were more peaceful, some of them were more violent, some of them were outright rebellion against their overlords. However, Martin Luther fanned the flames of rebellion. You see, after his many other publications, he published perhaps his best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published a Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. You see, Bibles had always been published in Latin. And Martin Luther, who had read the texts of the Greek and the Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible from a language that the Bible was actually written in. So these people were able to read a Bible in their own language without the filter of the Catholic Church. And what they found out, finally able to read the Bible for themselves, was that what the Catholic Church was teaching them was not exactly the teachings of the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with the many other cultural forces pushing them to overthrow the old order. Germany was in chaos. Germany was in chaos, the Netherlands were in chaos, the Low Countries were in chaos, Switzerland was in chaos. Essentially, the way that Europe had worked for the past 1,000 years was turned on its head, all due to the publication of a Bible that the people could actually read. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first man to publish a Bible in the language that the common people could read. There were a couple of other people before him that had done this. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German. They published the Bible in English. In the 14th century, there was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities to Luther. First of all, he was a monk. He was also a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a seminary academy. This was something that brought Luther to his realization, and I think also had a large influence on Wycliffe. He had other similarities to Luther, philosophical similarities. He believed, much like Luther, that the focus of religious teaching should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God, and that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that has been filtered through a Catholic media. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the very Catholic Church the Catholic Church. Things like the sacrament, or the existence of sainthood, or the very existence of the papacy at all. He was, in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out. And in 1380, he started perhaps the most radical thing that he had done yet, a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly from the Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek and Hebrew texts. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which created a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous," end quote. Or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner," end quote. Now, these are, of course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar with, but not in a familiar vernacular, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read, at least not easily. Wycliffe had built a movement around his beliefs that actually gained a lot of strength in Europe. However, the Pope quashed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned, and his followers all arrested. However, even today, 170 copies of this Bible still exist. And this was in a time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of this manuscript. For so many to still exist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing them and passing them around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. It was a clandestine activity. The people who believed the power of the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in their nation of England, well, they were trying to undermine it, quietly, but as powerfully as possible. And this continued even up until the time of Henry VIII. Henry VIII collected every copy of the Wycliffe Bible he could get his hands on, as well as any subsequent translation, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted for 2 days solid. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another monk, a man named William Tyndale. There's a quote from William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of, and I'd like to share with you now. Quote, "Ere many years I will cause a boy to drug a plow to know more of the scriptures than thou dost." End quote. This was saying that he wanted the people in his country to know the actual scriptures and the word of God and not have it fed to them by a third party. And unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it very nearly is. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly in the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that the kingdom didn't really think needed to be in there for the common people to see, but it's very, very close to what's in the King James Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially sedition in England, because the king in England at the time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the Catholic faith. That wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after Tyndale's death, unfortunately. But Henry VIII, of course, eventually recanted his Catholic faith. You see, his first wife had not given him a son. This was something that any monarch, especially a king, found vitally important, to have a strong heir that he knew could succeed him on the throne. There were, of course, many other factors and many other tensions building between Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, but this one really set it off, because Henry VIII, as we all probably know, believed that it was his wife's fault that he couldn't have a son. He had, of course, a daughter. However, unable to divorce her, he cut ties with the Catholic Church and married another woman. This woman was not a Catholic, because neither was Henry VIII. Neither was Henry's second daughter that that marriage produced. But of course, Henry eventually married another woman with whom he had a son. Finally, Henry VIII had a son, an heir that he knew would succeed him. However, Henry VIII was a pragmatic man, so he set rules of succession that were anything untoward to happen to his son, his daughter would take the throne. His eldest daughter, as it happens, who was the product of a Catholic marriage and herself a Catholic woman. For a newly Anglican country, this potentially spelled disaster. But Henry had another daughter, the product of an Anglican marriage, who was, by all accounts, bright, even brilliant, who was ambitious, who was extremely resilient, and who would make a great focus and figurehead for the growing Protestant movement in England. We'll talk about her next week, about her turbulent ascension to power, about the internal struggles that she overcame to become one of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, and her daring campaign to defy both the Pope and the Spanish Empire to rival their claim on the monopoly of the New World Empire. A feat for which she employs gentlemen adventurers with names like Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Francis Drake. But that'll do it for this week, everybody. Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode, and I hope that I didn't offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still, for a lot of people, a very controversial and emotional topic. It was my intent that, even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as balanced and honest as possible. So hopefully you'll tune in next week. Our theme music this week was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Rabbi. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy them, so why not go on over and check them out at billig.com.au. That's billig.com.au. If you're going over there, why not go on over to hardhistorypodcast.com and leave a comment or a question if you have any. And then if you go on over to Twitter, follow us at Black Flagcast or on Facebook. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for listening.
We were always surprised by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. Stories of battles at sea. From a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
We brought in multiplayer significantly, and it was our first game that was designed by the users. We had this whole
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to get to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west, in North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies of what would one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing Good Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a Tudor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another War of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for For a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery to Henry. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married. which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him a male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. The divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to Henry. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of whom happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest onto the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a work from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful. But on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful near the end. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable with grief. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King of England, her father, passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek, or he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs, through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance, essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly, Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. A resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story, because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dire. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to this show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brillig, and the song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really help keep the podcast afloat. It helps us cover the cost of research materials as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and give us a like over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us at @FlagCast. Every little bit really helps with the podcast numbers.
Robin, we were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country, told for a pint and a pound. The stories of families at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we discussed the early days of Queen Elizabeth's rule. We talked about the challenges she faced as well as the tactics that she used to overcome them, including a new class of mariners in England. Men who were young, ambitious, eager to make their fortunes and their name, known as the gentlemen adventurers. and we talked about some of England's earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Lovell. At least one, maybe two of these voyages had on board a young, highly talented mariner named Francis Drake. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous had been, that also had on board Francis Drake. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain forever, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7, El Drake. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country Englishmen born in or around the town of Plymouth, who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the Queen, and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy. But I didn't give much background about any of these men, and I'd like to about Francis Drake, though we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born a nobleman, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and a few arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1540. We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer, a shepherd, and a cloth manufacturer. Now, this was pretty typical of any farmers in England, especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them raised sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was England's prime export. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the English church. However, that doesn't exactly make him a pacifist. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was something of a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are several arrest records about him. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing a man with another accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After these two incidents, his father was forced to leave home. The shame was just too great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other boys from the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became pretty quick friends. It's also knowledge that they were, quote, close kinsmen. In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or close family friend. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read and write. That's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you'd consider gentlemanly manners. That included how to behave at a dinner table, how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from higher merchants to nobility to even royalty. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before, and they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of the Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt for their education on board a ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to Low Countries, even occasionally into the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods, when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come upon a small, unsuspecting ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of the sword. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board any of these trading voyages, but he probably was. You do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was alongside him. Our first records of Francis Drake on board a ship don't happen until he is about 17 or 18 years old. But then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins family. Now, these voyages were voyages that went primarily into French waters that had a single goal, the sacking, plunder, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable vocation at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way up to the Queen, would turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages of the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in nautical voyages. I've made mention of it, but I haven't really gone into much depth about it. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be something that's very expensive. You needed, of course, a seaworthy ship. You needed a captain and other officers. You needed a crew, as well as provisions to keep that crew alive. You would need to take care of the maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need things like rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together. Sails. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case anything happened. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those early rifles that existed, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and cold steel. Now, this was a large investment for any single person to make. There were, of course, people in England that were rich enough to finance their own expeditions. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, that would be a huge loss to whoever was the single person that invested in it. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses began. That, of course, meant that there was a smaller return for a single investor. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage, either through piracy or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, kind of like the Muscovy Company, who we talked about last week, that's why they were cropping up all over Europe, and investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage they could find. It wasn't just the merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were investing in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to get his voyage paid for until he had the backing of the King and Queen of Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage paid for. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth would back a voyage, then many other investors in her court would decide that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be investing in something that she cared about. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court to be investing in many voyages, but if they managed to convince Elizabeth herself, then other members of the Privy Council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the Crown, such as John Hawkins' voyages were. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the Crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest counselors. This was deeply inflammatory to both the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was something of a gamble on Elizabeth's part, but she was betting on Philip of Spain's need to keep himself out of yet another war. He was still engaged in the Low Countries. He was still at heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa, in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary, Queen of Scots, in her custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port at Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was countering. Her adversary wasn't really Philip, though. It was probably Guzman de Silva, the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested every move that the Queen made. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role in it. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had her blessing, but not her backing. However, all that De Silva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful with him. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free, and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman de Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more dismissive treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold and wax and ivory and pearls. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, hopes were high. He was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Lovell was. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other and probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London for the plot, that rebellion, to undermine Queen Mary and put Elizabeth on the throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's succession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to come into his bedchambers sometimes, very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court, and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her Privy Council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic running of England. He was a notoriously honest man, the man that Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's England. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and brightly colored stockings, or those strange puffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it, and a sword at his hip. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black. A very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a folio under his arm. And these were the 2 most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilled. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that was inappropriate. However, he probably backed it from behind the scenes. That's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another major noble figure, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins' hometown. Everyone who was anyone wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely well funded. He had all the money and provisions and armaments he could need, but a crew was somewhat harder to come by. Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did hardly made any money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to press gangs. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over the head, and then these poor men would wake up on board a ship on their way to the Americas. The press gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to flesh out their ships, and they were ready to set sail. And on October 2nd, 1567, they did so. There were 6 ships total in the fleet. The 2 that belonged to the Queen were the 700-ton Jesus of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained by John Hawkins himself, and the 300-ton Minion. The other 4 ships belonged to the Hawkins brothers, William and John. First of all, the aptly named William and John. Then there was the Swallow, the Angel, and the Judith. Now we know Francis Drake was aboard the Judith. However, reports are conflicting as to what his rank on the Judith was. Later in life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain from the moment they set sail. There were also testimonies from some of his men that said he was the captain from the very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible as they could find. So these testimonies aren't exactly trustworthy. But he was, at the time, at least on board the Judith. It's also important to mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying atop her mainland. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth herself that ordered him not to offend England's allies, namely Portugal and Spain. However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva knew this. Just a few days after setting sail, the fleet was scattered by a terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. But almost as soon as the storm ended, the Angel managed to find the Jesus of Lubbock. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage, to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was their first destination. The Minion, the William and John, and the Swallow had found each other as well, and they were heading to the Canaries. However, Drake's ship, the Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed sunk. It took a few days, but when John Hawkins had nearly made it to port in the Canaries, he caught up with the Judith. Francis Drake, who was almost certainly its captain by now, had sailed straight through the storm, with no loss of life and almost no damage to the ship. This had to be kind of impressive to John Hawkins, who was an old friend but a highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping into port. Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to this same port on the voyage of John Lovell just a few years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail into port on his own, and that was probably a smart move, because when these 3 ships made landfall, a militia was marched out to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all 3 of them were bristling with firepower and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus of Lubbock was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair her. as long as they agreed to stay on board, not come ashore, and not cause any trouble. But if you're a sailor who has just escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want, well, sailors don't take to those orders too well, and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dudley. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed Dudley. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen, and he said that this was as bad as striking the Queen herself. Hawkins ordered Dudley put in chains. He drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his life. He begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged in his favor. Even a foreign priest came down to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally he did. He helped Dudley to his feet and removed the irons himself. There were no more incidents while in port. Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far away, and as soon as the Jesus was repaired, they set sail to meet them. When Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other three ships were waiting, a celebration ensued. The governor was kind enough to bring them food, wine, and even a large number of fresh oranges. However, in their revelry and in their drink, many of the Englishmen began to disrespect this warm welcome that the Spanish had given them. They went ashore and they burned effigies of the saints. They shot their cannon at the local church. They overturned a cross, and they even set fire to the door of a local hermitage. Now, these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil did. They were Puritans, and they were highly religious. They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board. They saw their actions in the Spanish port as defensible and justified in the eyes of God. They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope and the saints and the Virgin Mary as ungodly and sinful, and the worship of false idols. And they weren't alone in Europe. They were members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists, or you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to and shooting their church with cannons. The question is, though, is that what Queen Elizabeth would have wanted? Now, we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power, or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder when dealing with Spain and Portugal. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased from port. They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second voyage. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that the histories start to get a little bit muddled. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or maybe two of the French ships were added to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but two of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it all on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time, a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet, commanded by a French captain named Paul Blondel. However, it's also said that a few days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, a ship in that fleet called the Gracia de Dios, the Grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captaincy. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Drake was already a captain, according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain and did a French ship join their fleet captained by a French captain? And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that set up from England. So I tried to synthesize these different accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the different accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. It sounds like when Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings, he sent Drake along with some other ships on ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French pirates on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question because if you recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves with several French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake had planned ahead to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates of the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit with. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later say that they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Gracia de Dios, that grace of God. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some of Drake's men, that said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the Caravel after they took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain well before this. However, a prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact on the Judith at the outset of the voyage. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents of piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass any Catholics on the African coast, as well as add to the total number of African slaves that they'd taken, while both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability to the authorities at large. There's no account of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that he has been given his own solo command. So, while this all seems very plausible to me, don't quote me on your history exams. However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet met back up a little bit larger than it was when it had left England. They had about 500 or 600 slaves, and at this point, Francis Drake is undisputably Captain Francis Drake. The fleet crossed the Atlantic and made it to the Caribbean. Their first landfall was at Dominica. However, there was no European settlement at Dominica, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on. To once again quote Susan Ronald from her book The Pirate Queen, quote, "At his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and set, quote, in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with the phrase in the French language, 'Vengeance for La Florida,' end quote." Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts in Florida by early 1568. Ever the crowd pleaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so grateful that 9 days of friendly trading, linen for gold, and feasting followed. End quote. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination. That was a place called Borborata, and they found Borborata as well abandoned and sacked by the French. Once again, Hawkins sent men out to entice the colonists back to town, and they set up what could be described as a trading emporium on the beach. He learned from the colonists that the French had also attacked Ponce de Leon and the Spanish capital in the region, and he began to trade with them, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore and under guard. Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic with them. Hawkins, and especially Drake, knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods, but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had had a huge problem getting rid of any slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell the slaves, to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really supervillain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates, who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack the Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter. And then John Hawkins could sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then, once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help in that rebuilding. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his orders from the Queen, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it, and this could prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this Catholic trade, which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves, while he sold a few, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he would like. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, cleaned of all the barnacles and other nastiness that ships collect while they're at sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince the people to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter in return that said, quote, "Before my eyes I saw the governor, my predecessor, carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last being here, an example for me that I fall not into the like or worse." End quote. So the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo command. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Hacha while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was now in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shoal. We requited with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravel of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the Angel and the Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in spite of 200 Spanish arquebusiers shot, and anchored again before the town, till our generals coming, who anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon." End quote. John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Hacha, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive, at which point Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders that decided not to surrender to them. They raided the Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Hacha was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish there. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use in their previous voyages, but it was really, at that point, more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Hacha and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they found it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He fired off his cannons several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves in the town of Cartagena. And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to go dangerous very shortly. Hurricane season was on the way, and they realized that they could not wait any longer in the Caribbean. So they decided to cut their losses and head for home, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made a tidy profit on this voyage. Nobody was going home poor. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell the hurricane coming. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus of Lubbock, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea long, for in her stern, on either side of the stern post, her planks stood open and shut with every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm. The living fish did swim upon her ballast as in the sea. End quote. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pumps constantly and filled every hole, only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order to abandon ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it out alive. But the winds did, finally, die down. However, their fortunes had not improved. The William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen, and presumed sunk. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on this voyage. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm had blown them. None of their sailors or their pilots or their captains knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly on light breezes for days. But then, on the horizon appeared two Spanish ships. Francis Drake was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured them with ease. He found food and water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and a pilot who knew where they were and where they were going. They had drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico near the Yucatan Peninsula. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return home to England. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail to the port of Veracruz. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet struck down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing to the Spanish Main, terra firma. This was a very important city, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive one. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears that they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength in which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish Main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off coast, however. It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of the position that controlled the harbor, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this flota had on board the newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon them, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the Atlantic Ocean became impassable, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and the repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their betters. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the island where our men were, passing to and fro of companies of more men than required for their necessary business, and many other ill likelihoods which caused us to have a vehement suspicion." The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. And on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploding. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon her. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to aid the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery." End quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict between Spain and England. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down. But that will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured. And before long, all of them were going hungry. Some of them even starving. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill, even a few of them dying. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stunk after having been attacked by the Spanish in what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and an English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report of what had happened in the Caribbean. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayal. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with the fleet later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had 3 goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. 2 was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And 3rd was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to be dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in Elizabeth's reign. However, we're going to wait on this story. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, in an event that has been called by historians Drake's War. This is episode number 8. The Treasure House of the World. After his meeting with the Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history for a little while. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage. If he was not imprisoned, then it still might have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until the heat died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake went on a couple of legitimate and pretty small trading voyages, either to Africa or back to the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions, because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen to be and recorded as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and potentially a family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest egg, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean. 3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by the elder Hawkins brother, William, and one of them was actually captained by William Hawkins. The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slaving on this voyage, just some English goods for African goods. Then, the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west, across the Atlantic, back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep any official record of it, and the Spanish records of the time record no English abuses in the Caribbean, at least none that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Luteranos Corsarios, but it's thought that these were probably French Huguenot pirates. The Spanish would have made mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another central trading voyage. Or it may have been, for Francis Drake, a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could for his coming plans. He harbored a lot of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage or hatred for what they had done to him and the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid for it. If this wasn't intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap nonetheless. The Spanish had organized a defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval convoys that would accompany any Spanish merchant ships traveling around the Caribbean. These were heavily gunned ships that would deter any pirates in the region hoping to take these Spanish merchant vessels. If Francis Drake had intended a little piracy against some Spanish ships on this voyage, he would quickly have realized that he had no hope of success against this convoy system. At first, the French pirates in the region had the same problem, but quickly they learned to adapt and evolve to the situation. While even the best of these French pirate ships couldn't hope to go toe-to-toe with these Spanish warships, they were just hopelessly outgunned, they decided to use a different tactic. They just attacked using rowboats. They had what was called the mothership, the primary pirate vessel, but they usually towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller vessels. Vessels that weren't suited for long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean Sea, they were small, they were fast, and they had a shallow draft, so along the coast they could get into certain inlets and rivers that larger vessels would be unable to. Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came equipped with oars so that they could move very quickly and despite the wind. They usually had a single cannon at the forward. Now, of course, a small vessel with a single cannon couldn't hope to stand up against the Spanish warship, but this wasn't intended for long, drawn-out sea battle. It took time for a ship at sea to move into position to fire on another ship, and these small rowboats could move in quickly, get alongside a ship, and board her. They were bristling with men, armed with muskets, swords, pikes, and axes. They could sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was happening. If they did so at night, when most of the crew was sleeping, they could subdue the ship within minutes. At that point, they could loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel, and sail away before any of the Spanish ships could respond. Even if these Spanish warships gave chase, they were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft. They had the element of surprise and stealth. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they were able to loot the ship and be away before any of the other ships in the convoy knew that anything was happening. This was proving extremely successful for the French pirates. And once Francis Drake saw just how successful they were, he wanted in. It's even possible that on this reconnaissance voyage, Francis Drake took part in some of this French piracy. There is no record of it, but we do know that he did know quite a few of the French pirates operating in the region, so he might have seen firsthand just how successful these smaller craft were at taking larger prizes. But we do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth in England, and he commissioned 2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard his ship, the Swan. Then he sailed back to the New World in the year 1571. It was around this time that the Spanish published a list of the most notorious English pirates. Most of these pirates are the people that we've talked about so far. The Winter brothers, Hopkins, George and William Winter, were, while naval officials in England, seen as notorious pirates to the Spanish. The Hawkins brothers, of course, were on there as well. William and John Hawkins came next. Francis Drake and his brothers filled out the rest of the list, along with a few other pirates. However, this 1571 voyage began a plan that would see Francis Drake's name begin to rise. He would move past his brothers, past William and John Hawkins, even past the Winter brothers, to become the most notorious pirate in the Caribbean, and Spain's most wanted criminal. One of Drake's first actions upon returning to the Caribbean was to join a group of French pirates who were operating on the Caribbean coast of modern-day Panama. It was called then Terra Firma. This kind of lends credence to the theory that Drake was operating with the pirates on his previous voyage, but now we have confirmation. The French were not alone, however. They were in contact with a large group of escaped slaves, known collectively as the Cameroons. Today, they're called the Cimarrones, but the original English documents refer to them as Cameroons, and I'm going to use that terminology. If that's somehow a slur or derogatory, I'm unaware of it, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm just going off the pronunciation and the original historical English documents, so my apologies ahead of time if my ignorance offends anybody. The Cameroons were a thorn from the side of the Spanish. They were building communities all throughout the Spanish New World that launched attacks on the Spanish, raiding and harassing them, and also offering safe haven to any escaped slaves. They were in contact with many of the natives of the area who also didn't like the Spanish in their land, so they were able to work together. The Bishop of Panama around this time complained of the Cameroons. Quote, "The human tongue cannot relate the ignominies which both the French and the Cimarrones of this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons. And of 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the wilds." End quote. These were men and women who had been brought forcefully into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam, well, not freely, obviously, they were property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies, learning the day-to-day activities of the Spanish, both their merchant activities and their military activities. They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved a powerful ally to the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce Francis Drake to Cameroon. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels, such as the Jesus of Lubbock, Francis Drake didn't look down on his escaped slaves. In fact, in many ways, he really respected them. They had escaped the clutches of the Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strange meeting. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting to ally together for a common cause. They had two basic things in common, though. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no monarch, they were African slaves, they had previously belonged to Spanish overlords, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish law in the New World. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal vendetta that he was seeing followed through. And secondly, most importantly to this meeting, all three of these groups desperately hated the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his Englishmen and several French pirates. The Cameroons sent the help of a man who was a guide, a man who knew the area extremely well, named Pedro Mendez. He was going to lead them secretly and quietly up the rivers of Panama to reach the Spanish settlements there. Their plan was to row a small galley up the Rio Cargas. The Rio Cargas was an extremely important river. It still is today. It's the basis for the modern Panama Canal. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama in the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire, that is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, they were all shipped to Panama. These were goods such as furs and spices and pearls and dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs and spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train over land to Nombre de Dios. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their voyage, was not that time of year. This was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels on the Rio Cargas were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. Now, these were all larger river vessels than Francis Drake's small galley. which could move freely along the river at this time of year. While these ships waited haplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods in a large quantity. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around it. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother's ship. It was anchored at the Cabo Cativo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure fleet wasn't there, but Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre de Dios, learn the ins and outs of the village and the defenses. After dropping off his share of goods back at his mother's ship, Drake was out just a couple of days later on his galley, looking for new Spanish prizes. It was in late February that he attacked a Spanish trading frigate. The Spanish account records a group of men armed to the teeth, led by two men wearing war pads, one black and one red, and they were said to be highly menacing. While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and women, and were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only name we have was a nobleman named Diego Azevedo, who was said to have taken, quote, an arrow through the brow. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and waded to shore, where they ran away into the wilderness. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then, when another ship happened along this scene, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish a message. This message was translated into Spanish and handed down through posterity. It really shows the audacity of Francis Drake, better than anything up to this point. It reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion, and later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without evil or damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag, and whoever does not come will bear the blame. I do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. By the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us, for in the frigate you had not the value of 4 silver reals. Done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargates, where they headed back upriver and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was at a small town called the Venta de Cruces, which literally translates to the Crossroads Warehouse, and they stole there goods worth an estimated 100,000 pesos. On their voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Cargates, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring in any of the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargates and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these Luteranos, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and the French. However, the English realized that they needed a base of operations. Their fleet was growing. The English had taken a number of ships, mostly because they had to have more space to hold all of the goods that they were taking from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's mothership, and they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor. They decided upon a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, the Rio de Pinos, which was about 15 leagues west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place of the English and the French, but they decided to make it an official base of operations. The bay's natural properties made it defensible, and then the English even built some defenses on top of that. They built a small wall around the area, and that wall even opened up into the sea with a large log across the opening to keep any unwanted ships from entering. It was well fortified with all of the guns and many of the arms that the English and the French had taken from Spanish ships. They also had their contacts with the local Cameroons and some of the local natives who they could trade with for any of the goods they might need to supply this base. But even if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the natives and the trade dried up, the English could last in their new base of operation almost indefinitely. The bay was filled with fish, and the area around the bay notably populated by many, many birds, for which this new English settlement took its name. It was called Fort Pheasant, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting month-long campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their goods, and burning the vessels. At one point, they even took a Spanish correspondence ship. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any intelligence they might be able to find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters from people to their family back home, they dumped those into the sea. Then they stole the correspondence ship. This is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this particular voyage. He was spending most of his time raiding, but during all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main, he was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main, he was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base, not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping-off point for any operations against the Spanish in the New World, and news of his base was spreading, and they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation, and reconnaissance. Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock at Plymouth, Francis Drake was forced to wait. This voyage had not been authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to deliver the news of his profits. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about $23.2 million. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was getting worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, war with Spain was upon him. It was undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war against the Spanish, and he had acted unofficially as an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War. Drake almost immediately sent 2 ships back to Fort Pheasant to continue his campaign. The 2 captains aboard these ships were named James Rouse and John Garrett, and he intended to meet them after a short break back in England. While he was in England, Drake acquired a new ship, the Pasco, of 40 tons, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had somewhat buried the hatchet. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command this ship, the Pasco, while his brother John was going to command the Swan. They built 3 new pinnaces. Those are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Fort Pheasant and carried aboard the Swan. These were going to be 3 better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these two vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young voyage. And then, after his small break and a bit of preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25th, 1572, from Plymouth back to the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 12th. After a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned to Fort Pheasant. However, they found it abandoned. All they saw was a wisp of smoke coming from the fort. Going ashore to investigate, they found a smoldering campfire, no people to be seen, and an iron plaque affixed to a tree. It read, quote, "Captain Drake, if you fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which you had with you here the last year have betrayed this place, and taken away all that you left here. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1572, your very loving friend, John Garrett." End quote. That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed. Drake decided to ignore the warning, however. He was going to wait, and he needed a place to construct the 3 ships that he had brought with him. It was only 3 days later when sails appeared on the horizon. Drake ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to defend Fort Pheasant. But they were able to relax. They saw that these ships flew the flag of St. George. They were friendly English vessels who knew about Fort Pheasant. When they landed, it turned out to be Captain James Rouse. He was one of the men that Drake had sent ahead of him to Fort Pheasant. Captain Rouse had been around for much of this story. When the hurricane had hit the voyage of John Hawkins, he was the captain of the William and John. He had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's last voyage, and it appeared that things were not as dire for the English as they thought. His friends, Captain Rouse and Captain Garrett, were both alive. Captain Rouse had just recently taken a Spanish vessel. On board were a number of slaves that Captain Rouse had taken with him. These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish movements back on Terra Firma, as well as the Spanish treasure fleet and the gold. It seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John Hawkins. He may never have approved, but we don't really know about his feelings back in those days. However, now he ordered these slaves freed and cared for. It could have been an emotional change for Drake. Perhaps he identified more with these slaves who were poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English overlords over him. That doesn't seem too likely, though. It could have been a religious change of heart for Drake. After all, the voyages that he had gone on that were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins had each ended in a disaster. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, well, God very much appeared Protestant. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the Cameroons, and holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the Cameroons would appreciate. Regardless, Drake is quoting that he did intend to, quote, use these Negroes well. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them well, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were freed, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge of Spanish activities. The captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rouse, began planning their next move. First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had with them, and it was actually a pretty impressive array. They had, quote, 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and calaveras, 16 bows, and 6 partisans, 2 drums and 2 trumpets, end quote. For a relatively small expedition, that's an impressive blend of both infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are really shields, that's what they were called at the time, and fire pikes, while they sound super cool, are really just pipes that can double as torches at night. But the drums and trumpets, those are tellers. This wasn't just any normal raid. Francis Drake was marching to war. Drake and Rouse, with their 3 ships and their 4 pinnaces, sailed to Nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was a small town. It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it had no military presence at all, and no fort overlooking the bay. There were only 100 or so homes and a warehouse. Drake, however, called this place Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world. The plan was to row across the bay at night and wait until dawn. The men in their small boats stayed close to the shore and in the shadows. Francis Drake knew that the plan was somewhat flawed, however. He knew that if he forced the men to wait to do battle all the way until dawn, they might lose their nerve. Luckily for him, at about 3 in the morning, the clouds parted, and a bright, full moon filled the night with light. Drake saw this as a sign from God that the time had come. When the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, Drake realized that there was a small wine ship in the harbor, and the wine ship had actually seen Drake and his men. The wine ship was sending a boat ashore to warn the people that there were pirates in the area. However, Drake was able to intercept them and send their boat off to an island offshore where they were no longer going to be any trouble. So Drake and his men debarked and advanced into town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only one guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into 3 teams. His brother took one group, and another man named John Oxenholm took the other. They were to circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the city square. His trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children of Nombre de Dios fled before them. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to blare. Drake's men held their fire pipes alight, lighting their way, and then the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of them harmlessly. Francis Drake smiled and ordered his men forward. The English fired their muskets and their bows. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Oxenholm arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios with the loss of one trumpeter. Now that they had the town, things become a little bit new. There are 2 different fashions in which the looting of Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard they had captured to find the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle, and at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair genet ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot of breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the waterside, more gold and jewels than all of our 4 pinnaces could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open. End quote. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news of the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to his ship. The Spanish gold could wait. Now, there are a couple of problems with this account of the story. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor. Secondly, to imagine any pilot, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in favor of one captain, well, that kind of stretches the imagination for me. And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse of the treasure house of the world was empty. Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Fort Pheasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty. Later, they concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale, but the reality is that they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain. They did, of course, take the wine ship in the harbor. The fleet sailed to Bastimentos Island. It was called the Island of Victories because it had large fields of pineapple and bananas and guanabana. And the soldiers needed to regroup. Captain Rounce decided to lead the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also may have feared the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold and silver. So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new plan, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounce had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of their group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all the Spanish gold and silver crossed their home on the backs of a train of mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his Plymouth lads, and a company of escaped and hunted slaves were going to steal. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, that was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Fort Pheasant. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship ran aground. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops aboard it. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't going so well. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's other brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous the old fever was at the time, or what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well. He died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his men. His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even when times were at their darkest. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been a footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Lutheran, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Drake, the dragon. And then, with his forces depleted but their spirits high, a group of Cameroon messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at Panama. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles of Panama. The English were heavily burdened. They all carried weapons and were wearing armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the yeoman's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths. They scouted the way ahead, and they helped carry the English when things became too hard on them. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, and heat. They did, at one point, have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived like. But then, one day as they neared the city of Panama, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons, gestured toward a tree for Drake to climb. In the tree, he found a small stand, a place where he could rest, and he looked north, where he could see the Caribbean Sea. Turning his head, looking south, he could see the Pacific Ocean. Drake later said that he, quote, besought Almighty God of his goodness to give him life and leave to sail once again on an English ship in that sea, end quote. But then the night of the ambush arrived. They waited in a copse of mangrove along the road. Late into the night, they waited in silence. Then they heard footsteps on the road. One English soldier stood, ready to attack, but he saw only a lone horseman. The Spanish scout rode back, alerting the Spanish. The English ambush was formed. They had to think on their feet. So they took a small Spanish village. They attacked, but they killed as few people as possible. The only people killed were very few who, in the defense of their homes, admittedly, attacked the English first. And Drake issued a message that every woman in town was to remain inviolate. He actually went from door to door, assuring every woman in every home that they were not going to be raped while the English were there. And while these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come from the Spanish themselves. They said that Drake and his men were respectful and courteous, at least as far as invaders go. But this was just a ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in the hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had looted the town, taken what they could, and left the area. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again, and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less pleasant for them. They were hot and awful, and they hated the jungle. However, they met a very well-connected and a very respected Huguenot pirate. He was a French corsair who was greatly feared, named Guillaume de Testu. They decided to join forces with this French pirate. The two captains, Drake and Testu, knew of each other. They had heard of each other's exploits, but they had never met before. However, in the time that they were together, apparently they grew fairly close. They already respected each other, but really they began to admire each other as men of honor and conviction. Once again, it was a combined force of English, French, and Cameroon men who were going to march into the jungle and steal Spanish goods. This time, they waited closer to Nombre de Dios, where, when the train arrived, it wouldn't be as fresh as it was close to Panama City. The men would be weary from their trek through the jungle, and their guard would be lowered because they were reaching their destination. It took a full 2 months of waiting, but finally, the Spanish sent their mule team across the Isthmus of Panama, and then the pirates attacked. The assault was not one to be remembered. It was quick. The Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, hungry, tired, and weary. They were ready to be done. The first casualty of the battle was the French pirate himself, Rabbi. He was shot in the belly from the very first volley of Spanish rifle fire. But the Spanish quickly broke ranks and ran. Once again, we see in Francis Drake a man who is determined and yet thinks primarily of himself. Much in the same way that he had left John Hawkins behind, he left his companion, Jesus, behind, bleeding to death. And again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that Le Testu had told him to take the gold and silver and leave him there, so that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish in their tracks, which is likely a bunch of propaganda and nonsense. However, the English, the French, and the Spanish had made away with all of the gold and the silver on the backs of the mule train bound for the Spanish treasure fleet. The total taken equaled somewhere in the realm of 200,000 pesos. This was about 23.25 million today. This, in addition to any other prizes taken in the past few months on the Spanish New World, was one of the greatest prizes ever won by any pirate in the Caribbean. They split what they had taken on this one day between the English, the Cameroon, and the French, equal. It was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail back to England. There was a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as Drake was waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out, the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few fairly rickety rafts where he could get his gold and his men out to his ships, which were in hiding. Now, Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he had won. He was only able to carry so much of it, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold, and then the silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and find it. However, it was well known and passed down from man to man that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of this silver. And this passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both for the pirates in the golden age of piracy, and in any stories told today of buried treasure. And it was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure. An X always marked his spot. Drake's voyage back to England was relatively painless. It was a very quick voyage. It only took him about 23 days. And on August 9, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread of his arrival. Most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church, filling the pews, but they began to whisper. And the whisper turned into a murmur. And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly, at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church, until finally they had left their pastor all alone, preaching to an empty room. All of the people in town had left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new national hero. Things in England were getting worse. The war with Spain was taking its toll. However, England had several victories to hang its hat upon. Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to stay with Francis Drake. After returning to England as a national hero, he spends a little time basking in the glory. But then, he is called by Queen Elizabeth into a private meeting. This is something that's relatively unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake were to hear what she had to say to him. Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know. Francis Drake is sworn to secrecy. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail on the voyage of his life. a voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as notes and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the Baxel Mule train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back several of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain furthered, while making all three of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan, and even set out on voyages, to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold, similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, "Far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast, as," and then there's some missing, "as of the other to find our," and then there's some more missing, "to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of Prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping a work greatly, and gotten up as aforesaid into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to," and then there's some missing, "then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in terrage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there." End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said to him, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely, from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crewmen, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swell. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships, who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake. He began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn to his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now, this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted this trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Doughty, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Doughty the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Doughty refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Doughty was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, "Stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place," end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so, so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pirates. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, "something to eat that falls from my tail," end quote. This, obviously, enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners, so they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact, a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now, this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat and their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage, 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book, Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses, who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck, with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and, although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command were killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done. God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the aidbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Aid Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an Aid Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Aid Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either Aid Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean, to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south, until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet at what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period in history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything that he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Doughty was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happened, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Doughty. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with 2 possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all, not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592, and the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again, and this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, while we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived, and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island, end quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. End quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the island aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later when it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, and a fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The 3 ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they reported later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other 2 ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The 2 remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. But Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the 3rd day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, well, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if they were, some questions arise. It's possible that these sailors were on the Marigold, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on it. You see, The men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island that they found themselves on. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, and it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Felipe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Felipe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Felipe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Felipe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor there. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten and covered in barnacles and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, he struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this papist paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel It was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then it was recorded later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. There was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship had finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and left Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves in it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannons. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland. And the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Riego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering with a man sleeping next to it. and 7 llamas that were standing there heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when it did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, where he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed in the harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave to head to Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold that it carried? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board of note. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be tailing them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to him. It was called the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shipfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake him, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on board. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to manage. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then thrown astern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anton, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel, and a man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 arquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail! And immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with two members of his crew, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south, so the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the two members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Hyo, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." End quote. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was in fact a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about, and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Babu, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else of note. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Abe Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an Abe Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an A-Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either A-Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, of what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare, but in two fronts, it was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, They faced them as sea, for they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possess the will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Beggars. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look at them. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively newcomer on the block. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under them and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but that had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, what were called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain, what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law, in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe, and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries were always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine and riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the time of the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes from the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was through that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control of it. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in that family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury he was born into. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read, and what they read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught them the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France but not under the control of the French crown. And he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be sister to Charles V, the current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was antithesis to everything he had known so far. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been an austere place. The court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he had learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and in politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young woman. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, have long talks with William of Orange, alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss for himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hard-working mother, who he loved for the rest of his life, and he always remembered the populist leanings of his upbringing. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and when Charles V climbed down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty. As a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility around. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen, nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain, well, they had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the Huguenot rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all of his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that Henry had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the peace accords and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Countries soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either Duke or Prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day the situation in his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was tenuous. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to work. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William the Silent. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, really, Bishop Antoine de Granville. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granville was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication between them, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Margarita de Parma, Granville, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years, until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granville was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call in an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ended in torture and sometimes even an execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granville's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Margarita de Parma that if Granville were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granville stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against him. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granville from office. And finally they did. Granville was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita de Parma, to her court, to be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margaret granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of that area, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these areas. This was a big promotion for William and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granvelle, the man who had called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousting Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Hermine de Yon. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, everywhere there was unrest. For some years the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the inns talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. End quote. The attitude in their country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars," end quote. The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bradero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. They called out, in unison, "Long live the beggars!" And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol for them. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord. And beyond that, most of these men were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true word of God, while the Catholics did. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple when he drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the Netherlands. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant masses. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William the Silent. Even so did Margarita, so did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita the farmer received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across the earth had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Münster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist in town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, and that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Bildungsstrom, or the Iconoclastic Fury, and it began in a town called Stimbourg. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest, but within the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere in Europe. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a way that people would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If we're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the "they are but beggars" being similar to Reckoning Cake, well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, would inspire them. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, well, they were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Bildungsstrom moved finally to Amsterdam, then further north and east along the coast, It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic that was in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted images, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, brake the altars, spoilt the clothes and corporesses, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers." End quote. As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the Bildungsturm, this was almost a fun affair. It had an element of carnival to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Parma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic period. Immediately, just a few